My dad said, "Call your grandpa while I lay in ICU." I called a lawyer instead, and filed a $65,000 lawsuit that made them finally listen. When I was dying, they chose dinner at Rachel's. 60 days later, I evicted them from the $300,000 home I bought with my own hands. Now, I will tell how all of this began. I am 34 years old. My wife Lily and I live in an apartment in Manhattan, New York, roughly 15 minutes by metro from the financial sector. I work as a senior financial analyst for a well-known investment firm. Looking back, I've always felt fortunate. At the age of 18, I was offered a full scholarship to a top institution. 4 years later, I graduated right as the stock market was soaring. By the age of 26, I'd saved enough money for my own apartment. At 30, I was promoted to a management position. From the outside, my life appeared to be very solid. And to be fair, that was mostly true. I had a family, albeit not perfect, and a location to return to during holidays like Christmas and Thanksgiving, as well as the rare weekend gathering. However, everything began to change once something happened. I was involved in a very unexpected accident. Strangely, that accident led me to Lily, who is now my wife. But it also provided me the insight to finally understand the reality, as well as the strength to cut off all links with Richard, Diane and Rachel, whom I used to refer to as Dad, Mom, and younger sister. I'd just finished a meeting with the board of directors and was heading back to my Manhattan apartment. I was traveling along FDR Drive when a truck in the opposite way lost control and swerved directly into my lane. I could only yank the steering wheel to the right to escape a direct collision. The impact sounded as if someone had dropped a large steel block from a skyscraper on the pavement. Even though the airbags deployed in time, my head crashed hard on the side frame, and I could feel blood streaming from my forehead to my cheek. My eyesight blurred, and I heard a loud ringing in my ears. But I was still awake. The EMTs promptly stabilized my neck with a hard collar before loading me onto a stretcher. During the journey to the hospital, a young nurse kept checking on me, asking questions like, "Do you know what day it is? Can you tell me where you are? What's your full name?" I could answer all of them, but I had to pause and consider a couple. My head felt like someone had placed a big stone on it, and everything around me moved slowly, as if it were all covered in thick fog. When we arrived at Mount Sinai Hospital, I was evaluated by Dr. Peterson, an elderly guy with gray-streaked hair, a soothing voice, and a steady presence. Following a preliminary neurological examination, he requested a CT scan. He returned with the results in hand and remarked in a serious tone, "You've sustained a mild concussion, and your right shoulder is severely dislocated. If we don't operate right away, there's a risk of permanent nerve damage." I nodded, letting him know I was still awake and understood what he said. A few seconds later, he said, "Because of the head trauma, your ability to make decisions is currently impaired. According to medical protocol, we must assess your capacity to give informed consent before administering general anesthesia." The words that followed hit me hard. I had always taken pride in being in charge of situations, but this time I couldn't do anything. To assist me grasp the situation, Dr. Peterson spoke carefully and emphasized that I was not legally able to sign the operation consent form on my own. I'd have to contact my next of kin to get their okay for the treatment. At that point, with my thoughts still cloudy and my shoulder aching in pain, I realized I had no choice. As much as I didn't want to, I had to pick up the phone and call the individuals I still considered family. Following the doctor's instruction, the first individuals to come to mind were my parents, Richard and Diane. My head was throbbing in harsh waves, and my eyesight was going in and out, but I was still awake enough to remember my phone password. I looked to the nurse standing behind me and asked, "My phone password is 0102. Could you call my parents for me?" Lily nodded and swiftly opened the phone with the code I provided her. A few minutes later, she turned to me and said, "I called the contacts saved as your dad and mom, but no one answered." Hearing that, I attempted to rise up, but pain surged through my right shoulder like a knife, forcing me to lie back down quickly. I was unable to move, so Lily volunteered to send them a note instead. She assisted me in typing a basic text message to my father. "I was involved in an accident. I'm in Mount Sinai Hospital. Can you come and help me?" Less than 2 minutes later, my phone rang. Lily took it up with hope. They responded, but after reading it, her tone softened. They said they're going to Rachel's place for dinner. Hearing that message repeated to me, I couldn't say anything. My thoughts felt full of cotton, and a strange, heavy emptiness settled in my chest. When Lily saw I was still silent and unmoving, she offered to send them another message. I nodded. She texted another text on my behalf. "Dad, I need surgery. The hospital requires consent from a family member." The following 5 minutes were completely silent. All I could hear was the heart monitor's constant beep and the odd footsteps echoing down the hall. The phone suddenly buzzed again, indicating a fresh message. Lily examined it right away. After a startled silence, she mumbled, "Oh my God." The way her voice sank made me realize something was wrong. I asked her what it stated. She paused before reading it aloud. "Can't this wait? We're busy right now. If it's urgent, call your grandfather." Lily gazed at me with sadness in her eyes. As for me, something erupted inside. A burst of rage erupted in my chest, like dry wood on fire. My skull throbbed. My heart was pounding so hard that I thought it was going to explode. The rage, along with the head injuries, completely overpowered me. My vision decreased. My ears are ringing. And it felt as if someone was squeezing the air from my lungs. Then everything became black. I can't remember what happened after that. All I know is that when I opened my eyes again, the first sound I heard was a familiar voice shouting my name. "Noah, can you hear me?" And that voice belonged to my grandfather, Henry. My grandfather arrived and signed the consent document for me, and I was soon brought into surgery. The operation proceeded smoothly. When I awoke in the recovery area, the first thing I noticed was my grandfather. He'd been sitting alongside me the entire time, holding a cup of coffee that had long since gone cold. When he saw me open my eyes, he smiled and said, "Everything is fine now, Noah." The doctor stated, "You're doing well." Hearing his remarks, I gave him a faint nod and thanked him. My shoulder had been neatly bandaged and the medications had helped to relieve the pounding in my brain. What offered me the most comfort was not the successful surgery, but knowing that someone cared enough to be present. After asking a few questions regarding my emotions, my grandfather fell silent. He glanced out the window for a moment, as if absorbed in something profound. His eyes were filled with silent sadness, as if he was revisiting events he had tried to forget. A few minutes later, he returned to me, his voice quiet and calm. He said, "Noah, not everyone who shares your blood is truly family." When he said it, something inside me broke. But at the same time, it felt as if he had finally stated the truth that I had been carrying about for years, but had never dared to say aloud. Those comments broke apart the final strands that had held me to the idea of a loving family, gently but completely. I remained in the hospital for 4 more days before being discharged. During that time, my grandfather cared for me. My parents did not receive a single message or phone contact. Nobody showed up at the hospital room door. The phone remained silent, as if there was nothing more to speak between us. Lily was the day shift nurse assigned to my room. At first, I just paid attention to her since she assisted me in contacting my family after I was admitted. But over time, I realized Lily was doing far more than just her job. Every time she came in to check on me, she'd stay for a few additional minutes to ask how I was doing. Not the typical clinical questions, but ones like, "How are you feeling today?" Or, "Is there anything else you need?" Her eyes were usually full of real warmth. The way Lily looked at me stood out the most, in contrast to the aloof professionalism of other medical professionals. There was neither pity or disdain in her gaze. Instead, it was the sight of someone who genuinely cared, someone who saw that the agony sprang not only from physical traumas, but also from family silence and apathy. Lily offered to help when she saw how fatigued my grandfather looked after sitting by my side all day. She regularly stopped by after her shifts ended, bringing snacks for my grandfather, or simply sitting with him to keep him company. She would softly tell him, "Don't worry, I'll watch Noah for a while. Why don't you go down to the cafeteria and get some rest?" Every time she said that, something inside of me softened. While laying in that hospital bed, I opened the message my father had sent me and handed over the phone to my grandfather. He read it, then simply shook his head. He didn't say anything, but his eyes conveyed a deep, quiet disappointment. A few minutes later, he spoke quietly. "I called your parents. I even called Rachel. I thought maybe they didn't realize how serious this was." When he stated that, I felt both surprised and disappointed. He had reached out to them, but they never responded. After a moment, he added more quietly, "But after I explained everything, they just said, 'He's got doctors,' and hung up. No one asked how much pain you were in. No one asked what room you were in." Hearing that, I was unable to answer. I only nodded slightly. My throat clenched from emotion. And then, possibly to boost my spirits or encourage me forward, he handed me a small piece of paper with a phone number scrawled on it. With a cheeky twinkle in his eye, he stated, "This is Lily's number. It took me a bit of effort to get it. You owe her dinner." I gazed at him, shocked, but something warm inside me stirred. Perhaps he had seen something I hadn't yet admitted to myself. and I had no notion she would one day be my wife. My grandfather slept comfortably that night, but I remained awake, lost in old recollections. Rachel was 2 years younger than me, but my parents treated us both equally. Everything was fair, including birthdays, Christmas gifts, and toys. No one ever received more than the other. My mother would say, "You're the older brother, but you're still my child, just like your sister." But everything changed when I was 8 and Rachel became 6. She soon had a high temperature and was transported to the hospital. Following a battery of tests, physicians diagnosed her with meningitis. It felt as if the entire world had crumbled. I recall perfectly how the mood in our home changed entirely. My mother refused to leave the hospital. She even slept in a chair by Rachel's bed for 2 weeks straight. My father put his work on hold to stay there, his eyes inflamed from sleepless nights. I watched him cry for the first time in my life, a guy as powerful as my father who trembled whenever a doctor entered the room. At the moment, I recognized that she required their assistance. I was even pleased with myself for being mature enough to care for things without adding to their load. I got myself to school and completed my schoolwork on my own. My neighbors would say I was such a mature little boy. I never anticipated things to be the same after Rachel's recovery. She became the house's special girl. My mother would fear whenever she tripped, afraid she was still delicate. When Rachel's grades dipped, my father would say, "Don't push her. Her brain's still healing." Rachel learned to accept that role. She gradually found out how to take advantage of my parents' worry. If she didn't want to do chores, she could just remark, "My head hurts." If she needed something, she'd mention being sleepy. And my parents would always give it. I do not believe Rachel intended to manipulate them. She was just a kid who learned to read rooms. But what concerned me was how my parents' attitudes toward me gradually shifted. If I requested fairness, they argued I lacked empathy. If I complained about partiality, they labeled me selfish and fortunate to be healthy. My mother always told me, "You should be grateful you didn't go through what your sister did." But there were times when, watching Rachel's boundless love, I secretly wished I was in that hospital bed instead. No one needed to remind me anymore. I knew where I stood in the family, as a typical youngster who did not require extra attention. And now your wish has come true. I was the one at the hospital. But I didn't see my parents beside my bedside, as they had for Rachel. Nobody stayed awake through the night. Nobody yelled out of dread. There was only one chilly, distant message. "Can't this wait? We're busy right now." That was when I realized the terrible truth. Being in the hospital does not garner you affection. Love has to be there already, waiting for an opportunity to manifest itself. To understand why my father's message hurt so much, I need to tell you about everything I gave up and contributed since I was 18. That year, my family was absolutely bankrupt. My father, Richard Bennett, had a modest transportation firm in Queens. However, the company failed due to a faulty investment in a failed logistics project, leaving us in debt for more than $600,000. I remember the night he sat at the kitchen table, his head buried in his hands, holding a bank foreclosure letter. His voice shook as he informed us, "We must move into a rental." I'm sorry, kids. Losing the house wasn't the most difficult aspect. It was seeing my father cry at a man I had always admired for his strength and unwavering resolve, suddenly sitting there like a broken man. My mother put a hand on his shoulder to console him, but I could see tears welling up in her eyes as well. We soon moved into a little rented apartment in the Bronx, and our entire lives transformed. My mother began working double shifts at a cleaning company to keep us afloat. My father spent his days applying for jobs, but his age and bankruptcy history resulted in one rejection after another. As for me, I resolved not to become another burden. Following graduation from high school, I was awarded a full scholarship to Baruch College. At the same time, I took on part-time jobs at a neighboring coffee shop, a Barnes & Noble bookstore, and teaching high school kids math on weekends. I worked approximately 40 hours each week and maintained a 3.8 GPA. Rachel did not apply for scholarships. She did not acquire a job. Instead, she enrolled in a community college with lesser tuition, but she still depended on our parents for everything, including tuition, meals, and new clothing. Despite the fact that finances were limited, my parents went above and above to help her. I remember telling her one dinner, "You should get a part-time job to help out." But before she could respond, my father cut in. "Rachel's health is still not fully stable after what she went through with meningitis. We can't push her too hard." Hearing him jump to her defense, Rachel gave a faint smile and said, "I'll look into it." But months passed, and she never did. And my parents continued to make excuses for her. After that night, I never mentioned it at the dinner table again. I graduated with a finance degree. Almost immediately, I got a position at Goldman Sachs with a starting salary of $80,000 a year, something most of my peers could only dream of. I had saved enough money to purchase my first condo on the Lower East Side. I didn't brag to anyone in my family. I was just quietly proud of what I had accomplished. My mother called in November, just before Christmas. She sounded exhausted. She replied, "Noah, the landlord just told us the rent is going up to $2,000 a month. We can't afford that. I don't know what we're going to do." Hearing it made my chest clench. Regardless of how unjust they had been to me, they were still my parents. I couldn't just sit back and watch them be forced into a rundown neighborhood because they couldn't afford rent. A week later, I decided to spend $300,000 from my money to buy them a tiny house in Astoria, Queens. It had one bedroom and a little garden in the back, which was enough to provide them with a secure living situation after years of suffering. My mother hugged me tightly the day I gave over the keys, saying, "Noah, I'm so proud of you. You're the best son I could ever ask for." At that point I smiled, convinced that all the hard years had been worthwhile. But that feeling only lasted 3 weeks. My mom called again on Thursday evening. This time her tone was cautious. She responded, "Noah, this house feels a bit small. Do you think you could get a bigger one so Rachel can move in with us? She just broke up with her boyfriend and needs family around her." I was stunned. Rachel worked full-time at a graphic design business and was financially secure enough to rent a place. I tried to remain calm, telling her, "Rachel can rent her apartment. She's an adult with an income." But my mother dismissed it. With a stronger tone, she answered, "Rachel only makes $50,000 a year, unlike you. And besides, she's a girl. She needs more protection." This made my blood boil. I said straight out, "I bought that house for you and Dad, not for it to become a shelter for Rachel. If you're unhappy, you can figure out another solution." There was silence for a few seconds. Then she replied in a mournful tone, "Noah, when did you become so selfish? Family is about love and sharing." And then I realized something painful. In my mother's perspective, anything I accomplished was only important if it benefited Rachel. Still, I let them stay in that house until the day I was laying in a hospital bed and received the message, "Can't this wait? We're busy right now." I eventually realized it was time to take back what was mine. Return to my story. I entered the office of Charles Harrison, one of Manhattan's most known attorneys. He was in his early 40s, with salt and pepper hair and piercing eyes under rimless spectacles. After hearing what I'd been through and my request, Mr. Harrison looked at me and asked in a calm, professional tone, "Mr. Bennett, are you sure about this decision? It's a significant and firm step to take against your own family." At that moment, I turned to gaze out the window. People on Madison Avenue went about their daily routines rapidly. Inside me, an emptiness expanded, as if I were standing outside of existence, seeing shards of happiness that I had never experienced. After a few seconds, I returned to Mr. Harrison and stated, "I've made my decision. Please proceed with the paperwork." A legal notice was issued to my parents' Astoria, Queens home. I had requested Mr. Harrison to write a legal letter advising them that they needed to evacuate the property within 30 days. The reason was clear. The owner wanted to regain the land for personal usage. As soon as they received the letter, my parents began calling non-stop. The phone rang from morning until night, but I did not answer. They exchanged text messages. I removed them without reading. They even showed up at my Wall Street office building, but I had already informed security that personal visits would not be allowed on my floor. The same day my granddad called. His voice sounded concerned. "Noah, I know you're angry, but is there any chance you'd reconsider? They're still your parents." I quietly responded, "Grandpa, do you remember what you told me when I was hospitalized? You said, 'Not everyone who shares your blood is truly family.' I understand what that means now." He went silent for a long time. Finally he sighed and replied, "I understand, Noah. I worry about you." I thanked him for calling and hung up, knowing I had reached the point of no return. After being released from the hospital, I called Lily at the number that my grandfather had worked so hard to obtain for me. For the first time, I was scared about inviting a woman to dinner. It was not because I lacked experience, it was because Lily was unlike anyone I had ever met. Our first date happened at a modest bistro in Greenwich Village. I thought we'd stick to the typical topics: work, hobbies, and the weather. But Lily wasn't interested in small talk. She wanted to know about the deeper issues. She inquired about my family, how I felt while in the hospital, and what had been on my mind regarding things I had never uttered aloud to anyone. What shocked me the most was Lily's lack of judgment. When I told her about my family, she simply listened and nodded as if she understood. I saw neither pity or astonishment in her eyes. Simply true empathy. After that night we began seeing one another more frequently, generally in the evenings. And with each meeting I saw a new aspect of her. Lily was born and reared in Brooklyn as the youngest of 3 sisters. She had not become a nurse due to pressure from her family. She picked it because she actually cared about people. That explained why she went above and beyond for me in the hospital, and why her kindness never felt obligatory. Our connection progressed faster than either of us imagined. Lily became the only person I wanted to share everything with. More importantly, she was the first person to make me feel truly appreciated for who I was, rather than what I could contribute. In the days that followed, word went quickly around the Bennett household that I had kicked my parents out. My parents told their version of the story, in which I was the ungrateful son who heartlessly abandoned his aging parents. The first call came from Aunt Carol, my mother's younger sister. I was drinking coffee and reading the Wall Street Journal before leaving for work when my phone rang. When I picked up, she yelled into the line, enraged. "Noah Bennett, what the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea your mother's been crying for 3 days straight?" I felt a deep and familiar fatigue pour over me. Aunt Carol did not inquire as to what had happened. She went directly to the accusation. Coldly, I responded, "Do you even know what my father did while I was in the hospital?" There was a pause. Then with a shaky voice she added, "Well, you can't just throw your parents out of their home." That was when I realized that discussing anything would be worthless. I hung up after saying, "Aunt Carol, this was my decision. I'm not going to argue about it." Less than 2 hours later, my cousin Tyler called. His tone was hostile from the beginning. "Noah, I heard what happened. What you did was messed up. No one in this family would ever do something like that." My hands began to shake as rage rose within me. I managed to speak with clenched teeth. "Tyler, don't call me again." I hung up right then. I did not bother explaining. I knew nobody would believe me anyway. For the remainder of the week, my phone rang non-stop. Distant relatives I scarcely knew called to chastise me. Friends of my parents called to calm me down. Even others I had never spoken to called to voice their outrage. Despite the ringing phones, ranting, guilt-tripping and lectures, one thing remained constant. I stood by my decision. Then, around 10 days after I submitted the notice to my parents to leave the house, the big storm hit. I recall it clearly. It was an early weekday morning. I was in my office preparing for a client appointment when Megan, my assistant, knocked on the door with a troubled expression. She responded, "Mr. Bennett, would you mind checking Facebook for a moment? There's a post going around, and it's about you." I grabbed my phone and accessed the link Rachel had emailed me. What I saw caused my heart to stop. My sister Rachel had made a post in a Facebook group called Family Drama. The post had 4 photographs. The first image was of my parents packing their possessions, looking tired and exhausted. The second featured a little moving truck loaded with boxes. The third image showed my mother sitting on the floor, face buried in her hands, wailing. And the last photograph was of me, taken a few years ago. The caption hit me like a punch in the chest. Noah Bennett has officially kicked his elderly parents out of their home. The house they've lived in for the past 2 years is now just another tool he's using to punish them. Money can buy a house, but it can't buy a conscience. Hundreds of comments poured in beneath the post. "OMG, who does that to their aging parents? This is exactly what's wrong with this ungrateful generation. People like this deserve to be boycotted." The world spun around me as I read through the deluge of fury. Megan glanced at me with concern. "Mr. Bennett, are you all right?" A few seconds later I gathered myself together and said, "Cancel all of my meetings today. I need time to deal with this." Rachel's post went viral, with over 5,000 shares in just hours. I received hundreds of messages from strangers via Messenger, most of them were packed with insults and hostility. And as I had anticipated, the following morning, Mr. Whitmore, the managing director of my division, summoned me to his office. He was in his mid-50s and had always admired me. When I walked in, he looked serious. He got right to the point. "Noah, I'm aware of what's happening with your family. Normally the company doesn't get involved in personal matters." My heart started to race. I knew what was coming. After a moment's pause he continued. "But this has started to affect the firm's reputation. We've received hundreds of calls from clients asking about you. Some have even said they don't want to work with a company that employs someone. So cruel." It felt like someone slapped me in the face. My voice quivered as I said, "Are you firing me?" Mr. Whitmore sighed and said, "No, Noah, you're a valuable employee. but I need you to take a paid leave of absence until things settle down. I hope you understand." I understood what he was saying despite his conciliatory tone. "My career has recently suffered a significant knock." I said calmly, "I understand, Mr. Whitmore, I'll take the leave." Then I exited his office. Later that day, when I saw the formal HR email confirming my leave of absence, I felt like an absolute failure. That afternoon, after leaving the office, I found myself again sitting across from attorney Charles Harrison. This time, a large folder was placed on the table. Inside were printed copies of Rachel's post, the hateful comments that followed, and, most crucially, my company's email putting me on leave. After evaluating everything, Mr. Harrison spoke in his normal professional manner. "Mr. Bennett, based on the evidence you've provided, we have a strong legal case to file a defamation lawsuit against Rachel Bennett for slander and damages to your reputation and financial standing." I had a moment of hesitation. After all, Rachel was still my sister. But then I remembered the barrage of harsh comments in the family drama group concerning the impact on my professional image. The customers lost. What a shame. The silence of those who were supposed to support me. A few seconds later, with determination in my voice, I stated, "Mr. Harrison, let's move forward. File the lawsuit." After leaving Harrison's office that day, I began my second response phase. I shared my first piece of proof, a screenshot of my father's text message from the day I was laying in a hospital bed, waiting for him to come in and sign the operation consent paperwork. The message was basic. "Can't this wait? We're busy right now." I did not write a caption. I did not explain. I included the screenshot directly beneath Rachel's original post. Then I shared it on my profile and reposted it in the family drama group in case she decided to delete her own. Almost quickly, public opinion divided. Some people began to defend me, saying things like, "If that's how the parents treated him when he was in the hospital, how can you blame him?" Others, particularly when Rachel claimed the text was manufactured, began to criticize me, labeling me ungrateful and a liar attempting to clean up his reputation. However, I no longer cared about their thoughts. After the lawsuit was finally filed in court, I obtained a certified copy from Mr. Harrison. Then I wrote it as a follow-up to my original message, plain and direct, stating that I would not back down. I was prepared to see this through until the conclusion. My mother called me. It was the first time she had called me after the disaster. She had already moved out of the house I had purchased for them in Astoria. I could hear her shaky voice as I answered. "Noah, can we talk?" she inquired. A searing pain struck me in the chest. Her voice sounded older and more delicate than I remember. I responded in a chilly tone, "What do you want to say?" Almost pleading, she added, "Noah, I know I made mistakes, but could you please drop the lawsuit against Rachel?" When she said those words, I felt a surge of rage like dry kindling catching fire. My blood beat and my heart raced. "Did you ever stop to think about what my life might become because of what she said?" I questioned in a steady but firm voice. She was silent. The line remained still, as if the air had frozen. She then remarked, hardly holding back tears, "She's still your sister, Noah. Family taking each other to court. It just isn't right." It felt like someone had driven a knife into my chest. Despite everything, she still cared exclusively about Rachel. With my throat tight and my voice shrill, I continued, "I'm not dropping the case. My family died a month ago, and now you all have to deal with the consequences." For the first time, I hung up on my mother. I didn't feel any regret. Not for 1 second. On Saturday night, I was sitting in the living room reading when the doorbell rang. It was approximately 8 p.m. Not exactly when I would anticipate visitors. When I opened the door, I froze. Rachel, my mother, and my father all stood in front of me. Rachel spoke first, her voice shaking. "Noah, I know I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you to drop the lawsuit." I gazed at her before turning to face our parents who were standing behind her. My father appeared years older. His hair had totally grayed, and his back was bent. My mother seemed thinner, her face depressed, as if she had been ill for some time. Rachel sobbed. "I'll lose my job if you don't drop the lawsuit. My husband's already talking about divorce. I'll lose everything." Hearing that, something twisted in my chest. She was still my sister after all. But then I remembered how it felt to be in that hospital bed alone and helpless. I remembered the outpourings of anger on social media. I recall witnessing my career unravel due to a lie. In a chilly tone, I asked, "Rachel, do you remember how no one came to see me when I was in the hospital? Do you know what it felt like to read that message from Dad?" Rachel said nothing. She kept her head lowered. My parents stood behind her, silent. After approximately a minute, my mother walked forward. Her voice was imploring. "Noah, please drop the lawsuit. I promise we'll make it up to you. I'll do anything you ask." When I heard that, I felt a strong sense of fatigue. I said quietly, "Mom, there are things you can't make up for. Reputation, trust, and dignity are almost impossible to return once they're gone. And real love doesn't come from obligation. So please, don't talk to me about making it up." I then turned to Rachel, who was still staring at the floor, and stated, "No one came for me when I was in the hospital, and now I can't be the one to come and save anyone." With that, I returned inside and closed the door. Through the glass, I noticed them standing there for a while. They finally turned and walked away. The Manhattan court heard my case against Rachel. The trial lasted 3 days and featured various family members and acquaintances in court. Attorney Charles Harrison had meticulously prepared his case. He explained piece by piece how Rachel's Facebook post had harmed my professional reputation and career. Lily sat in the row designated for my support, her hand firmly clutching mine whenever tension rose in the room. Her presence was my anchor, the most powerful source of strength during those awful court days. On the first day, Mr. Harrison forwarded my father's text message to the one he sent while I was in the hospital. When it was read aloud in court, I witnessed numerous individuals shaking their heads and plainly upset. On the second day, expert witnesses in media and reputation management took the stand. They talked about how Rachel's post went viral and how that exposure affected my public image. According to Dr. Collins, a social media expert, this post was shared over 5,000 times and generated thousands of negative comments. The damage to the plaintiff's reputation is both severe and long-lasting. On the third day, Rachel finally admitted complete responsibility. With a shaky voice, she told the court, "I admit I didn't take the time to understand the full situation before posting. I let my emotions take over and caused serious harm to my brother." When the judge inquired if she had intended to destroy my reputation, Rachel responded, "No, Your Honor, but I understand that intent does not excuse the consequences." After 3 days of testimony, the jury just required 2 hours to reach a decision. Judge Whitman, a severe guy in his mid-50s, announced the verdict aloud. Rachel was required to issue a public apology on all social media platforms where the original message was disseminated. She was also forced to pay $20,000 in emotional damages and $45,000 in professional losses as a result of my 3-month suspension from work, for a total of $65,000 due within 60 days. As the decision was read, I noticed Rachel drop into her seat, her face pallid. Her husband Evan sat beside her in silence. My folks were speechless. Lily gripped my hand, whispering, "It's over now." Rachel posted her court-mandated apologies the day following the ruling. She wrote, "I was wrong to post false information about my brother, Noah Bennett. I apologize for the damage caused to his reputation and career. I've learned that truth matters more than emotion." But the apologies arrived too late. Rachel's design studio terminated her contract as soon as the verdict was announced. Evan filed for divorce shortly after, citing extreme stress and financial difficulties. I did not feel victorious as I saw Rachel's life fall apart. I did not feel fulfilled. I had an overpowering sense of emptiness, as if I had just won a battle that no one wanted to fight. My life has regained its rhythm. Following the lawsuit, Mr. Whitmore promoted me to vice president. He spoke to me. "Noah, how you handled that crisis shows the composure of a real leader. I have no idea where my parents or Rachel are living right now. My life is now allocated exclusively for those who genuinely matter. My grandfather Henry is the person I talk to the most. On weekends, Lily and I usually go see him in Brooklyn. He's always excited to see us, especially now that Lily is pregnant with our first kid. Lily and I got married in a tiny, intimate ceremony. Only her family and my grandfather were present. My parents and Rachel were not invited, but I did not feel left out. It was the happiest day of my life." Lily is 6 months along. Every night I place my palm on her abdomen and feel our baby girl's small kicks. We already know her name, Grace. I've since rented out my parents' old Astoria house for $2,000 per month. Every penny goes to a fund for Grace's future education. I am not posting this story to complain. And I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm telling you this because I know there are individuals like me who have wasted years believing that if they simply worked hard enough, were decent enough, and provided enough, their family would love them back. Eventually, they realize their worth. But the truth is that not all families are worth your commitment. If you are listening to this and feel like you are the only one left behind, please know that you are not alone, And you're not wrong for walking away. Before I complete the story, I'd like to ask you who has been with me through every word, memory, and moment. Was it immoral of me to ask my parents to leave the home I had purchased with my own hands? Was I wrong to take my sister to court to defend the truth and my reputation? Please share your opinions in the comments. I would love to hear your tale. If you've experienced unpleasant family boundaries and any of this resonates with you, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I will continue to share family tales and create boundaries, not to exclude others, but to protect myself. Thank you very much for listening. And if you're in the heart of a storm right now, realize that you're not alone. I wish you peace today and every day. My sister spilled coffee on my 6,500 heirloom wedding dress, then played the victim, so I took my revenge and cut her out of my life. The morning of my wedding, I woke up at 5:42 a.m. hours before my alarm. Not because of nerves or excitement, I just had this feeling. Like something was brewing. A knot I couldn't explain. I lay there in bed at the Rosewood Inn bridal suite, watching the early morning light filter through the curtains, and tried to focus on what the day was supposed to be about. Love. Celebration. Family. That last word caught in my throat a little. Family. Because as much as I wanted this day to be perfect, there was one person who'd made it very clear she wasn't rooting for me. My older sister, Karen. We've never been close. Growing up, Karen was always the star, gorgeous, magnetic, the kind of girl who walked into a room and turned it into her stage. I was the quiet one. The planner. The fixer. The one who picked up her messes while she basked in attention. Still, she was my sister. And despite everything, I always held out hope that someday we'd get past the rivalry and the subtle cruelty she liked to disguise as jokes. But over the past year, ever since I got engaged, things got worse. Karen made snide comments about my ring. Cute, dainty, you always did like safe choices. Laughed off every wedding planning update I excitedly shared, and RSVP'd maybe to both the bridal shower and the rehearsal dinner. But I kept inviting her. Kept including her. I kept hoping. That hope died a slow death the day of my bridal shower. We hosted it at my best friend Tessa's house, just a simple garden party with finger foods and laughter. At first Karen acted gracious, too gracious. She gave me this brittle smile and handed me a gift bag that looked like it had been tossed in the trunk of her car for a week. Inside was a pack of wrinkle-reducing eye masks and a size extra large white satin robe. I wear a size small. Everyone knew that. Oh, I said, holding up the robe awkwardly. Thanks, Karen. She sipped her mimosa, eyes wide with fake innocence. Well, I figured with the stress, weight and all. The room went silent. I laughed it off. Because that's what I'd been trained to do with Karen. Minimize, redirect, pretend. But something shifted that day. I pulled Tessa aside later and asked her quietly if she'd mind installing a small camera in the bridal suite on the wedding day. Just to make sure everything stayed untampered with. Not because I thought Karen would do anything well, not anything major, but because I didn't trust her not to. Tessa didn't even blink. Got it. Discreet. Done. So on the morning of my wedding, as I sat in a white silk robe, in my actual size, sipping lavender tea and letting the hairstylist pin my curls, I reminded myself, you're prepared. Nothing she does can touch you today. I believed that. Right up until she walked through the door. Hello, bride squad. Karen's voice rang through the suite like a bell you don't want to hear. Every head turned. Tessa's eyes narrowed. My mother froze mid-conversation with the makeup artist. My other bridesmaids all exchanged looks. Karen was in full glam false lashes, waves down to her waist, and a skin-tight blush pink dress that did not read supportive sibling. More like trying to upstage the bride. I wasn't sure I'd make it, she announced, setting down a massive Starbucks cup on the vanity. But I figured, what's a wedding without family, right? I stood slowly, trying to keep my voice calm. Karen, I thought you weren't coming until the ceremony. I couldn't miss seeing you before your big moment. Her smile was too wide. Besides, Mom said your dress is to die for. Where is it? I paused. Every cell in my body said, no. But my mother, bless her oblivious heart, stepped in, clearly desperate for harmony. Oh, it's hanging right over there, she said, pointing to the custom dress bag by the window. It's been altered from your grandmother's gown, remember? She looks like a dream in it. Karen's gaze slid to the bag. Something flickered in her eyes. Wow, she murmured. You really leaned into the vintage vibe, huh? It's special to me, I replied carefully. Grandma wore it in 1954. We had it cleaned, updated, but the lace is original. Well, let me help you get ready, she said too sweetly. We've had our ups and downs, but I want this day to be amazing for you. Before I could answer, she picked up her Starbucks cup and started moving toward the vanity near the dress. Tessa rose from her seat. I've got it, she said lightly. I'll help Mia with the dress. Why don't you catch up with Mom? Karen smiled that tight smile again and backed off just for a moment. But I saw it. The flash of something in her face, not hurt, not disappointed. Something colder. Calculating. That's when I knew. This wasn't over. And sure enough, 10 minutes later, when I stepped into the bathroom for a moment to fix my lipstick, I heard it. Oh my God! A shriek from the bridal suite. I rushed out barefoot. My heart dropped when I saw it. The gown. Laid out, partially unzipped, now with a dark spreading coffee stain right across the bodice and train. Karen was standing nearby, both hands covering her mouth. I didn't mean to, she gasped. My coffee, someone bumped me. No. One touched you, Tessa said quietly. I swear, it just slipped, Karen insisted, eyes wide, trembling slightly. I stared at the gown. The dress I'd spent months restoring. The last piece of my grandmother I had left. Ruined. Or at least, that's what Karen thought. What she didn't know was that everything, every single moment was recorded. I stood frozen, staring at the deep coffee stain soaking through delicate lace and silk. The bridal suite fell silent except for Karen's theatrical gasping. Oh my God, Mia, I'm so sorry, she said again, tears brimming conveniently in her eyes. It was an accident, I swear. I was just trying to move my coffee. With the lid off? Tessa cut in, arms folded tightly. Karen sniffled. It must have been loose. I didn't know. I didn't say a word. Not yet. I just walked slowly toward the dress, heart pounding so loud I could barely hear anything else. My mother rushed to my side, her voice shaky. We'll fix it. We'll find someone cleaner. We have time, right? It was 9:12 a.m. The ceremony was at 1. There was no time. I turned to my bridesmaids. Half looked horrified. Half looked furious. Tessa just met my eyes. She did it on purpose, she said softly. Karen gasped, hand flying to her chest. Are you kidding me right now? Tessa didn't flinch. We were all standing in this room. No one bumped you. You were alone near the vanity. And I watched you move the cup next to the dress minutes ago. I was just clearing space. Karen's voice rose, trembled, like she couldn't believe she was being accused. God. I try to make peace and this is what I get? You tried to make a scene, I said, finally breaking my silence. And you got one. Karen turned to me, wounded eyes flashing. I said I was sorry. I looked at her for a long moment. You didn't say why. She blinked. Why what? Why did you really come here today? Why can't you stand the idea of me having one moment that isn't about you? Her jaw tightened. That's ridiculous. I nodded once. Then I turned to Tessa. Plan B. She lit up like she'd been waiting for that signal all morning. On it. She pulled out a sleek garment bag from the back of the suite closet, one we'd hidden behind other dresses and props. The room collectively gasped as she unzipped it, revealing a second gown. Not vintage, not lacy, but stunning. Custom made. Ivory satin, deep V-neck, minimalist silhouette with delicate beading at the waist. Elegant. Strong. Mine. Karen's face went blank. She stared at the dress like it slapped her. What is that? She asked flatly. My actual wedding dress, I said. Calmly. The other one was sentimental, but this is the one I plan to wear if anything unexpected happened. Tessa grinned. And wouldn't you know it? Something unexpected happened. Karen looked like she wanted to scream, but the room was spinning too fast for her to grab control. My bridesmaids swarmed to help me out of the robe. My makeup artist rushed in with a steamer. My mother stood frozen, torn between grief over the ruined heirloom and shock that I had a backup dress at all. I don't understand, Mom whispered. You said Grandma's dress was the one. It was, I said gently. But after the shower, I got nervous. About what Karen might do. Karen scoffed. Oh, for God's sake, I didn't ruin your dress on purpose. You're being paranoid. I met her eyes. Calm. Steady. Good thing I'm also paranoid with receipts. She blinked. What? I looked over at the flower arrangement near the vanity, the one tucked behind the hanging mirror. It was artificial, silk roses and eucalyptus, with a small pinhole camera nestled in the middle. I had a camera installed. The room went dead silent. What? Karen said again, voice suddenly smaller. I didn't want to believe you'd actually do anything to hurt me, I said. But after the bridal shower, after the robe, the comments, the looks, I couldn't take that chance. Karen's face paled. Did you spy on me? I protected myself, I replied. From you? My mom gasped softly. Karen opened and closed her mouth like a fish yanked out of water. I want to see it, she snapped. If you're going to accuse me, I have a right to see. Oh, you will, I said. Because I hadn't watched the footage yet either. But I didn't need to. I knew what I'd find. And I knew exactly when to show it. Karen looked around the room, as if someone might come to her defense. But no one moved. My bridesmaid Dana broke the silence. Wow. You really played yourself, huh? Karen's mouth twisted. I didn't do anything. It was an accident. You all just love thinking the worst of me. No, I said, stepping toward her, gown halfway zipped, hair still half curled. We've all just finally stopped pretending the best of you. Karen's expression shattered. I turned back to the mirror and smiled as my new dress was fastened around me. Because the real show hadn't even started yet. By the time I stepped out of the bridal suite, fully dressed in my backup gown, you'd never know a disaster had happened. The satin clung perfectly. My hair had been touched up. Lipstick reapplied. I looked like a bride. A calm, radiant bride. But inside? I was vibrating. Because my sister had tried to destroy the most important day of my life. And she thought she got away with it. My father met me at the end of the hallway, eyes wide with emotion. You look beautiful, he whispered, his voice catching. Just like your mother on our wedding day. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Thanks, Dad. He didn't know yet. About the dress. About the camera. About what I planned to do after the vows. Because I'd made a decision. Let her have her audience. Let her sit at the reception, smiling like the perfect sister. Let her toast me with fake warmth and hollow compliments. And then? Let her watch herself burn. The ceremony itself was everything I'd hoped for. Simple, heartfelt. Surrounded by people who truly loved us. My fiancé Josh looked at me like I was the only person in the world. He didn't know yet either, not the full extent of it, but he knew enough to sense something had gone down. As we stood at the altar and exchanged vows, I focused only on him. On the life we were about to build. Karen was seated in the front row, one leg crossed elegantly over the other, her face frozen in a neutral expression. Her blush dress stood out against the sea of navy and neutrals. My mother kept glancing nervously in her direction. But Karen? She didn't flinch. She didn't crack. She looked like someone who thought she'd dodged a bullet. And in a way, she had. Until the reception. The ballroom was buzzing. Dinner had been served, speeches were underway, and everyone was finally loosening up. Laughter floated through the room. Champagne flowed freely. I waited until the father-daughter dance ended to make my move. Josh squeezed my hand as the DJ faded out the music. You ready? He asked quietly. I nodded. The DJ tapped the mic. All right, folks. The bride would like to say a few words. I walked to the stage. My heels clicked softly against the polished wood. The chandelier above glowed, casting delicate light on the crowd of friends and family smiling up at me. Karen sat near the front, sipping wine, a slight smirk tugging at her lips. I smiled back. Fake meets fake. Hi everyone, I began, my voice steady. I want to thank you all for being here on this day. It's been eventful. A few polite chuckles. I smiled again, but this time it was different. Sharper. Tessa stood at the side of the stage, holding a small remote. Weddings are complicated. So are families, I said, scanning the crowd slowly. But one thing I've learned is that when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Karen shifted slightly. Some of you may not know, but the gown I wore today wasn't the original one I had planned. The original dress my grandmother's was destroyed this morning in what was claimed to be an accident. Gasps, murmurs. Karen stiffened. I kept going. What many don't know is that after a series of incidents leading up to the wedding, I felt the need to protect myself. So I had a small camera installed in the bridal suite. I heard the sharp inhale before I saw her move. Karen stood abruptly. You've got to be kidding me. I raised my hand. And since we're all here, and since this is a celebration of truth and love, I thought it would be a perfect time to share what really happened. Tessa hit play. The projector screen flickered to life behind me. The video was time-stamped at 8:57 a.m. The bridal suite. Empty. Except for Karen. She looked around. Moved toward the vanity. Picked up her Starbucks cup. Then she unscrewed the lid. Gasps rose from the crowd. She glanced toward the door. Took one last look at the dress. And tipped the cup forward slowly, letting the coffee drip in a thin line across the bodice. Then, when some of it didn't hit, she bent down and nudged it with her foot. The footage ended with her jumping back and throwing her hands up just as the door opened. Silence. Complete, stunned silence. Then a single, "Jesus Christ," from somewhere in the back. Karen was frozen. People were turning to stare. My father stood up slowly, face pale. "I didn't," Karen stammered. "It wasn't like that." "You ruined our grandmother's gown," I said, my voice sharp as glass. "You ruined something sacred, not because of coffee, not because of clumsiness, but because you couldn't stand that this day wasn't about you." "She's lying," Karen cried. "That video doesn't prove anything." "It proves everything," I said. And Karen realized in that moment that no one was on her side. Karen stood there like a statue, wine glass trembling in her hand, eyes darting from face to face as the room absorbed the truth. She tried to laugh, just a small, brittle sound, but no one joined her. "Come on," she said, voice thin. "You really think I'd do that? On my sister's wedding day?" No one answered. My father stepped forward, slow and careful, like someone approaching a wounded animal. "Karen," he said quietly. "Please tell me that wasn't what it looked like." Karen's eyes shimmered. Her lower lip trembled, the performance barely holding. "You think I'd sabotage her," she said louder now. "That I'd destroy Mom's dress? That I'd do something so evil?" My mom stood beside Dad now, face pale and unreadable. "I want to believe you didn't," Karen's voice cracked. "I was trying to help. I wanted to be part of the day. I thought if I got close to the dress, maybe Mia would finally let me." She faltered. "Let you what?" I asked, stepping closer. "Let you back in? You don't earn your way back in by destroying something I loved." Karen blinked rapidly. "You never loved me the way you love your friends. Or Josh. You always kept me at arm's length." "That's because you always brought a knife with you," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The crowd murmured again. Not loud. Just enough to feel like wind against a house of cards. Karen's house was swaying. "I didn't think the camera would catch that much," she said suddenly. The sentence slipped out, soft and unfiltered. Her eyes widened too late. You could feel the collective snap of realization in the room. "Oh my God," my cousin whispered. She looked around, panicked. "That's not what I meant. I mean, this is being twisted. You don't know what it's like. You're all judging me, but none of you know how it feels to be invisible while she gets everything." "You made yourself invisible," Tessa shot back. "By burning every bridge you ever crossed." Karen's gaze landed on me again. For a moment she looked like the big sister I remembered from when I was 6. The one who once braided my hair and told me scary stories by flashlight. But that person had disappeared a long time ago. "I just wanted one moment," she said softly. "One moment where I mattered." "You were my maid of honor until you started attacking me behind my back," I said. "You mattered. But you chose to ruin that." She shook her head slowly. "You think I'm the villain. But I'm the one who's always been second. Always the mistake. Always the backup plan. And now you've made yourself the footnote," I said, just as quiet. "You didn't ruin my day. You just removed yourself from it." Josh stepped up behind me, his hand sliding into mine. "Let's go," he said gently. "You've said what needed to be said." But I wasn't done. I looked at the guests, people who had driven in from other states, who had taken time off, booked hotels, babysitters, all to be here for us. For this. "I know this isn't what any of you expected," I said. "But I believe in honesty. And today was never going to be perfect. But it is real. And that's what matters to me." I turned to the DJ. "Let's reset the music. There's still dancing to be done." Applause erupted. A bit tentative at first, but real. Karen stood off to the side, alone, clutching her wine like a life raft. My parents stayed. Frozen for a beat. Then, my father walked away without a word. My mother lingered. She turned to Karen, reached out like she might say something, but then pulled her hand back. And followed him. The next hour was a blur of music, hugs and people whispering versions of, "good for you," or, "she needed to be exposed," or my personal favorite from Josh's aunt. "That girl should have been yeeted into a fountain." Karen didn't leave right away. She stood by the dessert table for a while, pretending to be too cool to care, but her eyes kept darting toward the dance floor where I was spinning, laughing, living. Eventually, she left without saying goodbye. She didn't even take a slice of cake. Later that night, as Josh and I collapsed into the suite, exhausted and slightly tipsy, he wrapped an arm around me and said, "You handled that like a queen." "She thought she was going to upstage me," I murmured. "You outshone her without even trying." I stared at the ceiling. "Do you think I went too far?" "No," he said without hesitation. "You gave her more grace than she deserved. You didn't humiliate her. You held her accountable. She'll hate me forever." "She already did," he replied. "Now she just has fewer people to hide it from." I rolled over, curled into him. "She ruined the dress," I whispered. "And she didn't break you." I didn't hear from Karen for 3 weeks. No apology, no explanation, just silence. And honestly, that was louder than anything she could have said. The video went semi-viral within our extended family. My cousin posted a vague TikTok about the wedding dress sabotage caught on camera that got over 300,000 views before she took it down under family pressure. People reached out from high school, old coworkers, even my college roommate, half in shock, half in admiration, and through it all, I kept waiting for the part where it hit me. Where I broke down crying. Where I grieved the sister I'd lost. But that grief. It had come long before the wedding. That day just made it official. What did come was a letter. Mailed. Handwritten. Sent to my new address under my married name, which meant she'd gone out of her way to find it. The envelope had no return address. The writing on the front was tight, sharp, and unmistakably hers. Josh found it first. "You sure you want to read it?" he asked, standing in the doorway of our new apartment, holding the envelope like it might bite. I took it slowly. "I want to know what she thinks she has left to say." I opened it at the kitchen table, the late afternoon sun casting stripes across the page. It started with, "Mia, I assume you hate me, that's fair." There was no greeting. No dear, just my name like a bruise. She went on. "I've watched the video about 100 times, everyone has. I've been called everything from a narcissist to a sociopath. Maybe I am. I don't know. I do know I hurt you. And I'm sorry." I paused there. Waited for the word, but. It came 3 lines later. "But you humiliated me. You didn't have to do it that way. You could have talked to me. Privately." I actually laughed. Out loud. Because that's what she never got. I had talked to her. For years. I'd tried the soft approach. The quiet forgiveness. The endless emotional labor of keeping the peace while she set fires. She just never listened unless she had an audience. The letter rambled. Some parts sounded sincere. Others, defensive and wounded. She said she was going to therapy. That she was looking at some of her patterns. She didn't ask for a relationship. Didn't ask to meet up. The last line simply read, "I hope someday you'll remember that I'm your sister." I stared at that sentence for a long time, because that was the thing. She was my sister. Not a stranger. Not a random toxic friend I could ghost and forget. We'd shared bunk beds and bath towels and Christmas mornings. We'd laughed over dumb TV shows and fought over borrowed clothes. She'd once punched a girl in 8th grade who called me weird. I'd lied to cover for her when she snuck out in high school. She was my sister. And she still chose to betray me. I folded the letter, placed it in a drawer, and didn't respond. A few months later, I ran into my mom at a family gathering. It was my cousin Leah's baby shower. It was small, sweet, nothing dramatic. Until I walked in. My mother blinked when she saw me. Her arms opened automatically, like she wasn't sure whether to hug me or apologize. "I didn't know you were coming," she said softly. "Leah invited me directly," I replied. A beat of silence. "I didn't know she had," she murmured. "I thought that I wouldn't show my face?" She looked down. "That maybe you needed space, from all of us." I sipped my lemonade. I needed space from Karen. The rest of you had a choice to make. Some made it quietly. She winced. "She's my daughter too." "And I'm your daughter," I said. "And she ruined my wedding dress, lied to your face, and tried to play victim when I refused to let her keep getting away with it." "I know." I set my drink down. "Do you?" Her eyes filled. She hasn't been the same, after everything. She's lonely, and bitter. And she blames herself but also can't quite say it out loud. She did say it, I said, nodding. In a letter. Mom blinked in surprise. She sent you one? Yeah. But it wasn't for me. It was for her. To feel like she did something. Like maybe the apology counts if you write it on paper and never back it up with action. My mother reached for my hand. I'm proud of you, she whispered. For standing up. For refusing to let her rewrite the story again. I looked at her, tears suddenly threatening. I didn't want to lose my sister, I said. I know, she whispered. I lost her too. We sat in silence for a while. Karen didn't come to the baby shower. No one asked why. My mom and sister made me reject my dream job to support them, but I later discovered that my mom had illegally drained the college funds Dad left. Have you ever felt like your own family is purposely sabotaging your future? That is exactly what I, 22F, am struggling with right now. My mother, 45F, and sister, 19F, recently pushed me to turn down a fantastic job offer at a major tech company in San Jose, and I'm still trying to absorb what happened. Let me paint you a picture of how we arrived here. 2 years ago, my father died in a vehicle accident on his way home from work. He was the type of father who never missed any of my coding competitions or academic events, even when he was overburdened with work. Every Sunday morning, we had this custom where he'd cook his famous pancakes, which were simply regular pancakes with chocolate chips, but he was so proud of them. He'd tell us stories from his college days while flipping them and cracking us up with his bad dad jokes. Prior to the accident, our family life was not perfect, but it was stable. My parents had troubles, as do all couples, but they balanced each other out nicely. Dad was the calm, analytical kind who could settle any issue with his careful reasoning, whereas Mom was more emotional and impetuous. They made it work, and our home felt secure and predictable. Everything changed following Dad's death. It wasn't simply the evident loss, it was as if our entire family dynamic had collapsed. Mom became emotionally dependent on my younger sister Ashley, or perhaps the other way around. Regardless, they created a tight, even smothering bond that made me feel like an alien in my own family. Ashley became the focus of Mom's universe, while I was consigned to the role of the responsible one, expected to give up everything for the family's sake. I should clarify about Ashley. Even before Dad died, she was always the most theatrical member of the family. I was the quiet kid who spent hours coding in my room, while she was the social butterfly who required constant attention. Dad used to balance Mom's tendency to accommodate Ashley's every desire, but now he was gone, there was no one to provide a reality check. Their relationship evolved gradually but unmistakably. Ashley's little crises escalated into family emergencies. When she didn't make the cheerleading squad in her senior year of high school, her mother let her miss school for a week and maxed up her credit card with comfort items. When she didn't get into her first choice institution, Mom spent 2 weeks calling administrators and even applying for a loan to make a donation to the school. Meanwhile, I tried to keep everything together. I maintained a 4.0 GPA in computer science, worked part-time at the university's IT department to help pay bills, and cared for my younger brother, Tommy, 10 million. Tommy is such a sweet kid. He's the only one who still sees me as a real person, rather than a tool to be utilized when necessary. I graduated from college this year with a computer science degree, and against all chances, I received an incredible job offer from one of San Jose's top IT businesses. The interview process was harsh, with 6 rounds of technical interviews, coding challenges, and behavioral tests. I prepared for months, staying up late to learn algorithms and data structures while also fulfilling my family responsibilities. When I received the offer letter, I couldn't believe my eyes. The base salary was $125,000, plus a signing bonus and stock options that made my head spin. This wasn't simply a job. It was an opportunity to establish a legitimate career and possibly even aid my family financially. Once I was established, I could finally repay all of my student loans, which Mom couldn't co-sign for because she was too busy paying off Ashley's shopping bills. But last week, Mom entered my room with that expression on her face, as if she were going to explode a bomb that would destroy everything. She sat on my bed, took up the plush penguin Dad bought me for my 16th birthday, one of the few things I still have from him, and said, "Olivia, we need to talk about your job offer." My stomach immediately sank. She went on to tell me that Ashley was struggling with her first year of college and needed to take a vacation. She apparently has anxiety and needs to return home. This entails additional expenses, which Mom cannot handle alone. She advised me to ignore the San Jose offer and seek a local job instead so that I could help with the finances and care for Tommy. Ashley's worry manifests itself mysteriously when things don't go her way. She had no issue performing in a 3-hour dance showcase last month, but when her teachers required her to attend morning courses, she experienced crippling social anxiety. She can spend hours at parties with her friends, documenting every second to Instagram, yet she supposedly has panic attacks when it comes time to study for tests. I tried to reason with Mom. I spent hours showing her my financial plans, explaining how I would send money home once I had settled in, and even promising to assist Ashley in finding resources for her purported mental health difficulties. But Mom would not hear it. Family comes first, she kept stressing, as if my desires and goals were not important to the family's well-being. What is the worst part? While I was talking with Mom, Ashley was in her room, sharing images of her recent shopping trip on Instagram. The same sibling who claims she is too anxious to continue college spent hundreds of dollars on new clothes and makeup. I saw the receipts in her email. Yes, we have a family computer. She spent $876 at Sephora last week. That's more than I've spent on groceries in 2 months. When I pointed this up to Mom, she became defensive. Ashley is sensitive. She needs these things to feel better, she told me. You've always been the strong one, Olivia. You can handle disappointment better. That's when it struck me. I was the strong one in this family, which meant that my feelings and dreams were irrelevant. The following days were a flurry of anxiety and desperate planning. I contacted my college advisor, who was outraged by the scenario but couldn't provide much assistance. I called the company's HR department to explain my predicament and request additional time, but they could only extend the deadline by a few days. Without family assistance or a co-signer for an apartment contract in San Jose, my options were quickly dwindling. I even attempted to appeal to Mom's sensible side. I produced a detailed spreadsheet demonstrating how my San Jose salary will benefit the family more in the long run than a local job paying half the amount. I looked for local therapists that could help Ashley cope with her anxiety while still allowing her to attend school. I volunteered to schedule regular video conversations with Tommy to keep involved in his life. Nothing worked. How did Mom respond? Your father would be so disappointed in you for being so selfish. It stung more than anything else. Dad was the one who bought my first computer, stayed up late to help me debug my first programs, and always encouraged me to dream big. Using his memory to control me seemed like a new low. That's when something unexpected occurred. My Uncle James, 42 million, Dad's younger brother, arrived abruptly at our doorstep yesterday. He's always been the cool uncle who pays attention, but we hadn't seen much of him since Dad's burial. He'd apparently been trying to call Mom for weeks, but she was ignoring him. He looked at my face and knew something was amiss. While Mom was preoccupied with Ashley's current crisis, she was crying because someone had unfollowed her on Instagram. Uncle James and I sat on the back porch, where Dad used to educate me about constellations on clear evenings. I told him everything. I told him about the job offer, Mom's demands, Ashley's spending habits, and how I felt as if my future was slipping away. Tommy came out to join us as I was speaking, cuddling up next to me as he often does when he notices I'm angry. He's incredibly perceptive for a 10-year-old. Tommy acquired Dad's quiet brilliance and empathy, whilst Ashley inherited Mom's dramatic tendencies. Since Dad's death, he has been my primary source of genuine affection in this house. Instead of simply sympathizing, Uncle James had a determined expression in his eyes, similar to how Dad would appear when he was solving a problem. Your dad would never have wanted this for you, he replied, his voice firm but gentle. Then he made me an offer that would change everything. He has a guest home near his business in a city about an hour from San Jose, and he's prepared to let me stay there for free until I get established. He even offered to co-sign any required loans. While we were conversing, I received a text from my probable future manager at the IT company. She stated she was impressed with my interviews and was excited to have me on the team. They are working on several cutting-edge AI initiatives that are completely aligned with my interests. Reading that message while sitting next to the lone adult who seemed to care about my future felt like the universe was sending me a signal. For the first time in weeks, I felt hopeful. However, when we informed Mom about this possibility, she exploded. The transition was sudden and frightening. She transformed from the passive-aggressive manipulator I had become accustomed to into someone I hardly knew. She accused me of leaving my family, called me selfish, and then dropped a bombshell I didn't see coming. You're just like your father, always putting yourself first. Uncle James intervened quickly, telling Mom she was out of line. He reminded her that Dad had worked tirelessly to support this family. That he had taken the late shift at work, the one he was driving home from when the tragedy occurred, in order to pay for Ashley's dance lessons. The fight that followed was heated, with Ashley joining in to call me selfish and Tommy crying in the corner. The things Mom said during that dispute indicated a lot about how she truly regards me. Apparently, I was always difficult, even as a child. My concentrate on academics rather than socializing was unusual. Even my decision to study computer technology rather than something more suitable for a girl was indicative of my defiance. It seemed as if years of animosity had finally been released. I'm currently sitting in my room, surrounded by half-packed boxes. Uncle James demanded I begin packing just in case, and I'm now trying to figure out what to do next. On one side of my laptop screen, there is a job offer letter, and on the other, there are San Jose apartment ads. The deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m., Pacific Standard Time. Uncle James is downstairs, ready to assist me if I decide to move out. But Mom's warning to cut me off completely if I leave still rings in my ears. Tommy left a note under my door a few minutes ago. In his shaky handwriting, he wrote, "I love you, Olivia. Dad would want you to be happy." I'm trying not to cry on the page while I type this. I realize this is long, but I needed to get it out. I understand that this is tricky, but am I wrong in wanting to take advantage of this opportunity? Should I give up my work to keep the family at peace, or should I accept Uncle James' offer and risk ruining my connection with Mom and Ashley? I've spent my entire life being responsible, dependable, and willing to make sacrifices. For once, I'd like to select myself. But my guilt is eating me alive. What if Mom is correct? What if I'm being selfish? I will provide an update after I have reached a decision. My hands are shaking so terribly that I can hardly type this. Thank you for reading. If you've made it this far, any advice is welcome. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd want to thank everyone who left positive comments on my previous post. Your remarks provided me the strength to make a decision. I chose to accept the job offer and seek Uncle James' assistance. But what occurred next completely surprised me. The morning after I made my decision, I got up early to begin transferring my belongings. Mom and Ashley weren't talking to me, as I expected. I didn't expect to see my laptop missing from my desk. Following a frenzied hunt, I discovered it in Ashley's room. She attempted to send an email denying my employment offer from my account. Thankfully, she was unaware of the two-factor authentication I had set up. When confronted, Mom defended her. Ashley was just trying to protect our family. That was the moment I knew I had made the correct decision. Uncle James helped me load everything into his vehicle while Mom and Ashley watched from the window, not even coming down to say goodbye. Only Tommy ran out to hug me, putting his favorite action figure in my pocket and murmuring, "For good luck." The drive to Uncle James' house was relatively peaceful. He didn't force me to communicate, just let me analyze everything while my favorite indie rock station played softly in the background. It reminded me of drives I used to take with Dad to clear my mind. Getting situated in the guest house was weird. It's little but ideal for me, a studio with a tiny kitchen and a workstation by the window. Uncle James had already set up a workstation for me, complete with 2 monitors. "Your dad would have wanted you to have the right setup," he told me. The true shock occurred as I was organizing my documents for the new employment. I discovered an old envelope in Dad's work briefcase that Uncle James had kept in storage. Inside were letters from Dad to each of us kids, intended to be opened when we turned 25. I know I shouldn't have opened mine so early, but with everything going on, I needed some connection with him. The letter altered everything. Dad described his own experiences with family pressure. When he was younger, his parents wanted him to take over their modest business, but he chose to study engineering instead. He wrote about how happy he was of my interest in technology and hoped I'd have the fortitude to pursue my aspirations, even if it meant making difficult decisions. But there was something else in the envelope. Bank statements indicating that Dad had established a separate savings account for my college tuition. I never known about this account. It had enough money to cover at least 2 years' tuition. When I showed these to Uncle James, his expression worsened. He made several calls and discovered that Mom had somehow gotten access to this account after Dad died and fully depleted it. I started a new job yesterday. The staff is great, and the projects are even more exciting than I anticipated. My boss personally led me around and introduced me to everyone. During lunch, she mentioned that she had been pulling for me since my interview, especially when I solved a particularly difficult coding problem in an unusual manner. Mom has been phoning non-stop since I left, leaving voicemails alternating between guilt and rage. Ashley wrote a lengthy diatribe on social media about how I had abandoned the family. I've blocked them both for now. I need room to concentrate on my fresh beginning. Uncle James helped me open a separate bank account from Mom's, and I'm learning about financial independence from a coworker who also offers personal finance classes. I am also looking at therapy choices that are covered by my new health insurance. The toughest part is missing Tommy. We video chat every night before his bedtime while Mom attends her evening yoga session. He had been telling me about his science project, and his eyes brightened up when I offered to help him code a simple game for it. I keep rereading Dad's letter anytime I'm feeling guilty. One line in particular stands out. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is choose your own path, even when others try to hold you back out of their own fear. There's more to look into with the education fund, and Uncle James is assisting me in gathering information. I'll provide another update once I have more information. For the time being, I'm focusing on learning my new work and creating my new life, one day at a time. Update number 2. It has been 3 weeks since my previous update. I regret for the delay, but what I discovered necessitated thorough investigation and legal consulting before I felt safe publishing. Remember the college fund that I mentioned discovering in Dad's papers? Uncle James and I have spent the past few weeks trying to figure out what happened to that money. What we discovered was far worse than we had feared. With the help of Dad's old bank colleague, we discovered that Mom had not only accessed one account, but had systematically depleted multiple accounts Dad had set up. There was a college fund for me, another for Tommy's future schooling, and a general emergency fund. All were emptied within months following Dad's death. Last week, Mom sent me a lengthy email. She sought to get ahead of the narrative, indicating that she was aware we were investigating. The email began with a half-hearted apology for possibly being too harsh, but gradually evolved into something else entirely. She left a message. There's something you need to know about your father. When I was pregnant with you, he had an affair. The note went on to explain how she uncovered the affair, how Dad begged forgiveness, and how she graciously accepted him back. She said that this was why she was always aloof from me, because I reminded her of that difficult time. She concluded by offering that if I discontinued my research into the accounts, we could focus on repairing our relationship. Here's the thing, her story didn't add up. Uncle James and I dug through Dad's old records and discovered something unusual. While Mom alleged Dad was having an affair, he was actually working double shifts to pay off Mom's credit card debt. We discovered old credit card statements with enormous charges from that time period, all made by Mom. The major surprise occurred when we realized Dad's old email address was still operational. We discovered years of correspondence with his lawyer discussing his concerns about Mom's spending habits. He had been recording everything, safeguarding valuables, and opening separate accounts for his children's future. He was not having an affair. He was attempting to shield us from Mom's fiscal carelessness. The emails also revealed something heartbreaking. Dad had planned to leave Mom, not for another woman, but because he was concerned about her influence on the kids. The accident occurred only 2 weeks before he planned to file for divorce. I took all of this material to the lawyer that Uncle James recommended. She was appalled. Apparently, what Mom did with the accounts following Dad's death was not only immoral, but unlawful. She had fabricated documents to obtain access to accounts that she was not permitted to touch. The lawyer discovered something else concerning. Ashley's alleged college fees, which Mom had stated as the reason she required my assistance. The majority of that money went toward shopping sprees and luxury things. We discovered credit card bills indicating purchases at high-end retailers, spa treatments, and even a secret spring break trip to Cancun, all while Ashley was allegedly too anxious to attend lectures. I spent hours scrolling through Ashley's social media posts, chronicling every extravagant purchase, luxury vacation, and shopping spree. The time frame coincides exactly with the loss of monies from Dad's accounts. Mom wasn't just allowing Ashley's behavior, she was sponsoring it with money that was legally intended for all of us. The lawyer claims we have a good case of financial fraud. The data left by Dad, together with the paper trail of Mom's activities following his death, creates a clear picture of systematic theft and deception. Tommy's predicament is what concerns me the most right now. He's still living in that toxic environment, seeing Mom and Ashley spend money that should have gone for his future. Uncle James is exploring our options for obtaining custody. The lawyer believes we may have a case, particularly given the financial malfeasance. I have not responded to Mom's email yet. The lawyer advised against any direct communication at this time. But Mom and Ashley must have sensed something is amiss because they've launched a social media smear campaign against me, portraying me as an ungrateful daughter who abandoned her family for a high-paying tech career. The truth is that learning of Dad's impending divorce has been both painful and validating. Painful because Dad died before he could shield us from Mom's destructive actions. Validating, because it proves he witnessed what was going on. He was not immune to Mom's manipulation and financial abuse. He was actively attempting to stop it. I'm preparing all of the documentation for legal action. Uncle James has been great throughout this process, spending countless hours assisting me in building our case. My employment is going well, and my team has been understanding of my need for occasional personal time to deal with things. The coming weeks will be critical as we move forward with legal processes. I'll post another update when I can, but for the time being, I need to focus on constructing our case and staying emotionally healthy through it all. My company's health insurance provides therapy, so I started seeing someone to help me digest things. At least I now know the truth. Dad was not the villain in Mom's story. He tried to be our hero to the end. Update 3. The previous 6 weeks have been a blur of legal proceedings, life changes, and final decisions. What began with discovering Dad's buried letter has resulted in a full overhaul of our lives. The court case moved quickly, thanks to the tremendous evidence we had. The judge was particularly concerned about Mom's methodical depletion of Tommy's education money. The most incriminating evidence came from Mom's scrupulous record-keeping. She had documented every unlawful transfer in her personal planner, most likely never expecting anyone to discover it. When Mom was presented with the evidence in court, her veneer finally shattered. She admitted to everything. Forging paperwork to get into Dad's finances, misusing the insurance funds, systematically concealing financial records. The judge's decision was straightforward: full restoration of all diverted cash, plus interest. Mom is currently facing criminal charges for fraud. Ashley's reaction was revealing. Instead of supporting Mom, she quickly distanced herself, claiming she had no idea where the money for her shopping spree came from. Her Instagram influencer hopes were dashed when the court ordered her to return all products purchased with misappropriated monies. The biggest success, however, was not a financial settlement, it was gaining custody of Tommy. When the judge recognized Mom's record of financial abuse and manipulation, as well as evidence of her continuous destructive conduct, she granted me interim custody, with Uncle James serving as co-guardian. Tommy moved in with me last week, and the difference is already evident. He's smiling more, sleeping better, and is enthused about the coding projects we're working on together. My career has accelerated in ways I never expected. My initiative has piqued the interest of high management, and I have been elevated to team leader. The steadiness of my employment and income played a crucial role in the custody decision. Mom made one final attempt at manipulation, vowing to forgive everything provided I dropped the accusations and returned Tommy. Her lawyer instructed her to stop when I provided recordings of her threatening phone calls. Ashley has been posting passive-aggressive posts about toxic family members and treachery, but her power has diminished since she was forced to return her costly outfit. She's moved in with a friend, refusing to live with Mom now that the money has run out. Uncle James has been my rock throughout this. He's helped Tommy set up his new room, located him a terrific school nearby, and even opened a new college fund for him, which Mom can't access. We have weekly family dinners where we talk about Dad's pleasant memories, which are slowly healing after years of manipulation. The guest house has become our home. Tommy's room is filled in science posters and programming flowcharts that we created together. He's joined a robotics club at his new school, and his passion reminds me of Dad. I started therapy to analyze everything, and it's helping me realize that none of this was my fault. Dad tried to protect us. And now I'm completing what he started. Looking back at my initial post, I can't believe how far we've come, from nearly giving up on my aspirations to now completely realizing them while providing Tommy with the secure home he deserves. Mother and Ashley's true colors were shown. But by losing them, we gained something far more valuable: truth and freedom. To those who may be in similar situations, believe your intuition. If something feels off, it probably is. Sometimes the family you choose is more significant than the one you are born into. Thank you for giving me the courage to research while my world was collapsing. Your encouragement gave me the courage to fight for justice, not just for myself, but for Tommy and Dad's memory. You transformed our life. Ostracized over my inheritance, I sought peace but faced humiliation. Furious, I cut off my sister's rent, exposing my parents' manipulation. I arrived for a family meal, but they remarked, "We weren't expecting you, go away loser." I replied, "Okay. But from now on, you'll be paying my sister's rent." They begged but it was too late. I did not want to go at first. Why would I, given what had happened in the previous years? But something inside me didn't want to hold the hatred forever. My father was turning 57, and while I wasn't their favorite person, I figured I could be the larger man and at least show up. Things had gotten awful ever since I acquired my grandfather's estate. Grandpa and I were close. I spent a lot of time with him while growing up. He was often telling me stories about his early troubles, how he had to fight for all he has. I believe he saw something of himself in me, which is why he left me a large sum of money when he died. This decision did not sit well with either my parents or my sister Olivia. They were outraged that Grandpa had not left them anything, as if it were my fault or something. I attempted to explain that I had nothing to do with it, but they would not listen. After that, nothing remained the same. They treated me as an alien, as if I had stolen from them. They were frigid at family gatherings. Sometimes they didn't even invite me. I maintained my distance. But this time, I decided to try and make things better. I purchased a bottle of my father's favorite whiskey, the costly variety he only drank on exceptional occasions. I even bought him a box of gourmet cigars. Maybe I was stupid to believe that a few nice gifts would change everything. But I had to try. When I arrived at her place, Olivia answered the door. She was the one person who had not fully shut me off. We weren't very tight, but we kept in touch here and there. "Hey, Jeffrey," she said, slightly astonished. "I didn't know you were coming." "Yeah," I responded. "I thought I'd show up for Dad's birthday." She paused for a moment before shrugging and letting me in. As I came into the living room, I noticed a group of family sitting talking and laughing. For a little while, everything seemed normal. But then I saw my parents. My mother's face became paler, and my father's attitude stiffened. The room became quiet. "You," my father growled. "What are you doing here?" I tried to remain cool. "I came to wish you a happy birthday. I brought some presents." He scoffed. "We didn't invite you." My mom shook her head. "Why are you even here? You always bring trouble. Just leave." I could feel my patience running out. I'd come here to make peace. And this was the reaction I received? I glanced around at the other family. They were uncomfortable, as if they were seeing something they weren't allowed to. "Look," I remarked, maintaining an even tone. "I'm not here to fight. I just wanted to celebrate with you." My father snorted. "Celebrate? You're nothing but a loser. You think a few gifts will make up for everything?" That struck a nerve. All those years of being treated as dirt, as if I didn't belong, came flooding back. I clenched my jaw, hoping to keep it together. But then my father pushed it further. "Get out, Jeffrey," he instructed. "We don't want you here." And that was all? Something inside of me cracked. "Fine," I replied, my voice frigid. "I'll go. But guess what? I've been paying Olivia's rent all this time because you couldn't be bothered to help her. Not anymore. That's on you now." Their expressions froze. It was as if they hadn't expected me to advocate for myself. My mother suddenly hurried forward. "Wait, Jeffrey." "No," I interrupted. "I'm done. You don't want me here? Fine. But you'll regret this." I turned and walked out, leaving the home completely silent. As I approached my car, I could hear them cry from the front door, imploring me to stop. But I did not glance back. I got in and sped away, fury rising in my chest. I didn't know what would happen next, but one thing was certain. I wasn't going to be their punching bag longer. The following morning, my phone burst. Olivia had called me 6 times, left 3 voicemails, and sent numerous texts. I ignored her at first. I needed some distance to clear my mind after what occurred last night. But curiosity got the best of me, so I listened to one of the voicemails. "Jeffrey, it's Olivia. What the hell is going on? Mom and Dad are freaking out, saying you cut me off. They're blaming me for everything. Call me back." I grumbled and threw my phone onto the bed. Of course, they blamed her. When things went wrong, they were usually the first to blame others. I still felt horrible for Olivia. It wasn't actually her fault. I had been assisting her with her rent for the past 2 years because our parents refused to aid her when she was in need. But I was not going to let them guilt me into continuing, especially after how they treated me. Olivia arrived at my apartment approximately an hour later. She did not even knock. She simply barged in. "Jeffrey, what the hell have you been doing?" she asked. "Good to see you too," I murmured, crossing my arms. "I'm serious," she snapped. "Dad called all the relatives and told them you threw a tantrum at the party. Now half the family is pissed at me because they think I'm the reason you stopped paying my rent." I raised an eyebrow. "Wait, what? He told them that?" "Yeah," she replied, throwing up her hands. "They say I must have sided with you against them or something. Uncle Mark called me this morning and asked if I was plotting with you. It's crazy." This was new. I had not anticipated the rest of the family to become involved so quickly. I leaned back against the kitchen counter, trying to take everything in. "Well, Olivia, I'm sorry you got caught in the middle," I told her. "But I'm done being their scapegoat. They've treated me like crap ever since Grandpa's inheritance. They didn't even want me there last night. I'm not going to keep playing nice when all they do is insult me." She crossed her arms and stared at me. They could have at least talked to me first, you know. I need that money. I know, I admitted, softening my tone. But maybe it's time for them to take some responsibility. They're your parents too. Why should I be the one to keep you afloat while they sit on their hands? Olivia did not respond soon away. I could tell she was split. On the one hand, she knew I was correct. On the other hand, she was torn between her allegiance to me and the pressure from our parents. Eventually, she shook her head. This is going to get ugly, she grumbled. I'm ready for it, I said. And things did get ugly. Faster than I thought. By the afternoon, word had spread among the wider family. My cousin Megan, who always liked to play the role of mediator, called me. Hey, Jeffrey, she said cautiously. I heard about the fight last night. What's going on? I gave her the outline, omitting some of the harsher aspects. Megan listened carefully and sighed. You know they say you ruined the party, right? But honestly, a lot of people are on your side. Uncle Rob thinks your dad and mom crossed the line. And Aunt Lisa told them off for the way they treated you. This was surprising. Aunt Lisa normally avoided family turmoil, so her involvement must have irritated her greatly. Wow, I said. Didn't see that coming? Yeah, Megan replied. But Olivia called me earlier, and she's pissed. I think she feels like you threw her under the bus. I massaged my temples. This was turning into a full-fledged family feud. A part of me felt bad. However, another part of me felt relieved. For once, I wasn't the only one feeling their fury. Maybe they'll finally realize how toxic our parents can be. Later that night, Olivia sent me a lengthy text message. She accused me of being selfish and leaving her when she needed me the most. It stung. But I knew she was just acting out under pressure. I did not respond. 2 days later, things erupted again. My father showed up at my workplace. I worked at a downtown marketing business and was astonished to find him standing in the entrance. He wasn't even attempting to mask his rage. We need to talk, he stated bluntly. I'm working, I said, my voice calm. You can call me later. No, he replied. We're doing this now. I sighed and let him outside. He didn't spend any time lying to me. You embarrassed this family, he remarked. Do you realize how many people are turning against us because of your stunt? You think you're better than us now, don't you? Better than you? No, I replied. But I'm not going to let you treat me like dirt anymore. I came to your birthday out of respect, and you threw it back in my face. His eyes narrowed. You think you're entitled because of Grandpa's money? Without him, you'd have nothing. That's rich, I replied. You're the one who's bitter about not getting a share. This isn't about respect or family, it's about control. He did not answer immediately, but I could see the rage in his eyes. Finally, he added, You're going to regret this, Jeffrey. No, I replied firmly. You are. He stormed away without saying another thing. As I watched him leave, I understood this wasn't over. But for the first time in years, I felt like I was finally standing firm. A few days later, I learned of the impact from other relatives. Aunt Lisa called to complain about how my father had gone around attempting to turn the entire family against me. Apparently, he told everyone that I had betrayed the family and cut off Olivia as punishment. But, to my astonishment, some relatives did not believe the narrative. Uncle Rob had plainly told my father, You treated Jeffrey like garbage, didn't you expect consequences? Lisa stated that several others were also beginning to see through the act. They remembered how distant my parents had gotten since the inheritance incident. Some of them were now silently supporting me. However, not everyone was supportive. Olivia had gone all in on our parents, and she wasn't holding back. She posted a passive-aggressive rant on Facebook, which everyone knew was directed at me. Family is supposed to be about support, not conditions. Some people think they can just walk away when it's inconvenient for them. Must be nice to live with no responsibilities. Some of us aren't so lucky. It required every ounce of willpower not to shoot back. My phone was buzzing with messages from cousins asking what was going on. The drama was growing like wildfire, and I was caught in the midst. Olivia returned to my house later in the evening. This time, she appeared fatigued rather than angry. She didn't even bother with greetings. Can we talk? She inquired. I nodded and invited her in. She sank down into the couch and moaned. This whole thing is a mess, Jeffrey. I have people calling me a traitor, others saying I'm too dependent on you. I can't win. What am I supposed to do? Olivia, I understand, I replied. But this isn't just about the rent. It's about the way they've treated me all these years. I came to Dad's party to make peace, and they humiliated me in front of everyone. You think I'm just going to roll over and take it? She gazed down at her hands. I know they were wrong, she said. But they're still our parents. I don't want to be in the middle of this fight. I could tell she was straining, caught between her allegiance to them and the comfort I had provided. I decided to be honest. Look, Olivia, I never wanted to make you choose sides. But I'm not going to let them walk all over me anymore. I've supported you because I care, not because I owe them anything. If they want to be responsible for you, let them. Her eyes were filled with frustration. You don't get it, she retorted. They won't help me. They never have. Without your support, I'm screwed. For a brief minute, I felt guilty. But then I remembered the years of insults. How they had regarded me like an outcast. I was not going to give up my mental health for those who did not appreciate me. I'm sorry, Olivia, I whispered quietly. But I can't do this anymore. She stood and shook her head. Fine. But don't come crying to me when this all backfires. She went without saying anything else. The following day, events took an unexpected turn. Uncle Rob called to ask if I could meet him for coffee. I agreed, curious to know what he wanted. When I arrived, he quickly got to the point. Look, Jeffrey, I know things have been tough with your parents, but I want you to know that you're not alone. A lot of us have seen the way they treated you. It's not right. Thank you, Rob, I replied, drinking my coffee. But I'm not sure what good it does. They're not going to change. Maybe not, he acknowledged. But I think it's time we stop letting them control the narrative. You don't have to fight this fight alone. He went on to say that other relatives were preparing to confront my parents about their behavior. I had not expected this. Most of them normally avoided family conflict, but this time they were taking a stand. That night, Aunt Lisa called me. We just had a meeting with your parents, she stated. It got heated. We told them they needed to apologize to you and start treating you with respect. Of course, your dad was stubborn as hell, but I think we got through to your mom a little. I was stunned. For years, I felt lonely, as if I were the only one who recognized how toxic my parents could be. The family was starting to push back against their actions. Still, I wasn't waiting for an apology. People, including my father, did not change overnight. Then, just when I thought things couldn't get weirder, Olivia sent me a message. It was short and mysterious. We need to talk. Something's happened. Olivia's message made me nervous. I debated ignoring it, but curiosity got the best of me. I texted her back. What's going on? Her reply was immediate. Come to Mom and Dad's. It's serious. Despite my better judgment, I drove over. I knew I was in an enemy country, but if something was truly wrong, I decided I should at least listen to her. When I arrived, Olivia met me at the door. She had a solemn expression on her face, as if she were bracing herself for something heavy. They're in the living room, she replied softly. I followed her inside and found my parents sitting stiffly on the couch. They both appeared tight, but there was also a hint of something strange. My father motioned for me to sit down, but I remained standing. All right, I replied, crossing my arms. What's this about? My mother sighed heavily. We didn't want to tell you this way, but Olivia's in trouble. She's behind on her rent again, my father explained. We just found out that she might be evicted. I looked at Olivia. She looked aside, biting her lip. We can't let that happen, my father added. She needs your help, Jeffrey, just until she gets back on her feet. I stared at them for a time, allowing the words to sink in. Something did not feel right. How did you just find out about this? I requested an explanation. We got a call from her landlord, my mother stated hurriedly. Too quick. Olivia shifted uneasily and avoided eye contact. My instincts kicked in. She had lied to me previously, and the whole situation reeked of manipulation. So let me get this straight, I said carefully. You're telling me that her landlord called you instead of her. And this is the first you're hearing about it? My father's face tightened. Look, Jeffrey, this isn't the time to question details. Olivia needs help. I turned to face Olivia. Is this true? Are you behind on the rent? She hesitated before shaking her head. Number, I'm not behind. I felt my jaw clench. Then why are you all playing this game? Olivia grimaced. They thought if you thought it was serious enough, you'd help again. That was it? I snapped. Are you kidding me? You dragged me here with a fake emergency just to manipulate me into giving you more money? I turned to my parents. What is wrong with you people? You couldn't just ask me like normal people. Jeffrey, don't overreact, my mother said, her tone defensive. We were trying to protect Olivia. You're the one who cut her off. No, I snapped back. I cut you off. Olivia is a grown woman, and if she's in trouble, it's between her and me. But instead of coming to me honestly, you chose to lie. And you wonder why I want nothing to do with you. I turned to face Olivia. You went along with this? She seemed embarrassed. They pressured me. I didn't know what else to do. Well, congratulations, I replied bitterly. You all just made things 10 times worse. I stormed out. But I wasn't finished. My rage only escalated on the way home. I'd put up with their manipulation for years, but this was the final straw. Did they want to play games? Fine. I was going to set the record straight. When I arrived home, I began phoning and messaging the family who had been in contact with me. I told them everything, how my parents had lied about Olivia being in danger, how they had tried to guilt me into assisting after humiliating me at the party, and how they had turned the entire situation into a circus. The answer was quick and nasty. Uncle Rob contacted me first. You're telling me they made that whole story up? Jesus Christ. That's low, even for them. Aunt Lisa became very furious. I'm done with them, she said. They've played the victim card for too long. They're toxic, and they've been dragging this family into their mess for years. Word spread immediately. Within a day, the majority of the family understood the truth. The tide had completely changed. Relatives who had been on the fence began to cut off communication with my parents and Olivia. Nobody wants to deal with their deception and manipulation anymore. Olivia texted me and begged me to stop. Please, Jeffrey, you're losing everyone, they say it's your fault. My fault? I said. You brought this on yourself. For the first time in years, I felt genuinely supported. The family finally realized what I had been struggling with all along. My parents and Olivia attempted damage management, but it was too late. Nobody bought their justifications anymore. It was bizarre. For so long, I'd felt like the black sheep. But suddenly I was no longer an outcast. My parents were. Quite frankly, it seemed like justice. A week later, the aftermath was complete. My parents attempted to rally support from the rest of the family. However, their expectations had not been met. Megan told me that they had even sought out some of their more distant relatives, whom they hadn't spoken to in years, in an attempt to elicit sympathy. They called Aunt Marie, Megan remarked, laughing as she told me. You know, the one who never puts up with anybody's nonsense. Apparently, my father told her a sob story about how I turned everyone against them. He replied, maybe if you weren't such a control freak, your family wouldn't hate you. Then she hung up with him. Hearing that was more satisfying than I want to admit. But the big shock came when I discovered they were attempting to seek assistance from Uncle Peter, the wealthy individual who resided out of state. Peter had always been rather indifferent about family problems, but he was not ignorant. He had seen through my parents' games years before. I later learned that when they phoned him, he did not hold back. Peter told them straight out, Megan explained. Don't call me again. I'm not wasting my time with your theatrics. It was horrible. Every lifeline they attempted to clutch crumbled into dust. The people they formerly ruled had had enough. By the end of the week, my parents were almost completely separated. Olivia attempted to contact a few cousins, but none of them were interested in getting involved anymore. The entire family had cut her off. They're done, Rob informed me. No one wants to deal with their drama. It's just them now, Mom, Dad, and Olivia in their little kingdom of misery. I nearly felt bad for Olivia. Almost. She had decided to side with them and support their lies. Now she was stranded on their sinking ship. A few days later, my father contacted me. I pondered ignoring it, but ultimately chose to respond. I was curious to hear what he would say. Jeffrey, he said after a pause. We need to talk. Do we? I said, my tone icy. We made some mistakes, he said hesitantly. But you've made things worse by turning everyone against us. Don't you think it's time to end this feud? I laughed bitterly. You think this is my fault? You brought this on yourself. You lied to me. You humiliated me in front of my family. Now you're facing the consequences, and you want me to fix it for you. Jeffrey, please. We're still family. Funny, I said. You didn't care about your family when you called me a loser in front of everyone. Now that you have no one left, you want my help? I'm done. He tried to argue, but I hung up. That was the last time I spoke to him. It was the last time I spoke with any of them. I later learned through the grapevine that they were fighting to maintain appearances. With their family ties cut, they had no one to rely on. Olivia, who had previously relied on my support, was now discovering the hard way that our parents had no intention of assisting her. As for me, I felt free. For the first time in years, I was not burdened by their toxicity. I had my life back, and the support of loved ones who genuinely cared about me. My parents and Olivia were left in their self-created realm. There is no one to blame but each other. And honestly, I was fine with that. At Thanksgiving, my sister discovered I had $12 million and my family demanded I give it to her, claiming she deserved it more. Hello everyone, before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's quick, free, and allows us to continue bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. Using a throwaway for obvious reasons, with certain specifics modified to preserve anonymity. So I'm Sarah, 38, female, and I need to get this off my chest. Do you know those family dynamics in which one child can do no wrong while the other appears to be invisible? Yes, welcome to my life. Everything was very typical until I was 8. I was an only kid, and while my parents were not particularly warm and fuzzy, they were present, I suppose. Mom would help me with my homework, and Dad would occasionally take me fishing on Lake St. Clair. We weren't the Brady Bunch, but we were fine. Then came the night that would change everything. I recall my Aunt Kelly showing up at 2 a.m. and telling me to pack a suitcase because Mom was in the hospital. My sister, Rachel, was on her way, but something was wrong. She wasn't meant to arrive for another 2 months. The following few weeks were a flurry of hospital visits and hush chats. Rachel was really little. She looked like one of my baby dolls, but with all these tubes and cables, I wasn't allowed to touch her or get too close. That was the first time I felt it, an invisible wall forming between me and the rest of my family. When they eventually brought Rachel home, our house turned into a sterilized bubble. Mom had an obsession with germs. I'm talking industrial strength disinfection throughout, hand sanitizer stations in each room, and constant cleaning. The harsh odor of bleach still causes me distress to this day. But here's the bit that really messed me up. Whenever I showed the slightest symptom of illness, I was whisked off to either Grandma Marie's or Aunt Kelly's house. I mean every time. Sneeze once, pack your bags. A mild cough, you're off to see Grandma. At first, I thought it was enjoyable. Grandma Marie would make cookies, and Aunt Kelly had a fantastic collection of Nancy Drew books that I was working my way through. But children are not stupid. After a while, you begin to understand what is actually going on. You are not being sent away on adventures, you are being handled as a threat. As if your entire existence could damage your beloved sister. I tried everything to gain their attention in a healthier manner. Honestly, everything? Got all A's? Mom would scarcely look up from Rachel's most recent doctor's appointment calendar. Won first prize in the scientific fair with a project about renewable energy. Dad just asked if I could store the display board in the garage since Rachel is allergic to cardboard dust. Is this even a thing? The real kicker came when I was 12. For months, I'd been practicing for the school talent show, teaching myself to perform Bridge Over Troubled Water on the piano. I know it's a little too obvious. Rachel had a 99.1 degree Fahrenheit fever on the night of the show. Guess who did not have anyone in the audience? Meanwhile, 2 weeks later, the entire family, including both sets of grandparents, attended Rachel's 15-minute flute recital, during which she essentially killed hot cross buns. Rachel immediately learned how to use the system. By the age of 7, she had outgrown any real health difficulties, but that didn't stop her from performing. Headache? Must remain home from school. Feeling tired? Someone else, guess who, should perform her tasks. Worried about a test? Mom would literally call the school to have the deadline extended. I began spending more and more time in my room, immersed in books about art history and antiques. It's funny how life works out sometimes. My room became my sanctuary, mostly because Rachel claimed she was allergic to my lavender air freshener, so it was the only place she wouldn't go. Do you know what is actually wrong? When she pretended to be sick, a part of me felt grateful. At the very least, I'd be taken to Grandma Marie's, where someone would ask about my day or be interested in what I was about. Grandma was the one who sparked my interest in vintage jewelry. She had an incredible collection of costume pieces that she let me organize and catalog. I suppose I should have regarded it as prophetic. The worst thing wasn't even the clear favoritism. It was how they rewrote history to excuse their actions. Rachel just needs more attention because she had such a rough start. Sarah's always been so independent. Sarah understands that her sister has special needs. Number I did not comprehend. I was a child who didn't understand why having a good immune system made me less deserving of love. Looking back, I can see how these years shaped me. The persistent message that I was somehow unsafe or inconvenient to be around doesn't just go away. But hey, at least it taught me to be self-sufficient. When no one checks your homework or cares about your triumphs, you quickly learn to be your own cheerleader. High school, the majority of people either loved or loathed it. Me, I regarded it as a ticket out. While Rachel was establishing her drama empire in middle school, I was laying the groundwork for my own escape. And let me tell you, nothing inspires you to accomplish more than knowing that no one will do it for you. Remember how I said I spent hours sorting Grandma Marie's jewelry collection? That taught me a valuable lesson: the need for systematic organization and attention to detail. In high school, I approached everything with the same perspective. My desk at home resembled something out of an organization magazine: color-coded notes, meticulously organized study plans, and everything had its place. Rachel teased me about it, calling me Rain Man. Very great, sis. But here's the thing about being invisible: no one is monitoring your failures or successes. So do whatever the heck you want. I joined every club that would not interfere with my part-time employment at Carson's Diner. Thank you to Carol, the owner, for remembering my birthday when my own parents had forgotten. Debate team? Check. Who is the National Honor Society president? Check. Who is the editor-in-chief of the school newspaper? Check. The debate team was when I truly found my voice. There's something quite rewarding about shattering someone's argument while maintaining complete composure. It also taught me how to negotiate, which I didn't realize at the time but would be useful later. I've won states twice. Rachel had major soccer games, therefore my parents were unable to attend both competitions. She was on the C team, did not even play. The game changer the junior year was when things truly became interesting. I took the SAT and received a flawless score. Not like, oh, pretty good, perfect. I mean, perfect. 1600. You know how many people receive that? Less than 1%. I remember staring at the results screen for almost 20 minutes, convinced it was an error. I rushed home to tell my parents. I realized this is stupid. Mom was in the kitchen assisting Rachel with her English homework. The conversation went something like this. My reaction: Mom. Look, I got a perfect SAT score. Mama. That's nice, honey, but can you keep it down? Rachel's trying to concentrate. She has a big test tomorrow. Rachel, you're correct. Yeah, some of us actually have to study, Miss Perfect. She said. Rachel, sweetie, don't stress. You're just a different kind of learner. I still have the hard copy of those SAT results someplace. Never got pinned on the fridge. But Rachel's C+ in English? That infant received primo refrigerator real estate, complete with a "we're so proud of you" magnet. College applications. The college application procedure was interesting. I applied to 15 schools without informing anyone. I wrote all of my own essays, gathered my own recommendations, and handled all of the financial assistance paperwork myself. My guidance advisor, Mr. Chen, was the true MVP. My parents were too busy to help me with the FAFSA, so I stayed late after school. Then acceptances began to arrive. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Michigan, and each one comes with a scholarship offer. I stored them all in a locked box under my bed, knowing what would happen if Rachel discovered them. They'd suddenly shifted their focus entirely to her. But if Sarah goes to Harvard, I'll be all alone. Or some nonsense like that. The day I received my full ride offer from UMich, Rachel joined JV cheerleading. Guess which one was celebrated with a family feast? Hint, I had microwave mac and cheese in my room while they went to Olive Garden. But, you know what? The scholarship was my golden ticket. Tuition, lodging and board are all included, as is a book allowance. I could finally leave that house, where I was either invisible or inconvenient. The day I received my acceptance package, I went to my favorite spot in the local library, a fourth-floor window seat overlooking the park, and grieved for an hour. Not sad tears. There were tears of relief. When I told my parents at supper that I was going to UMich, they were ecstatic. He said, Michigan? But that's so far. What if Rachel needs you? She replied, I hope you're not expecting us to help with expenses. Rachel's cheerleading competitions are very costly. Rachel is crying. Oh my God, finally. Can I have your room? I need space for my TikTok videos. The summer before college I worked double shifts at Carson's Diner to save money. Carol, bless her heart, always gave me additional tips and made sure I got to take home leftover pie at the conclusion of my shifts. She also taught me a vital skill: how to recognize genuine people in a society full of fakes. Baby, she'd tell me, in diners and in life, The ones making the most noise usually have the least to say. Move-in day at U, Michigan? My folks couldn't attend because, surprise, Rachel had a cheerleading competition. Aunt Kelly drove me instead, helped me set up my dorm room, and gave me a $500 envelope. Your Grandma Marie wanted you to have this, she told me. She's so proud of you. Later, I learned that Grandma had been saving that money from her Social Security checks for months. That first night in my dorm room, I promised myself, I was going to create such a wonderful life that being overlooked would be inconceivable. Not for vengeance. Nothing to prove to my family. But what about the 8-year-old girl who used to get sent to Grandma's house for sneezing? College and the beginning of something new. College went by in a flurry of all-nighters, instant ramen, and heavenly independence. I graduated summa cum laude from the University of Michigan. Not that my folks noticed. They were too busy helping Rachel transfer to her third college in 2 years. But this is where the plot takes an unexpected turn. I got an entry-level job at Everett and Phillips Auction House in Detroit. I won't use the real name for obvious reasons, but if you're in the business, you probably know who I'm talking about. A genuine high-end establishment, many old money clients, that type of transaction. I began with their estate sales business, which involved documenting the belongings of wealthy individuals after their deaths. Not exactly glamorous, but it paid the bills. The breakthrough. My first several months were very standard, logging countless china sets, categorizing vintage furniture, and so on. Next followed the Kingston estate. Mrs. Kingston was an elderly widow who had died with no children, leaving behind what everyone assumed was a huge collection of costume jewelry. Rooms filled with the material? This is where those hours at Grandma Marie's came in useful. I'm looking through this stack of jewelry when something catches my attention. It's an Art Deco brooch. Nothing really showy, yet something about it felt different. The weight was unsuitable for costume jewelry. The clasping mechanism was far too complex for a copycat. I believe I spent my whole lunch break that day researching old jewelry markers and signatures. I ended up staying late at the office to use the company's membership to several antique jewelry databases. The more I looked, the more certain I got that this was not costume jewelry. It was the real stuff. Problem was, I was the new girl. Nobody would believe me if I claimed we had a potential treasure on our hands. So I did what the debate team taught me. I meticulously prepared my argument. I spent 2 weeks during lunch breaks and evenings learning everything I could about Art Deco jewelry authentication. I even used some of my pitiful excuse for savings to pay for an online gemology course. Finally mustered the guts to approach my boss, Mr. Harrison. I brought the entire presentation, which included comparative images, historical documentation, and the works. The conversation went something like this. My response: Sir, I think we might have something significant in the Kingston collection. Harrison, scarcely looking up from his phone, says, Sarah, we've already cataloged those as costume pieces. You are correct. I know, but look at these maker's marks. They match perfectly with Cartier's 1925 signatures. Harrison, finally paying attention. Where did you learn all of this? My reply was, I did some research. Long story short, the costume brooch sold for $47,000 at auction. It turns out that it was part of a limited collection created for some European set in the 1920s. But here's the real kicker. Harrison started to trust me after that. He began giving me other artifacts to authenticate. Suddenly, my pointless pastime of sorting antique jewels acquired real significance. I devoted myself to learning everything I could about vintage jewelry. I took every online course I could afford. I spent weekends at estate sales, researching items. Even began a small notepad to document various authentication procedures. My apartment looked like a jewelry scholar's fever dream, with walls covered with printouts of vintage hallmarks and certification guidelines. The auction house started getting results. I was discovering important items that others had overlooked, developing contacts with collectors, and knowing the market. My commission checks became larger. For the first time in my life, I was not simply surviving, I was also saving money. Family? Still remarkably uninterested. At Sunday dinners, which I still went to like a fool, the discourse went like this. Mom. Sarah's still at that antique shop, right? This is me. Auction house, and yes. Actually, I just authenticated a rare Tiffany piece. Rachel interrupts. Oh my God, speaking of jewelry. You guys have to see this charm bracelet I bought at the mall. But I didn't care anymore. For once in my life, I had discovered something wholly mine. Something I was actually excellent at. Something unrelated to being Rachel's sister or family disappointment. The Rothschild collection. Then came the Rothschild collection. This was about 2 years into my employment at the auction business. A massive estate. Old money family. There's a lot of buzz in the industry. I was part of the team that cataloged their jewelry collection. And that's when I noticed it. A fairly commonplace Art Nouveau piece that everyone else had missed. I spent 3 days investigating it. I barely slept. It turned out to be a piece from a famous French jeweler's private collection, which was supposed to have been lost during World War II. When it sold at auction for $238,000, Harrison summoned me to his office. I believed I was being promoted. Instead, he said something that completely changed the situation. "Sarah, you're wasting your talent here. You should be running your own authentication business." Initially, I shrugged it off. Me? Start a business? With what money? However, the notion took root. I began doing modest freelance authentication projects on the side. Word spread that I had a terrific site. Private collectors began contacting us directly. One night, I was sitting in my modest apartment, surrounded by jewelry manuals and authentication tools that I had gradually accumulated, when I had an epiphany. This is something I could actually do. I could create anything on my own. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I took out a large debt against my car. I emptied my savings account. I rented a small office space in a less desirable area of town. People believed I was insane. Perhaps I was. I transformed a storage room above a Chinese restaurant that was about the size of a college dorm room. The rent was low because it always smelled like Kung Pao chicken, and the Wi-Fi only functioned if you sat in the corner by the window. But it was mine. The struggle. The first few months were interesting, and by interesting, I mean scary. I'd awaken at 4 a.m. with cold sweats, calculating how many months till my savings ran out. Loan payments felt like a rope around my neck. My office furnishings comprised of, I purchased a card table from Goodwill. A chair I literally found on the curb. Don't worry, it was thoroughly cleaned. However, in the world of high-end jewelry, reputation and contacts are everything. And my experience at the auction house provided me with both. I started small by doing authentication work for local antique dealers. My fees were lower than the larger organizations, but my attention to detail was becoming known. Word spread. 6 months later, a watershed moment occurred. A dealer I had dealt with at the auction house inquired about a collection of Victorian-era brooches. The owner requested confirmation before selling. It turned out to be a massive collection, with pieces from 3 generations of families. I worked on it for 2 weeks straight, rarely sleeping and documenting everything. I discovered 2 extremely rare pieces that had been misinterpreted as later replicas. The owner was so delighted with my detailed analysis that she not only paid my fee, but also offered me a 10% commission when the piece sold. Was that a commission? $86,000. More money than I had earned in the preceding 2 years combined. Suddenly, my phone rang. A lot. Private collectors have heard about my knack for finding missed pieces. Estate lawyers seeking advice on inherited jewelry. Even my previous auction house began sending me authentication work. I'm quite sure Harrison was secretly helping spread the news. Thanks, boss. Scaling up. By year 2, I'd hired my first employee, Jenny, a fresh gemology graduate who reminded me much too much of myself at that age. She was extremely intelligent, yet she was neglected since she was quiet. She is now my head of authentication and is well worth her weight in gold. The firm expanded quicker than I could have predicted. Moved to a proper office downtown. Goodbye, Kung Pao chicken odor. Created a team of specialists. I've earned a reputation for finding misplaced items. You wouldn't believe how many important historical jewelry items get misinterpreted as costume jewelry in people's attics. Keeping it secret from my family. However, success came with its own set of obstacles. The bigger we became, the harder it became to keep it a secret from my family. They still thought I worked in an antique shop. Rachel would make these sarcastic remarks during family dinners. Rachel asks, "Sarah, I have some old jewelry I was going to donate to Goodwill. Maybe your little shop would want it?" Me, having just authenticated a $1.2 million Fabergé item that morning. "Sure, I'll look into it." Mom continues to introduce me to everyone as my other daughter. She works with old jewelry or something. Meanwhile, I was quoted in Forbes, luckily under my company name, and we had recently built our 3rd office. What's strange about it? Keeping the secret became almost enjoyable. Like this private joke with myself. I'd sit at Sunday dinner in my Target discount outfit, really Chanel, listening to Rachel speak about her entry-level marketing job, knowing I'd just closed a deal for more than her annual income. I even started playing tiny games with myself, such as wearing authentic Harry Winston pieces to family gatherings and seeing whether anyone noticed. They never did. Rachel once spent 20 minutes showing off her expensive $200 Michael Kors watch. I was wearing a vintage Patek Philippe that cost more than her automobile. Managing growth. However, the real challenge was managing growth. By year 5, we'd established offices in Detroit, Chicago, and New York. I spent more time on airplanes than in my own bed. We built a reputation for discretion. It turns out that many wealthy people want their jewels verified without the rest of the world knowing. The money was enormous. For example, we needed to hire a large team of financial advisors. Nonetheless, I maintained a relatively modest lifestyle. I purchased a nice, but not flashy house in a desirable neighborhood. I drove a high-end, but not obvious car. The only place I truly splurged? My home office. Advanced authentication equipment. The most effective security system money can buy. A custom-built vault to make Fort Knox envy. What's with the irony? They believed I was being frugal by aiding them. Mom would remark things like, "It's so sweet of Sarah to help out, she must be eating nothing but ramen to manage it." Meanwhile, I had just validated a collection, which earned me a commission greater than their mortgage. You know what's strange about success? The more you have, the more difficult it is to explain to others who have always perceived you as inferior. It's like explaining color to someone who has only seen black and white. They lack the necessary context. By this stage, my company was doing really well. We had the Midwest's high-end jewelry authentication industry cornered, and our reputation was solid gold, pun intended. But every Sunday, I'd travel to my parents' house for dinner, playing Sarah, the modest antique shop worker. The cognitive dissonance was becoming ludicrous. I'd spend my mornings on conference calls with Dubai collectors, my afternoons authenticating million-dollar pieces, and my evenings at my parents' house in carefully chosen normal clothes, eating Mom's overcooked pot roast while Rachel dominated the conversation with stories about her latest marketing triumph. Usually something like bringing her boss's coffee without spilling it. A defining moment. One Sunday is very memorable in my mind. I had just completed a huge transaction, authenticating a missing Cartier piece that had been resting in someone's safe deposit box for 40 years. Was it just the commission? 7 figures. I drove directly from the meeting to my parents' place, still euphoric from the successful authentication. She said, "Sarah, honey, is everything okay? Your clothes are looking a bit worn." "Oh, trying to save money," I said, wearing a $3,000 cashmere sweater that I had purposefully chosen for its subtle appearance. Rachel responded, "Well, if you'd gotten a real job instead of playing with old jewelry. Your dad." "Rachel, be nice, not everyone can be as successful as you." I almost choked on my pot roast, trying not to laugh. The anonymous transfers monthly payments to my parents began about this time. Aunt Kelly informed me that they were struggling to pay Rachel's educational loans and medical bills. Mom casually stated that they might have to sell the house. I couldn't let that happen. Despite everything, it was still the home I grew up in. So I initiated an anonymous monthly transfer of $5,000 to their account. When asked, I said I was giving $1,000 by living on rice and beans. They imagined the rest came from Aunt Kelly or another family. Rachel, of course, claimed responsibility for inspiring family members to help. Watching Rachel spend my money. The money was helpful, but it also had unexpected consequences. My parents began treating me with a strange combination of sorrow and patronizing pride. As if I were some kind of noble poverty case, sacrificing everything to support the family. Meanwhile, Rachel's spending became more extravagant. She'd arrive for dinner with new expensive bags, claiming they were outlet finds. They weren't. I can recognize a genuine Gucci at 20 paces. She began taking extravagant vacations and bragging on Instagram about her fortunate life. I'm very convinced she used my support money for shopping sprees. However, I remained silent. The irony was simply wonderful. The MBA drama. Then came the college fund drama. Rachel revealed that she wants to return to school for her MBA. Another private university, of course. Only the best for the golden child. Mom contacted me in tears, explaining how they couldn't afford it. I say, maybe Rachel could look at state schools? They have good programs too. My mother. Oh honey, you don't understand? Your sister needs to maintain certain standards. But, speaking of assisting, may I increase my monthly contribution for a few years? I increased it to $7,000 per month. My accounts were unaffected. But witnessing them compliment Rachel for taking initiative with her education, while presuming I was living on ramen to help out, that stung a little. The actual kicker? I was giving a guest seminar at the same business school Rachel wanted to attend. My family didn't know that. The dean personally invited me to give a lecture on luxury goods authenticity and business growth. I had to come up with an excuse as to why I couldn't attend Sunday dinner that week. My own achievement started to feel like a distinct life. As if I were some kind of corporate superhero with a hidden identity. By day, I was running a multi-million-dollar authentication business. By night, well, on Sunday evenings, I was just Sarah, the disappointed daughter who worked at an antique shop. The breaking point: Thanksgiving. The weight of the untruth was becoming heavier. Rachel made rude remarks about my career on multiple occasions. Each time Mom apologized to her friends for my modest lifestyle. Every time Dad suggested I get a real job. I believe I always knew it would end dramatically. I just didn't expect it to implode so spectacularly on Thanksgiving. It began 2 weeks before the holiday. Mom called, weeping about her back discomfort. She had been diagnosed with a herniated disc, and the notion of cooking Thanksgiving dinner for 20 guests overwhelmed her. Now, I'd like to tell you that I offered to help purely out of goodwill. But really? I became tired of pretending her dried turkey was appetizing. My response: why don't I handle the food this year? I can have it catered. She replied, oh honey, we can't afford a caterer. My response: don't worry about the cost. I've been saving up. Mom, concerned. You're not taking out a loan, are you? I coordinated everything with a high-end catering firm that I use for business gatherings. They do incredible work, the kind of food that makes you wonder why you ever bothered to prepare yourself. It cost more than my folks thought I earned in 2 months, but whatever. Thanksgiving morning dawned, and I was feeling quite good. I had my laptop with me because I needed to monitor a major online auction in Hong Kong. This magnificent Art Nouveau necklace was for sale, and I had a customer who was interested in authentication if they won the bid. The lunch arrived on schedule, and everything was properly prepared. Rachel, of course, had to respond. Rachel inquired. Store-bought stuffing? Really, Sarah, Mom's is so much better. This is from the girl who once set off the smoke alarm while making toast. Mom was apologizing to everyone for not cooking herself, but you could tell they were enjoying the meal. Rachel shut up after tasting the maple-glazed Brussels sprouts, which, by the way, cost more per plate than her weekly grocery budget. I stepped away from supper and dessert to check my laptop. The auction was getting intriguing, and I needed to be prepared in case my client won. I set up in my old bedroom, which Mom had kept the same since high school. In the meantime, Rachel's room had undergone 3 renovations. That's when everything went wrong. I had left my authentication program running, with many tabs open that displayed various accounts and current agreements. Rachel came in without knocking, some things never change, to borrow my phone charger. She saw my laptop screen and realized this was her chance to finally expose how pathetic her older sister was. Rachel, smirking. Let's show everyone what Sarah's really been up to. Before I could stop her, she took my laptop and walked into the dining room. The big reveal: picture this: 20 people, including aunts, uncles, cousins, and my parents, filled with gourmet turkey and half drunk on pricey wine, which they mistook for Trader Joe's. Rachel's reaction. Time to see what kind of important work Sarah's doing on Thanksgiving. She flipped the laptop around triumphantly, apparently intending to disgrace me with whatever minor antique transactions she assumed I was working on. The room went completely silent. You could hear the fancy clock I got Mom for Christmas ticking silently. She believed it was a reproduction. My screen displayed, current account balance, $12.4 million, pending authentication contract, $485,000. Recent transaction, $1.2 million, Hong Kong auction, company's quarterly profit report, $4.2 million. Rachel's face shifted through 5 different emotions in 3 seconds. The final one landed somewhere between astonishment and nausea. She actually swayed slightly on her feet. Rachel whispers, "This cannot be right." She said. Rachel, honey, what is it? Rachel, voice cracking. She's rich. Sarah's rich. Chaos ensues. If it was possible, the hush deepened even farther. Then Mom began giggling, really laughing. She said, "Don't be silly. Sarah works at that little antique shop." I rose up carefully, straightening out my basic cashmere sweater, which cost more than their monthly mortgage. Me? Yes. Actually, Mom, I own one of the largest jewelry authentication companies in the country. For years. Those antique shop comments? I authenticate pieces worth millions. That little business you never asked about? It has offices in 3 cities. Dad choked on the liquor. Aunt Kelly dropped her fork. Uncle Mike began coughing terribly. Then Mom's laughing transformed into something else. Her face turned red, then purple. She stood up so quickly that her chair tumbled over. Mom screams, "You have millions, and you let us struggle?" My response. "Struggle? I send you $7,000 every month." She replied. "While sitting on millions? Your sister has student loans." So there it was. Instead, congratulations. Not, "Wow, we're so proud." Just outraged that I hadn't given them more money. Rachel began to cry. Surprising, I know. Sobbing about how she deserved to know, and how I had betrayed the family. Dad joined in. My dad. "How could you be so selfish? We're your parents. We raised you." That was when I lost it. Years of being disregarded. Years of dismissal. Years of being considered as a family disappointment. Everything poured forth. My response. Raised me? You shipped me off to grandma's every time I sneezed. You missed every achievement, every award, every milestone, because Rachel might feel left out. You never saved a penny for my college but took out loans for her private school. And now, you're mad that I built something for myself. The following 5 minutes were chaotic. Mom screamed about family obligations. Dad is yelling about ungrateful children. Rachel alternated between sobbing and demanding to know just how much money I had. Meanwhile, the fancy catering team attempted to serve dessert while seeming exceedingly uncomfortable. I grabbed my laptop, took my Hermes bag, which Mom had previously commended as a nice replica, and walked out. Behind me, I could hear Mom discussing how to spend my money, something about Rachel's MBA and a new car. As I went home in my sensible automobile, a limited edition BMW, my phone started filling up with texts. The family group chat burst. Rachel began posting on Facebook about hidden family wealth and selfish siblings. The aftermath. The days after Thanksgiving were like watching a cyclone hit in slow motion. Except that the hurricane represented my family and the debris symbolized my sanity. Let's start with SMS messaging. Within 1 hour of leaving supper, my phone had 47 missed calls. More than 200 messages. Mom followed this intriguing progression. 7:42 p.m. How dare you walk out on family? 8:15 p.m. We need to talk about this like adults. 9:03 p.m. Your sister deserves a share of your success. 10:30 p.m. I've already called a realtor about houses in better neighborhoods. 11:45 p.m. Why aren't you answering? This is your mother. Meanwhile, Rachel had become a full-fledged social media fighter. Rachel, on the other hand, had fully embraced social networking. She wrote an enormous rant on Facebook about how her millionaire sister had been hoarding wealth while watching her beloved family struggle. The comments section was insane. Distant cousins and former high school classmates, whom I hadn't spoken to in years, suddenly formed strong ideas about my moral character. But this is the bit that really grabbed me. Rachel actually posted, "All those years of me trying to help Sarah's career, giving her advice about moving up from that little antique shop, and she was secretly wealthy." The betrayal hurt so much I nearly threw my phone across the room. What was the only career advice she ever gave me? I suggest I try selling jewelry on Etsy. If you're unfamiliar with the term, flying monkeys occur when toxic family members send others to guilt trip you. Aunt Susan, whom I saw maybe once every 3 years, called to inform me that family is everything. Uncle Bob, who I'm pretty sure still believes I'm 12, emailed me a lengthy lecture on the importance of sharing wealth. Even my third cousin's wife's sister, how did she acquire my number, felt compelled to express her thoughts on family obligation. But the real fun began when they arrived at my workplace. I arrived in on Monday morning to find Mom, Dad, and Rachel sitting in our reception area. They informed Jenny, my receptionist, that they had an appointment for authenticating services. Rachel clutched her Michael Kors bag as if it was genuinely worth something. The conversation went about as well as one would expect. "Your mother. We've discussed it as a family." I said. "A family discussion, without the family member you're discussing." Mom, ignoring me. "And we think it's only fair that you set up trust funds for everyone." Rachel responds. "I need at least $2 million to start my new life properly." Dad said. "And your mother and I would like to retire. We're thinking a beach house in Florida." This is me. "Did you miss the part where I've been sending you $7,000 monthly?" Rachel responds. "That's nothing compared to what you have. You owe us." You're thinking, I owe you? For what, exactly? The years of being ignored? The missed graduations? The constant comparisons? Mama. Don't be dramatic, Sarah. We gave you everything. My response? No. I gave myself everything, and you know what? I'm done. Right there in my own office lobby, I took out my phone and canceled the monthly transfers to their account. Mom gasped as if I'd slapped her. Rachel began her phony crying performance, but quickly stopped when she saw it wasn't working. Then things became ugly. They refused to leave. I had to contact security. Seeing my 60-year-old mother being dragged out while yelling about ungrateful children was bizarre. Jenny asked whether I wanted to press charges. I said no. However, I did have their names placed on the building's do not admit list. The harassment lasted for weeks. New telephone numbers. Fake email addresses. Even tried to contact me through my company's customer service. I finally had to issue a formal legal notice, threatening harassment charges. Mom then played her final card. She called Grandma Marie, but here's the thing about Grandma Marie, she is wiser than all of them together. How did she respond? Good for Sarah. About time someone in this family succeeded on their own terms. Mom did not speak with her for 2 months after that. It has been 6 months since Thanksgiving. I relocated to a new home, with better security. I changed all of my numbers. What about the company? We are doing better than ever. It turns out that my family problems attracted several high-profile clients who respected my caution in the circumstance. Rachel continues to write passive-aggressive updates about toxic wealth and family betrayal. According to what I've heard, she is beginning her own jewelry authentication firm. Good luck on that. Mom and Dad finally stopped trying to contact me when my lawyer wrote them an official letter outlining how the harassment charges would affect their lives. They're now informing everyone that they never wanted my money anyway, and that they're praying for my salvation. What's the best part? For the first time in my life, I feel liberated. No more Sunday dinners full of sly insults. No more downplaying my accomplishments to spare their feelings. No longer financing for the Rachel show. My therapist believes I am finally establishing healthy limits. I say, I am finally living authentically. So, that is my story. Reddit? Thanks for allowing me to share it. Special thanks to the catering firm, who sent me a Christmas letter stating that the Thanksgiving meal was the highlight of their year. Edit, responses to common questions. Yes, I am still in treatment. No, I do not regret cutting them off. Yes, Grandma Marie is doing well. She's coming to visit next month to help me catalog a new collection. One last thing. To Rachel. I know you're probably reading this. What about the Cartier bracelet you're wearing in your most recent Instagram post? Definitely a fake. Just saying. I stopped babysitting for my Sil due to poor health. She didn't understand and even accused me of stealing money and even sued me for defamation. For the past 2 years, I, Aria, 33F, have been the primary babysitter for my sister-in-law Gui, 37F. Her children, Mia and Noah, were adorable, and despite Guiofir's entitled demeanor, I really enjoyed spending time with them. I recall when Mia was a toddler and Noah was a newborn. I would spend hours with them while Guiofir did whatever she wanted. I would play games with Mia, assist her with her arts and crafts, and even read books to Noah. It was a lot of fun. Even though I didn't have my own children, I became really devoted to them. However, things began to alter a few months ago. I was diagnosed with a chronic disease, which affected me more than I anticipated. I had to dramatically change my lifestyle. I used to be full of energy, constantly doing something, whether it was running errands or assisting with family matters. But suddenly, my body couldn't keep up with the speed. I was continuously exhausted, and even basic things felt like mountains I had to conquer. The doctor gave me severe advice. I needed to reduce physical and mental stress. At first, I attempted to ignore it, hoping to get through. But it rapidly became evident that this was not something I could just dismiss. Some days, I couldn't even get out of bed without feeling absolutely exhausted. So, regrettably, I informed Gui that I would no longer be able to babysit regularly. I described everything, how my health had changed and how I needed to prioritize self-care. I wasn't seeking compassion, but rather understanding. But instead of providing the assistance I expected, Guiofir snapped. I vividly recall her precise words. "What do you even do all day?" It stung. I felt as though I had been slapped. But I tried to remain cool. I wasn't just lounging around all day, I was in constant pain and exhausted, which she couldn't understand. Yet here she was, making it appear that I was simply being lazy. It hurt. She went on to add that babysitting her kids wasn't even difficult, and that I was selfish for not assisting. I attempted to explain again, but reasoning with Guiofir is like talking to a brick block. She didn't listen. No matter what I stated, she was convinced I was exaggerating. I couldn't keep responding to her, So I decided to stop and hope she'd let it go. But she didn't. Every few days, she'd message me, wondering when I'd start babysitting again or expressing her desperate need for assistance. I felt like I was being guilted into giving in. At first, I tried to be strong and stick to my decisions. I was really concerned about my health and realized I needed to listen to my body. But after a few weeks, I began to have a creeping sensation of shame. I kept thinking of Mia and Noah. They were really sweet, and I felt like I was leaving them. It made me doubt myself. Was I being selfish? Perhaps I was simply overreacting to my condition. Perhaps I could still help out a little, just not as much as before. But then I'd remember how my body felt after overdoing it. That notion would bring me back to the facts of the situation. It wasn't only about me anymore. It was about my health, well-being, and my ability to care for myself over time. I didn't want to end myself in a worse situation because I felt guilty. In the end, Gui did not respond as I had expected. She never apologized or acknowledged how my health was hurting me. Instead, she sulked for several weeks. I didn't hear anything from her, other than the occasional passive-aggressive remark. It was difficult to deal with, but I knew I needed to keep my distance for my own safety. A month later, my husband and I received an invitation to a family dinner at my in-laws' residence. I honestly had mixed thoughts about going. I hadn't seen Guiofir since our last furious argument, and the prospect of her approaching me again made my stomach turn. But it was family, and I didn't want to cause any problems, so I agreed to go. I hoped things would be cordial and that Gui would have had the opportunity to reflect on her actions. Of course, that did not happen. I could feel the tension in the air from the moment we stepped through the door. Gui wasted no time making me the center of attention in the worst way possible. She greeted us with her smug look, which made me feel like she was already planning something. As we sat down at the dinner table, everyone was conversing, catching up, and generally having fun. It appeared to be a usual family dinner, until Guiofir decided to speak up. "So, Arya," she murmured. "Are you still too sick to help out with my kids, or is it just an excuse because you're too lazy to get off the couch?" The room went completely silent. I could feel my face burning as I struggled to remain calm. I'm not one to make a spectacle, but the comment hit me right in the gut. I had not informed my family members about my situation. My heart was beating, and I noticed everyone at the table shifting uneasily in their seats. I took a long breath and responded, attempting to keep my voice calm. "I've already explained my condition to you, Gui. It's not an excuse, I'm just trying to take care of my health." She did not even flinch. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "Health, huh? Maybe babysitting would do you some good. Get you off your pity train." She chuckled as if she had just told the best joke of the century, while the rest of the table exchanged uneasy glances. Then the rest of the family members began asking me what had happened, and I had to tell them everything. I was outraged, but I didn't want to exacerbate the situation, especially in front of my in-laws. I merely gazed at my plate and clenched my fists beneath the table. I knew I had to maintain my composure, but inside I was furious. I wanted to say so many things, like how she had no idea what I was going through and how her lack of empathy was truly mind-boggling, but I held my tongue. Fortunately, my husband was not having any of this. He rushed in and defended me before I could say anything. "Gui, that's enough," he remarked, his voice stern yet calm. "You can't talk to Arya like that. She's been through a lot, and you need to respect her boundaries." Even with his help, it appeared that the harm had been done. Gui was not one to back down lightly, and it didn't take long before she began making passive-aggressive remarks. "I just don't get it," she told me with a straight face. "It's not like I'm asking you to do anything hard. Babysitting is just watching the kids for a few hours. I don't understand what the big deal is." Everyone else at the table simply stared at their food, hoping that the conversation would cease. But it did not. Gui continued to press. "Maybe if you actually helped out, you wouldn't be so tired all the time." At this moment, I was finished. I was about to snap, but I did not want to cause a scene. So I took a big breath, feigned a smile and said, "Gui, I've already told you that I can't babysit on a regular basis right now. If you don't understand that, perhaps we should just leave it at that." She didn't say anything after that, just looked at me curiously. I attempted to dismiss those ideas and concentrate on the fact that I had stood up for myself. But it was difficult not to feel insignificant in the face of Gui's complete disregard for my sentiments. The rest of the evening was as miserable as you might expect. Gui maintained her distance, but the tension in the air was strong, and I felt unable to relax. Unfortunately, her resentment did not stop there. Oh no, it got much worse. A few days after the family meal, I was sitting at home, trying to relax after another long day, when there came a tap on the door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so when I opened the door, I was surprised to see a police officer standing on my porch. My heart sank into my stomach as I struggled to make sense of what was occurring. I stood there in full shock as the police officer claimed that he was coming to investigate a theft report. Apparently, Guai had filed a lawsuit accusing me of taking money from her home. The words barely registered in my head at first. A theft report? Against me? I was unable to make sense of it. I immediately called Guai to try to acquire some information. My hands shook as I held the phone to my ear, my heart thumping in my chest. The phone rang for a few seconds before she answered. Gui, he replied. What is going on? Why are the police at my door? Why would you accuse me of stealing from you? She wasted no time flinging insults at me. You think you can just ditch my kids and get away with it? She said over the phone. Maybe this will teach you not to mess with me. I'm not going to let you get away with anything. I was shocked. This woman had truly gone to this length to make my life miserable. The claim was ridiculous, and I couldn't believe I was actually having this conversation. But it wasn't about reason or logic for her, it was about vengeance. She appeared to be eager to go to any length to punish me for setting boundaries and asserting my rights. I tried to remain calm, but my rage was boiling over. Guai, I muttered through clenched teeth. I didn't steal anything from you, this is insane. Why would you even make something like that up? But she laughed, as if she relished seeing me upset. I'm not talking to you about this anymore, she said abruptly, hanging up the phone. I stood there in shock, staring at my phone. How could somebody be so petty and malicious? I had no idea how to digest what had just happened. The police officer was standing there, and Gui had gone as far as accusing me of stealing. Stealing? It was ridiculous, and yet here I was, forced into this nightmare. Fortunately, the police officer recognized that something was not adding up. After a little talk, he had begun to see through her tale. Maybe I was an easy target for her. But I had no motivation, no opportunity, and certainly no experience with anything like this. In fact, I had been home the whole day the money allegedly went missing, and I had a solid alibi. The officer even checked our security camera to verify my whereabouts. It wasn't long until the entire situation imploded. The officer was courteous and professional, apologizing for any difficulty and assured me that everything had been resolved. But the harm had already been done. Gui had attempted to drag me through the mud, and I had to cope with the consequences of her petty behavior. Despite the fact that I was not in trouble, the entire experience left me shaken. Her scheme backfired spectacularly. When Mark found out about the police complaint and what Gui had done, he was furious. I'd never seen him that angry before. He'd always been the calmer, more patient one in their relationship, but this was the final straw. From what I could tell, he hadn't been pleased with her recent behavior, but the theft claim appeared to be the tipping point. It felt like something inside him cracked. He marched up to her and demanded she apologize to me. Of course, Gui refused. She was too proud, headstrong, and, frankly, humiliated to accept her mistake. I only learned about all of this after Mark came to my house to apologize on her behalf. To be honest, I wasn't delighted with their relationship. It seemed strange to be caught in the middle of their turmoil. But at the same time, I felt vindicated. She had tried to ruin my life with her falsehoods, and the consequences were now catching up with her. I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that things were finally unraveling for her. The saddest thing for Gui was when news of the police report reached the school where she worked. Gui had been a teacher for years, and I believe she had always assumed her position was secure. However, after the school learned about the fabricated theft claim and the participation of the police, things began to fall apart for her in a dramatic manner. While no legal charges were filed against her, the fact that she had contacted the authorities in such a petty and vindictive manner was enough to ruin her reputation. I couldn't help but feel bad about how much I enjoyed watching her life collapse. I knew it wasn't polite to enjoy someone else's demise, but after everything she'd put me through, it almost felt justified. It was as if the cosmos was finally serving her a dose of her own medication. For so long, she moved around with a sense of entitlement, as if the world revolved around her. And suddenly, everything was falling apart. Of course, none of this was without consequences for me. As much as I wanted to move on and leave this mess behind me, it seemed like every time I took a step forward, I was drawn back into the drama. I began to feel sorry for the folks in our family who were caught in the middle, trying to decide which side to take. A few family members felt sorry for her and suspected that I had exaggerated or misread her intentions. But for the most part, they supported me. Still, there were awkward occasions at family gatherings when I had to act as if nothing was wrong when, in reality, things had gotten exceedingly strained. Gui's life has fallen apart, and it appears that she is blaming everything on me. She lost it during another one of our family confrontations, pointing her finger and yelling that I was to blame for everything that had gone wrong. She exclaimed that if I hadn't been so theatrical during babysitting, none of this would have occurred. It seemed as if everything that had gone wrong in her life was now my fault. But I had already learned to maintain my composure. I did not participate in the yelling match. Instead, I answered calmly, "Gui, I didn't make you mock me at dinner. I didn't force you to file a false police report. You did this to yourself." It felt strangely empowering to speak those words. For once, I was not going to let her twist the story or make me feel like I was wrong. I won't lie. As I watched her spiral, I felt a little sense of justice. Seeing someone so toxic face the repercussions of their actions seemed natural, even if I didn't take joy in her suffering. I'd endured enough of her harshness. I had to tell myself that this wasn't some small victory for me. It was merely the result of her own actions. The fact was, I never wanted to be a part of this drama in the first place. I merely requested some space to concentrate on my health and well-being. But Gui interpreted that request as a personal attack. Everything that followed, her allegations, lies, and attempts to tarnish my reputation, was entirely her doing. I was not the one who escalated things. But I wasn't going to back down. Gui no longer talks to me, and honestly, I'm perfectly okay with that. If she cannot respect my boundaries, we cannot recover our relationship. I've realized that certain individuals are simply not intended to be in your life, no matter how close you were before. I have moved on from the drama and am finally at peace with it. The only thing I regret, if you can call it that, is the impact this entire situation has had on her children. Mia and Noah were completely innocent throughout all of this, and I have always loved them as if they were my own. I remain hoping that kids will grow up to be kinder and more understanding than their mother. I do not want children to inherit her bitterness and venom. However, the situation does not end here. Gui now faces serious consequences for making a fraudulent police report. I honestly didn't expect her to be held accountable, but it appears she is being investigated for making a fraudulent allegation. It appears that she may be required to pay a fine or face some type of penalty. Frankly, it could not have occurred to a more worthy individual. I'm not sure what the legal implications will be for her, but it appears that she'll have to deal with it one way or another. Of course, even as the walls close in on her, she refuses to accept responsibility for her deeds. Gui began calling me in an uncharacteristically out-of-touch manner. She's actually asking me to pay her fine. Yes, you read that correctly. She wants me to pay for the mess she made, as if I owe her anything after everything she's put me through. It's truly comical, and I'm just sitting here shaking my head. At first, I had no idea how to reply. It's not like I want to go back and forth with her. Every time we communicate, I feel like I'm taking a step back in my healing journey. But this was different. This was her attempt to manipulate me one more time. And I was not having it. I've spent the last 2 months focusing on myself and regaining my peace. And this phone call felt like a slap to the face. She had no right to ask for anything after how she treated me. But then she brought her children into it and attempted to make me feel bad. I don't know what to do now. Do you have any suggestions? Update 1. Hello, folks. I know some of you have asked about my condition, and I'd like to clarify that I don't feel comfortable posting too many specifics about it here. I hope you understand. But I will admit that it causes me to feel physically weary pretty quickly. I'm still getting used to it, and it's been a challenge. I'm learning to pace myself, but it's not always simple to explain, especially given other people's expectations. A couple of you also wondered how I ended up babysitting for Gui, so I thought I'd tell you a little bit about it to provide some perspective. Several years ago, I lost my job. To be honest, I had a difficult time. I'd been working in a tough capacity that frequently left me feeling burned out. After losing that job, I was at a crossroads, wondering what to do next. I didn't want to rush into another full-time job that would be equally hectic, so I decided to take some time to figure things out. Around that time, I acquired a part-time remote job that proved to be a true blessing. It's flexible, pays well, and I can work from home, which gives me more control over my schedule. Honestly, it's been a terrific balance that I've been able to maintain. Even though it is only part-time, my husband has an excellent job, which helps. We've been able to maintain a decent financial situation together, so things worked out, even though it wasn't the job route I had planned. Now that I was working from home and had more spare time, I began looking for activities to occupy my days. That's how I ended up babysitting for Gui. You know, Gui and I have always been related, but our relationship has had its ups and downs. She's not the easiest person to get along with, but when I lost my job, I had a lot of free time and figured I could help out with her kids. It began when she had to leave for a trip with her pals and her regular babysitter canceled at the last minute. She asked if I could step in, and I agreed, despite my reservations about the concept. I assumed it would be something transitory, but it eventually became my second job. She kept asking me to babysit, even when she wasn't on a trip. Her children, Mia and Noah, are wonderful, and I actually enjoy spending time with them, so I didn't fear it. But this is when things began to become difficult. What began as a courtesy quickly became something that seemed like an obligation. Guy grew to rely on me more and more, and before long, I was babysitting on a regular basis. I didn't mind at first, but after a while, it felt like I was doing it for her convenience rather than out of a real desire to assist. It wasn't long before I was juggling a part-time job with babysitting, which was okay when I was feeling well. However, when my situation began to worsen, I felt stretched too thin. Looking back, I can't help but wonder whether I should have established boundaries earlier. I guess I wanted to be the kind, helpful family member who could do everything. However, in the end, it left me exhausted. It's acceptable to say no. Even if someone else is vying for your time and attention, it is okay to prioritize your own needs. Update 2. Hello folks, I realize it's been a while, but I finally have some updates. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who contacted out and offered support during the crazy situation with Gui. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, but I'm doing fine now. So here's where things are. Gui did wind up paying a fee for filing a fraudulent police report, which surprised me given how swiftly it happened. She was further warned that repeating such behavior could result in more serious repercussions. To be honest, I'm glad she had to face some consequences for the disaster she created. It seemed like justice. However, I am not exactly celebrating it. I believe Gui would prefer to pretend nothing happened and go on, but that isn't how this works, right? The more shocking development, however, involves Gui and Mark. They are now separated. That came as a tremendous shock to the family. I never imagined it would come to this, but things definitely reached a breaking point for them. Mark was enraged when he learned about everything Gui did, especially the phony report. That was the last straw for him, and it wasn't long before they began living apart. They have been working on their relationship, however. According to what I've heard, they're in counseling, and Mark appears to want to attempt to make things better. I'm not sure what will happen to them in the long run, but there's still a chance they can work things out, if both of them are ready to put in the effort. At this point, I've removed myself from their drama. It's difficult to care when you've been wrongfully accused of something you didn't commit. Gui still blames me for all that transpired. She refuses to speak to me, which is actually rather reassuring. I don't think I could take much more of her toxicity. There's just so much a person can take until they have to keep their own peace. And right now, I'm doing everything I can to focus on my health and happiness. But, matter how toxic things were, I felt horrible for her. I understand her actions were the result of her personal problems, but that doesn't excuse what she did to me. I learned the hard way that just because someone is kin does not imply they have your best interests in mind. Even if you strive to help them, some people will manipulate and take advantage of you. And at some point, you must draw a line. The fact that I can no longer see Mia and Noah has made things a little more difficult. I miss those children. They were an important part of my life for a long time, and despite the difficulties with Gui, I actually enjoyed spending time with them. They're both brilliant and sweet children. It's weird not to be a part of their life anymore. I know they miss me, but I'm not sure if I'll see them again. Gui has made it clear that she wants nothing to do with me, and I do not want to overstep my boundaries. Update 3. Hello, everyone. I know it's been almost a month since my last update, but I finally have some new content for you. A lot has happened, and I feel like I've been on a roller coaster recently. Thank you to everyone who has reached out to me. Your warm words and support mean everything to me. So, let us start with Gui and Mark. Believe it or not, they're back together now. Yeah, I was startled too. Given all that had happened, the drama, the accusations, and everything else, I assumed that was the end of their relationship. However, they managed to resolve the situation. It's bittersweet for me. As glad as I am that they are finding a path forward, I still haven't seen Mia or Noah. Honestly, I miss those children. I spent a lot of time with them, and they became an important part of my life. But with everything that happened, I can't seem to find a way back into their life. I know Gui has made it clear that she no longer wants me connected, and I do not want to break any limits. But I can't stop feeling like I'm losing out. I still think about them all the time and hope they are doing well. On a personal note, my illness has deteriorated in recent weeks. I won't go into too much detail, but let's just say I've been battling more physically. I was doing okay for a while until I had some flare-ups that brought me down. It's been a challenging few weeks, and there were times when I wondered how much longer I could continue. I was fatigued, and there were days when getting out of bed seemed impossible. I've been seeing my doctor more often and changing my treatment plan. Slowly but surely, I'm feeling better. But, I'm not going to lie, there's an underlying concern that things could turn terrible again at any point. I simply need to take it one day at a time and be gentle to myself. I'm grateful that my hubby has been so supportive throughout this. He's been an incredible rock for me, and I'm not sure what I'd do without him. Anyway, that's where I am right now. I'm grateful for the help I've received, and I hope everyone is doing well. I'll let you know if anything more happens, but for now, I'm simply taking it one day at a time. Thank you again for being there for me. It truly means the world. Mocked for my weight, I transformed with confidence. When I returned, my family grew jealous and tried to bring me down. Growing up, I was always an overweight child. I've always been bigger than the majority of the other kindergarten students. While my peers were still figuring out what made them distinctive, my size had already stood out. As I grew older, the weight I carried became more visible. By high school, I was indisputably overweight, and my shape and girth served as a continuous reminder of my differences. College was not much different. While some of my peers began to discover who they were or explore new aspects of themselves, I stayed trapped in the same identity, overweight and occasionally fighting with it. It wasn't easy being the bigger kid. It exposed me to continual ridicule, mockery, and nasty comments from people who didn't know or cared to understand me. Growing up, I was bullied more than I'd want to recall. Classmates teased me mercilessly. Their words ate away at me, creating profound doubts and self-doubt that, at times, felt hard to overcome. They'd call me names and make crude jokes, and I'd frequently be the punchline. I was always singled out, as if I were somehow unworthy of affection or companionship. I was continually excluded from games, parties, and gatherings. It felt like I was always on the outside, watching everyone else go through the regular ups and downs of childhood and adolescence from a distance I couldn't reach. These years of bullying influenced how I perceived myself and responded to the world. I felt out of place with others, so I sought sanctuary in books. I lost myself in literature and stories that helped me escape my daily troubles. Books did not judge me. They did not ridicule me. I became known as the nerd, and I didn't like it all that much. My younger sister, Bonnie, was radically different from me. She was only a year younger than me and possessed an effortless charisma that drew others to her. Bonnie thrived in social situations, whereas I was shy and reserved. She had a magnetic personality. She could come into a room and immediately have everyone smiling, laughing, and absolutely fascinated by her. Bonnie didn't just make friends easily, she seemed to have an intrinsic ability to persuade people to support her, almost as if she were the sun around which everyone gravitated. Regardless of our differences, I adored her. I took my job as her older sister seriously, feeling fiercely protective whenever she needed it. When she began attending the same high school as mine, I was overjoyed. Initially, being Bonnie's older sister made me feel proud, as if I had a particular place in her life. However, as she grew older, things began to alter. As Bonnie settled into high school and began to create her own personality, I saw a difference in how she perceived me. She began to see how different we were, and how differently we were treated. Whereas I was the bookish, quiet kind, she was vivacious and popular, someone who rapidly established herself among the cool circle. I observed as she became aware of my peculiarities and insecurities, which others considered uncool. Bonnie began to distance herself from me as she found new pals. She would then try to actively ignore or avoid me in school. That hurt. It genuinely pained me that my own sibling saw me as inferior. Nonetheless, I did my best to accept her decision, to give her the space she appeared to need, even if it hurt to think I was losing not only my sister, but also a friend. Bonnie gradually stopped ignoring me and began interacting with people who made me feel like an outcast. If Bonnie and I met in the corridors or at lunch, she and her pals would take advantage of any opportunity to embarrass me. They'd taunt me in front of other students or, worse, try to trip me as I passed past with my lunch tray, just to make everyone laugh. It seemed like I was losing her, not only to new people, but to the same mocking and nasty conduct I'd had to put up with for so long. I was always on guard, attempting to avoid not just my peers' criticism but also the humiliation inflicted by my own sister. It hurt a lot, especially because it came from someone I had always admired and looked up to. When Bonnie invited her pals over, they would try to gang up on me at home. They would rush into my room without knocking, then laugh and gesture to my body. They'd fling insults like geek and fatty at me like they were nothing. I'd feel like a zoo animal, as if I were there to entertain them. When they entered my personal space in my room, I felt small and alone, as if I were an alien in my own home. I tried talking to my parents about it several times, hoping they would realize how tough it was for me to deal with Bonnie's conduct. But every time I brought it up, they dismissed my worries. They'd smile and defend her actions, claiming that this was how siblings related, and that Bonnie was merely playing with me. They told me it was harmless, even suggesting that I loosen up and stop taking everyone's taunts so seriously. They told me that I was older and should be more patient and resilient. So, not only did I face years of bullying from my peers, including my own sister, but my concerns were repeatedly rejected by my parents. It made me feel isolated, as if no one in my own family realized or understood how deeply it hurt. The only time I ever felt properly noticed by our parents was when I received my grades. Academics had always come effortlessly to me, and I became accustomed to receiving high grades. In a way, it was the one area where I felt superior to everyone else. It was also the one way I could make my parents proud. The one part of my life that they appeared to actually care about. My parents enjoyed bragging about my accomplishments to friends and family, portraying me as the family scholar, as if my grades were evidence of their parenting prowess. But Bonnie detested the analogies. She was not an academic overachiever, nor did she want to be, but our parents' repeated reminders of my accomplishments made her resentful. They put my grades up as an example, meaning that she needed to do the same. I could always sense her annoyance and rage, which I assume is why she did what she did to me. Bonnie would occasionally attempt to destroy my hard work in order to get back at me. She'd sneak into my room in the middle of the night and take my homework. Sometimes, shortly before a large task was due, I'd wake up in the morning to find my meticulously finished work gone. Panic would set in, and I'd feverishly hunt through my books, papers, and files, becoming increasingly anxious with each passing minute. And there she'd be, smirking, watching me from the doorway, relishing every moment of my anxiety. To her, it was a minor win, a way to bring me down a peg and remind me that I wasn't invincible. She understood how important my grades were to me, how much of my self-worth I had invested in them, and she enjoyed disturbing that aspect of my life. I only out about her stealing my assignments years later, when she drunkenly admitted one evening. My friendship with Bonnie has grown softer over time. Though we're not close, you might say we've matured a little, and some of the bitterness from our youth has dissipated. However, the strong closeness that siblings often enjoy did not fully emerge between us. After college, I moved away and began constructing a life in a new place with an interesting job and new chances, which meant I didn't visit my family very frequently. As time passed, our communications became limited to occasional phone calls or texts. So, when I decided to travel home for the summer, I was truly excited to see everyone. It had been a long time since we'd all gotten together as a family, and I was excited to catch up and reconnect. However, not everything went as planned. Our family lunch began well enough. Everyone appeared delighted to see me, and for a moment, it felt like old times. That changed, however, when Bonnie unexpectedly revealed her engagement. None of us saw it coming, and we initially assumed she was joking. However, it became evident that she was serious. She proudly put out her hand, displaying a gorgeous ring, and I couldn't help but remark how exquisite it was. I was genuinely happy for her, delighted that she'd finally met someone she loved and who loved her back. Almost as soon as the congratulations subsided, Bonnie turned to me and inquired about my recent activities. I told her about my profession, my life, and how rewarding things had been for me. Before I could finish, she cut me off. "I can't help but say this," she started, smirking. "But why are you still fat? I mean, if your life is really that great, shouldn't you have lost weight by now?" Her remarks hit me like a slap, reawakening old insecurities I thought I had overcome. The room became uncomfortably silent, and I could feel everyone's gaze on me, waiting to see how I would respond. I merely shrugged and tried to laugh awkwardly at her comment. But my parents immediately joined in to criticize me. They began talking about how I was still obese and unmarried, and how they were concerned that I would never have children. I felt so mortified hearing them talk like that. My successes, the profession I was proud of, the life I had made on my own in another city, none of it seemed to matter to them. They were just concerned with my weight and the fact that I did not have my own family. As my parents and sister continued to talk about me, their comments wounded deeper than I imagined. I'd spent years of my life finally coming into my own, gaining confidence and independence, yet, at those moments, I felt like the same nervous, awkward teenager I'd always been, desperate for my family's acceptance. My parents then applauded Bonnie for getting engaged before me and expressed their pride in her. To them, I was the inferior child, successful but not quite enough. What was supposed to be a happy family reunion had swiftly turned into a heartbreaking reminder of old scars. At that point, I felt more like an outsider than ever. Bonnie did not stop. She continued to ask probing questions. So, when are you getting married? I mean, do you even have a boyfriend? She was blatantly mocking me in front of everyone by bringing up my romantic life. My parents eagerly jumped on the subject, agreeing with Bonnie that it was past time for me to meet someone before it was too late. They pointed out that Bonnie, being younger, was settling down before me, but I, being older, was still throwing my life away at work. I attempted to argue that I liked my life the way it was, that my profession and freedom provided me with fulfillment. My job paid well, and I was passionate about it. And why did I have to find a man and have a child? I am content just as I am. But my words didn't appear to register. My mother, in particular, appeared disdainful, giving me a pointed look and taunting, "What's the point of earning all that money if you don't have anyone to come home to?" It was as if she couldn't believe that happiness existed outside of marriage or family. Sitting there, I had the typical feeling of being misunderstood, that my life choices were disregarded. This was my family, the ones who should have known me best, but they seemed to be obsessed with a different idea of happiness. I had come home seeking connection and warmth, but instead got judgment and taunts. Bonnie then mentioned that she anticipated me to have at least a +1 by the time her wedding rolled around. She explained that she didn't want people to think her sister was an old, miserable woman who was getting married alone. The comment stung. I simply shook my head and assured her I would try. This is when my parents casually told me that since Bonnie's wedding was approaching, even if I couldn't find a spouse, I could at least try to lose weight and look better for her wedding. They suggested that if I reduced weight, it would be simpler for me to attract a partner. Bonnie agreed with my parents and said she wanted me to lose at least a few pounds. I sat there, astonished and humiliated, with an aching that I hadn't felt in years. How could my relatives talk to me like this? Did I truly deserve their hateful words simply because I was overweight? Was I not meant to have feelings because I was fat? I was a normal human being, just like them. I functioned exactly like everyone else. I never saw my weight as a hindrance, so why should they? I'd even dated men who liked me just the way I was, but my parents and Bonnie were making it appear as if my weight kept me from finding love or having men approach me, which wasn't even true. I wanted to defend myself and tell them how cruel their words were, but I felt paralyzed and unable to find the correct words. Their statements took me back to high school, to the agonizing times when my weight made me a target. I despised how nonchalantly my relatives brought up my deepest fears, seemingly unconcerned about how they affected me. So I sat there, holding in my pain, and let the topic go to anything else. When I returned home from my trip to see my family, I pushed myself into reducing weight with a zeal I had not realized I possessed. It began as a method to prove something to my family, but it eventually grew more personal. I joined a gym, followed a rigorous diet, and even hired a personal trainer. My trainer has been a lifesaver. She knew just how to assist me through a path tailored to my own needs, having gone through her own change from overweight to healthy weight. She created a routine specific to my goals and encouraged me every step of the way, reminding me to give myself grace when I stumbled. This time, everything seemed to click. I started losing weight steadily, and as the pounds fell off, I felt lighter, not just physically but also mentally. For the first time in my life, I began to feel and appear different. My confidence increased quickly. I used to assume that decreasing weight wouldn't have much of an influence, but it has. People see me differently today. Strangers are nicer and more attentive. Friends and colleagues regard me with fresh respect, and I can't deny that this feels like a validation I've never had before. It's as if I've suddenly become more noticeable than I was before. My new body brought a new sense of style. I overhauled my entire wardrobe, filling it with clothing I'd only fantasized about wearing. I even opted for a full hair makeover, attempting a daring and trendy style that I would have been too afraid to try in the past. Perhaps it seems expensive, but I've never felt so good. I look in the mirror now, and I don't recognize the person staring back. It's like meeting a version of myself that I never knew existed. I'm proud of how far I've gone, not just because I've lost weight, but also because I've gained confidence and self-assurance. Bonnie's wedding is approaching, so my family has invited me to fly down and join them for lunch to finalize some details. However, I do not feel like returning home. I don't want my family to ridicule me again and make me feel tiny, especially now that I'm feeling good about myself for the first time in a long while. I don't want to go to Bonnie's wedding anymore because of how she and my parents have treated me. But I know if I don't go, they'll be furious and give me a long lecture about how family is family and how, no matter how heartbroken I am, I must be present for Bonnie's big day. So, would it be wrong for me not to attend my sister's wedding? Update 1. Wow. I'm overwhelmed by everyone's response. Some of your proposals are truly humorous. I can't believe you're encouraging me to show up and mess with my sister now that I've shed so much weight. Growing up as a fat kid had a negative impact on my self-esteem, particularly in terms of how I perceived myself. I struggled with self-doubt for a long time, always believing that I wasn't good enough or didn't measure up to others. But reading all of your responses has been a game changer. It's as if you've helped me see myself in a completely new light, and I'm finally starting to feel more confident than I ever have. In fact, I'm seriously considering turning up to my family's lunch and shocking them. They haven't seen me in a long time, and since I don't use social media, they have no idea how much weight I've dropped. It will be interesting to witness their reactions. Update 2. Okay, Reddit, you're not prepared for this upgrade. Grab some popcorn because things are about to get exciting. I decided to fly down to join my family for lunch. I assumed that when they saw me, they would be happy with the transformation I had undergone, because after all, they had been the ones who pushed me toward it in the first place. Surely, they'd be overjoyed to see the positive improvements in me and finally recognize the effort I'd put in. The instant I walked into my parents' house, their jaws absolutely dropped. They looked at me, astonished, as if they couldn't believe I was the same person. After a time, they stammered, wondering if it was actually me. I gave them a big hug, thrilled with their reaction. They continually complimented my appearance, saying how beautiful I looked and how they couldn't believe it was me. However, when Bonnie came, the situation changed. She didn't notice me at first, disregarding me as if I were invisible, as she had done many times before. But when I rose up to greet her, she did a double take, her eyes widening with surprise. She gave an odd, almost forced laugh before reaching over and pushing her fingers on my stomach, wide-eyed, as if she wanted proof that I had truly dropped all of that weight. My parents chuckled at her reaction and informed her that they couldn't believe it either. As we settled in for lunch, the subject turned to my makeover. Bonnie and my parents bombarded me with questions about how I'd done it, marveling at how different I appeared. Their voices were full of surprise, as if they had never imagined I could look any other way. Bonnie, in particular, kept saying that she had never anticipated me to shift so dramatically. After a while, she said, "When I first requested you to lose weight, I never imagined you'd look this good. I had no idea you had that jawline and those ankles underneath all that fat." I hesitated, trying to retain my cool, and smiled at her before telling her, "Bonnie, I've always been gorgeous. Losing weight simply improved my characteristics." Bonnie, on the other hand, contended that it wasn't just that. There was something else about me that was unique. She then had the audacity to inquire, "Did you have any procedures done on yourself? Because you can't look this fantastic on your own." I could feel my blood starting to boil. The hubris to believe that I required surgery to look attractive, despite the fact that I had worked so hard to achieve my current appearance. I looked her directly in the eyes and said, "Wow, Bonnie. It's amazing how little you think of me. No surgery, just a lot of hard work and self-love, which you should try someday." Bonnie's expression changed from surprise to displeasure, but I didn't care. It felt amazing to finally say something and put her in her place. Before she could react, my parents jumped in, attempting to smooth things over in their own way. "You shouldn't be offended," my mother replied. "All three of us have never seen you look like this before. Honestly, you look more lovely now than Bonnie, and she's the one getting married." Bonnie appeared much angrier following Mom's remark. I simply ignored her and concentrated on my food, allowing my sister to seethe in her rage. Then my mother interjected. "You know, I was thinking, maybe you should go back to your original hair color. I believe you would look even better in your natural hue. This blonde appearance causes you to stand out too much. Maybe you could just return to your former look." Bonnie and my father quickly agreed with her. My father supported my mother, saying that Bonnie was always the blonde daughter in the family and I was the brunette, so it would be a good idea for me to return to my original hair color, which would make me appear more like myself. Hearing their statements, I was taken aback. I suddenly felt like the three of them were ganging up on me and attempting to bring me down. My hairstylist was the one who changed my hair color to blonde because it complemented my skin tone and face better. It had nothing to do with attempting to outperform or overshadow my sister. I could see why Bonnie was jealous of me because I looked so nice right now, but I couldn't figure out why my parents were so unhappy with me. It was as if they wanted to revert me to my original self, despite the fact that they were the ones who wanted me to be more acceptable for their darling daughter's forthcoming wedding. But now that I did, they couldn't accept who I had become. Instead of recognizing my progress, they sought to undermine me. Finally, I questioned my folks. "What is your problem? Why can't I be blonde? Does my sister own that hue or something?" I paused, annoyed. "No, she doesn't. I can be either blonde or brunette. It's my decision." Why does it matter to you so much? I couldn't understand why they were so obsessed with returning to my former self, as if my appearance had to match who I was. My mother scoffed at me, claiming that I was willfully sabotaging Bonnie's approaching wedding by attempting to stand out with my appearance. Bonnie also jumped in, suggesting that with my weight loss, I was already going to stand out, so did I really need to match her hair color? My father, as usual, agreed with them, telling me that I was being difficult for no reason and that, as Bonnie's sister, I should be more tolerant. I couldn't believe what I heard. It was not about stealing anything, it was about giving myself the freedom to do whatever made me happy. But instead of supporting it, they were all concerned about how it would make Bonnie uncomfortable. Do you know what? I'm done with this, I murmured, the words almost burning as they left my lips. The three of you are so wrapped up in your own negativity that you can't even admit I've changed. The reality is, I've always been fantastic just the way I am, but none of you ever noticed. Now that I've lost weight, it's still not good enough for you. No matter what I do, it is never enough. I took time to process what I had just said. They only gazed at me, and it didn't matter. I was done with holding back. Since you all have so much to say about me, I believe it is time I gave you some unsolicited advice, just like you do to me. I turned to my mother first, feeling the words surge inside me like a deluge. Mom, I really hate how loose the skin is around your eyes and your lips. They droop on one side when you laugh. I can't help but notice all your crooked teeth, and honestly, it's just disgusting to me. Dad, I said sharply. You're bald. You really have no right to say anything about anyone's hair or their hair color. How are you going to criticize someone's looks when you can't even keep a full head of hair? I noticed his face stiffening, but I wasn't finished yet. Finally, I resorted to Bonnie. And you, don't ever talk down to me again. Between the two of us, I've always been the better-looking sibling. But now, with all the weight I've lost, you look even fatter than me. Just look at those chubby arms of yours. Bonnie's cheeks flushed with shame, and she appeared to be on the verge of tears. I then hoisted my glass, downed my drink in one go, and walked out with a smirk, leaving everyone stunned and astonished. I said everything I had to say. I couldn't believe these words had come from my mouth, yet I didn't regret them one bit. They deserved to be humiliated after years of being criticized. After lunch, I flew directly back home. I didn't want to stay behind and attend Bonnie's wedding. Since then, my phone has been overloaded with voicemails and texts from my parents and Bonnie. They've been calling me disrespectful and foul-mouthed for how I spoke to them and then left. Mom even insists that I fly down to Bonnie's wedding, claiming that not having me there will make her in-laws unhappy. Update 3. So I ended up skipping Bonnie's wedding. Thanks to all of your suggestions, instead of returning home to attend, I decided to treat myself to an impromptu stay at a 5-star resort. It was truly one of the best moves I'd made in a long time. I spent the weekend doing whatever made me happy, no drama or pressure, just pure enjoyment. I treated myself to a spa day, binge-watched my favorite shows, and even discovered some new sites in the city that I'd been dying to visit. I've also blocked my relatives, so they can't contact me again. I'm weary of being bullied by them and want to avoid all of the poison and drama. Right now, my primary focus is on self-care. My fiancée cheated and said I'd never find someone like her. A year later, I'm dating a model who had a crush on me since high school. So, when going around Reddit the other day, I came across this post about a guy whose girlfriend was cheating on him and didn't care. She was absolutely honest about it, as if it were no big deal. It was insane, and it made me think about my ex-girlfriend. I haven't told many people about this incident, mostly because it's long and, well, it was unpleasant at the time. But after reading that post, I thought, what the heck, I might as well give it a chance. Keep in mind that this occurred approximately 2 years ago. I met my ex, let's call her Chloe, through a dating app. It wasn't one of those applications seeking a quick hookup. It was one of the more serious ones, with people reportedly hoping for a relationship. Anyway, at the time, I was 33 and she was 30. We matched, chatted, and there was an instant connection. It's difficult to explain, but we just understood each other. We shared the same sense of humor, interests, and could talk for hours without becoming bored. It was very refreshing. After a few weeks of online and phone conversations, I eventually invited her out on an actual date. I was a little nervous, to be honest, because she was so lovely. I mean breathtakingly stunning. I am not suggesting I am a troll or anything, I think I'm a decent-looking guy, but she was clearly in a different league. I remember thinking at the time that I probably wouldn't be looking for anything serious with her because, girls like that usually have a lot of options. I did not want to have my heart broken. Being with someone who is overly attractive is a strange problem, I know, but it can provide its own set of challenges. Anyway, she agreed to the date, and we had a great time. It just validated everything I felt during our internet conversations. We started seeing each other more frequently after that, and it became formal very quickly. One thing that was continually on my mind was how much attention she received from other men. She would tell me about it occasionally, even when we were together. A guy would shamelessly hit on her in front of me, or she'd receive messages from guys via social media. At first, I wasn't concerned by it. I trusted her. I got the impression that she wasn't interested in anyone else and was truly interested in me. Stupid, I know, but that's how I felt at the moment. I was simply enjoying being with her, and I didn't want to be the jealous, insecure lover. Things were going great, really great, except for one tiny item that kept lingering in my mind. We were having one of those crazy late-night chats where you speak about random things, and the subject of hall passes came up. If you're not familiar with the term, it refers to a hypothetical situation in which you and your partner each got to choose one celebrity with whom you would be allowed to sleep, no questions asked. It's meant to be a jest, a bit of fun, but it can occasionally expose some underlying sentiments. Anyway, she brought it up, which struck me as weird. Usually, I'm the one who initiates such silly chats. She said her hall pass was Justin Timberlake, which is fair enough. He's a nice-looking guy. But then she said something that really resonated with me. She added, "I don't think there are many celebrities who would say no to me," with a slight smirk, as if she was entirely serious. Now, I knew she was beautiful, I had always known that, but hearing her say it in that way simply rubbed me wrong. She seemed to be accepting that she could have pretty much any guy she wanted, which made me uneasy. It seemed out of character for her too. Despite her outward appearance, she had always been quite approachable. It just felt arrogant. It made me feel uneasy. I said nothing at the moment. I just laughed it off and we went on to the next issue. But the comment persisted in the back of my mind. I kept thinking about it throughout the next few days. The feeling vanished, and things returned to normal, but I never forgot about it. The shift in her behavior, things were going really well for a while after the hall pass chat, but then I noticed a shift in her behavior. It was faint at first, but as time passed, it grew increasingly clear. She began arriving home later than usual. Normally, she'd arrive home from work about 6 p.m., but she began arriving at 7 p.m., maybe 7:30, or even later. And what were the arguments she gave? They were basically lame excuses. She'd say things like, "Oh, I just lost track of time," or "I ran into a friend and we chatted for a bit." It was strange because she used to be so thorough about her day. If she was late due to work, she'd tell me everything, what project she was working on, who she spoke with, and so on. Now, it was simply these vague, meaningless reasons. On top of that, she became quite irritable. If I inquired why she was late, she would snap at me. She'd become defensive, claiming I was being overly controlling or that I didn't trust her. I didn't want to fight, so I usually backed away. I am not a confrontational person, especially when someone is already in a foul attitude. However, the late nights persisted, as did the nebulous reasons. My suspicion began to deepen. It was like a small voice in the back of my head saying, "Something's not right here." I tried to ignore it, but it became increasingly difficult, confrontations and denials. Finally, I asked her if there was anything wrong. I said, "Is everything okay? You seem different lately?" She denied it, of course. She responded, "No, everything's fine. I'm just stressed with work." The usual. I wanted to believe her. I actually did. A few days passed, and the same things happened. I couldn't keep it in anymore. I informed her again that her behavior was unusual and that I was concerned. This time, she appeared to understand what I was saying. In reality, she apologized, claiming that it was all due to stress and exhaustion and insisting that it was nothing personal. I got what she was saying. But I couldn't get myself to believe it. The fake explanations after that chat, things appeared to improve, at least on the surface. She was more receptive and conversational. When she got home late, she'd tell me stories about what she'd been doing. But they simply felt hollow. There was something about the way she told them, the lack of information, the avoidance of eye contact, that didn't feel right. I remember one particular night. She arrived home late and told me a story about running into an old coworker and having drinks with him. And I knew she was lying. It was like a light bulb went out in my head. I can't describe it, but I received the overpowering impression that she was hiding something really important. And that's when the thought occurred to me. She was having an affair. It wasn't just a minor issue or misunderstanding. This was a full-blown affair. I knew I couldn't simply let it go. I couldn't pretend everything was fine. I needed to discover the truth, one way or another. Her conduct had shifted dramatically from the woman I first met. It was impossible to ignore. This was not the person I had fell for before. Something was clearly wrong, and I was determined to find out what it was. The plan. Okay, I'm sitting there, convinced that my girlfriend is cheating on me. My initial thought was, I need to check her phone. I mean, that's where all the proof should be, right? Text messages, emails, social media, everything. But I quickly knew it wouldn't work. First and foremost, she was always on her phone, making it very impossible to take it away long enough to conduct a thorough search. Even if I did comprehend it, I'm not exactly a tech expert. I wouldn't know where or what to look for, and she'd probably removed anything damning anyhow. Plus, I needed proof. I didn't want to locate a questionable text message and then confront her with it. I wanted to catch her in the act, to know without a doubt. So I decided to take a different way. Hire a private investigator. Yeah, I understand. It seems like something out of a film, but I was desperate. I needed the truth. And I wanted someone who knew what they were doing to guide me to it. I wanted to know who this guy was and where they were meeting. I conducted a Google search for private investigators in my area and discovered one with positive reviews. I contacted them up and scheduled a meeting. I remember being quite scared when I walked into their office. It seemed like I was accepting defeat. I sat down with the investigator, a guy who appeared to have seen it all before, and told him everything. I recounted the entire event, from the hallway conversation to the late nights and lame explanations. It took a while, but he just listened calmly and nodded. He made no judgments about me. He did not make me feel foolish. He was just listening. Then he stated he'd seen this type of thing 100 times before. He preferred to do surveillance for 2 weeks because her late nights were variable, but this would be somewhat costly. We ultimately agreed on 10 days. I gave him all of her contact information, including her phone number, email address, and where she worked. Before I departed, he told me not to contact him until the 10 days were up, unless it was an emergency. It'll be difficult, he told me, but you need to let me do my job. I agreed. I knew it would be torment, but I had to believe him. The longest 10 days of my life. These 10 days were among the longest of my life. It was awful to know that this investigator was following my fiancée and could unearth proof that confirmed my darkest concerns. I felt helpless, just waiting, wondering, and thinking all kinds of possibilities. It was difficult to focus on anything else. Work was a nightmare. I could not sleep. I barely ate. And the worst part? Throughout the 10 days, she consistently arrived home late. 3 times, she arrived home after 9 p.m., using the same tired, pathetic justifications. Oh, I had last-minute plans with some friends. Traffic was terrible. She had no idea that every time she said those things, it further confirmed my suspicions that she was lying. Each time she was late, I thought, okay, this is it? This is when the investigator will catch her. It simply offered him more opportunities to get the evidence I required. The truth comes out. Finally, the 10-day period ended. The investigator phoned me precisely on time. He didn't say much over the phone, just that he had the information I needed and asked if we could meet in person. I answered, yes, absolutely. This was something I needed to hear face to face. I couldn't bear hearing this kind of news over the phone. I had been waiting for what seemed like an eternity, and I needed to see his expression to know for certain that what he was telling me was true. I drove to his office, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. I felt terrible to my stomach. When I stepped in, he was sitting with a manila envelope on the desk in front of him. He motioned for me to sit down. Then he asked if I wanted him to simply explain what he discovered or if I wanted to examine the contents of the package myself. I said I wanted to hear it from him first. I thought it would soften the blow a little. In my brain, I compared it to walking in on your partner cheating and having a moment to brace yourself before the gut punch. He took a big breath and replied, "Your suspicions were correct." Just like that. There's no avoiding the issue. There's no sugarcoating it. He informed me that he had followed her to an apartment building 3 times. She went in alone and left about 2 hours later, always with the same man. He had obtained the apartment number and the individual's name. Cody. Obviously, I'm changing the name. To be honest, my initial thought was that I wanted to find this Cody person, and let's just say I was not thinking peacefully. But then I realized this wasn't the point. The point was that my girlfriend, the lady I adored, had deceived me. That's what I needed to concentrate on. The investigator slid the envelope across the desk. I opened it. And there they were. Pictures. Photos of her and this Cody guy in front of the apartment building. Embracing, holding hands. Kissing, in front of her car. Everything was there, in black and white. Unquestionable proof. I almost lost my mind. I almost broke down right there in his office. It was one thing to suspect something, to have a gut instinct. But seeing it with my own eyes was a very different experience. The visual evidence was very overwhelming. I managed to keep back tears, although it was difficult. It wasn't just the affair, it was the realization that my entire life, the future I had planned with her, was falling in front of me. The confrontation, I wasn't sure what to do next, but I knew I had to get to the bottom of this. I was about to confront her. When I arrived home, I asked her to sit down. I did not yell. I didn't create a scene. I said quietly, "We need to talk." She was aware that something was off. She saw it on my face. She sat down, and I simply lay everything out. I informed her I knew about the affair. I told her I'd hired a private investigator. I informed her that I had proof. Her first emotion was shock. She simply stared at me, her mouth slightly wide. Then she attempted to calm down, to act as if nothing had happened. But I wouldn't have it. I told her what the investigator told me. About the residential building. About Cody. Everything. And she simply sat there. Silent. She did not refute it. She did not apologize. She did not even attempt to explain. She just sat there listening. The more I talked, the angrier I became. Her silence was infuriating. She didn't seem to care, or to be sorry for what she'd done. Finally, I could not take it any longer. I told her I wanted to break up. I responded, "I can't do this anymore, I can't keep playing this song and dance, I'm done." And then, she did something very unexpected. She laughed. She stepped up as if to frighten me and began this full monologue. "You want to leave me?" she inquired. "Are you kidding? So what?" I had a little bit of excitement on the side. It was just physical. It didn't mean anything. I'm a cheater. Fair. But where do you think you'll go from here? Do you think you'll ever get someone like me again? Hasn't it been clear to you over the years that I'm out of your league? It was one time, is that what you want to destroy our lives over? She spoke a lot more in that vein, essentially attempting to make me feel lucky. That I should simply be grateful to be with her, even if she cheated. Can you believe it? I was stunned. I knew she was arrogant, I knew she thought well of herself. However, this was a whole new level. This was not a sincere apology. This was hardly the reaction of someone who had been caught and wanted to make amends. This was the response of someone who didn't give a damn. Someone having a genuine F-it attitude. A true crash-out mentality. It seemed as if her ideal scenario was for me to simply accept that she was too good for me, that she would do whatever she pleased, and that I should be content to be along for the trip. She honestly believed I wouldn't have the courage to leave. That's how proud she was of herself. Her comments struck me like a ton of bricks. I'd felt wounded and outraged before, but this was different. This was pure fury. I'd never felt anything like it. I stood up, looked her directly in the eyes, and told her how much I detested her. I don't remember the precise words, but they were along those lines. And then I walked out. I didn't bring a bag. I did not say farewell. I simply stepped out the door. I couldn't bear to be in the same room as her for another second. I felt completely betrayed. It was over. The aftermath, I ended up staying the night in a cheap motel. I couldn't return to the house, not yet. I just needed to be alone and contemplate all that had transpired. I laid there in that uncomfortable bed, staring at the ceiling, rehearsing the confrontation in my mind over and over. I couldn't believe the way she reacted. It was simply unbelievable. The next day, I returned to the house to get some of my belongings. I assumed she would be at work. But she was present. She appeared to have been crying, but she was attempting to play tough, as if nothing was wrong. And then, get this. She had the nerve to reply, "I knew you'd be back," with a smug little grin on her face. As if I had just thrown a small tantrum and crawled back to her. I didn't say anything. I just went inside and grabbed some clothes, toiletries, and other necessities. I knew I couldn't acquire everything at once, but all I wanted was to get out of there as soon as possible. I replied, "I'll be back for the rest of my stuff later." She just stood there staring at me, her face filled with disbelief. As if she couldn't believe I was leaving. She said nothing till I was walking out the door. Then she merely whispered something under her breath, which I didn't catch. And frankly, I didn't mind. I've been trying to understand why she acted the way she did. I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around it. Perhaps she was looking for validation or excitement outside of our relationship. Perhaps she was insecure about becoming older or about our routine. Perhaps she regarded me as a safe, dependable, cuddly husband, but also as someone who she considered beneath her. And perhaps because she had always felt that way, she did not consider the infidelity to be a huge problem. She'd already rationalized it in her mind. Of course, all of this is just me guessing, attempting to make sense of something that does not make sense. The aftermath. After I departed, she began contacting me. The first few messages were mocking and caustic, as if she thought the whole thing was a joke and that I would just run back to her. She definitely believed I was lying. That I would not go through with leaving, but, a few days later, I returned to the house with a friend to retrieve the remainder of my possessions. And she was shocked. She could not believe I was being serious. I believe it was the moment she realized it was truly over. One of her final texts to me read, "I hope you know you'll never find anyone like me again." Seriously? I blocked her after that. I couldn't take it anymore, it was simply too much. Moving on. Okay, let's skip ahead a bit. The whole breakup with Chloe was a shambles, and it took me a bit to get my bearings. But life continues, right? A few months later, I had my 15-year high school reunion. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to go, but a number of my friends persuaded me. It ended up being a great time. It was nice to see all the old faces and meet up with people I hadn't seen in years. Just a really upbeat, enjoyable vibe. And then, there was Veronica. Enter Veronica. Veronica attended my high school class. She was a tall, stunningly beautiful girl. We were cordial and took some classes together, but we were not particularly close. She was one of those girls who was just naturally cool, you know? After high school, she became a model, and a rather successful one at that. I had seen her in some magazines and internet advertisements. If you're into fashion, you may recognize her name. I hadn't spoken to her in at least 7 years, possibly more. So I'm at the reunion, having a nice time, when I realize that Veronica isn't present. However, her best friend from high school was. They were still really close, which I thought was fantastic. It demonstrated that Veronica had not changed much despite her success. I went over to see her friend just to say hello and catch up. We were talking, and she kept a wide smile on her face the entire time. When I named Veronica, her smile grew even wider. She made a face and continued. "I know she's going to kill me for telling you this, but, you know she's always had a crush on you?" I just chuckled. I mean, come on. Veronica, a successful model, have a crush on me? It appeared utterly ludicrous. Even in high school, we didn't run in the same circles. We were friendly, but not more. There was no way. Also, becoming a model now? There's no chance. It was flattering, of course, to think that someone like her would find me beautiful. But I assumed that was just a high school event that she'd long forgotten about. I told her buddy that I didn't think Veronica remembered me, but she insisted. She explained that Veronica had requested her to check me out at the reunion to see if I still looked as nice as I did in high school. And then she continued. "She's still into you, so if you're single and you're not scared of girls with baggage, you might as well give it a shot." I spent the remainder of the night reflecting on the talk. It was all so unexpected. I won't lie, it felt wonderful to know that someone like Veronica was interested in me, especially after what had occurred with Chloe. It felt as if here was this woman who my ex would have deemed out of my league, and she was allegedly crushing on me. It made me understand how useless Chloe's remarks were, and how much she wanted to bring me down. It provided a significant confidence boost. Taking a chance. Following the reconnection, I decided to take a chance. I figured, what could I lose? I decided to contact Veronica online, as the kids say. I found her on Instagram and messaged her. I also informed Veronica's friend that I was going to message her in case she did not check her direct messages from people she did not follow. I did not want my message to be lost in the mix. And then I waited. And waited. And waited. I waited 5 days and heard nothing. I'd completely forgotten about it, to be honest. I believed she was probably busy, or that her buddy had exaggerated things. I wasn't too concerned about it. But, ultimately, she replied. And her message was quite enthusiastic. She wrote, "Oh my gosh, Keith, it's been so long. Now, I've heard that the more letters a woman repeats in her text to you, the more she likes you. I'm not sure if it is accurate, but it felt like a good sign." We began messaging back and forth, catching up on pretty much everything. We spoke about high school. About what we have been up to since then. About our jobs. Our families. Everything. After a few days, Veronica recommended we switch to FaceTime. She claimed she was tired of typing so much. I was delighted, of course, and we began making video chats virtually every day. A deeper connection. During those video talks, I began to understand more about her life as a model. She told me everything about the industry, the travel, the photo shoots, the ups and downs. She was in Brussels at the time, working on a campaign, and even gave me some photos from the set. That was fascinating. And it was awesome to watch her in her environment. It also allowed us to connect on a deeper level while being thousands of miles apart. After a few weeks of almost daily communication, it began to seem like we were dating. We hadn't formally called it that, but it seemed like more than simply friendship. So, I decided to be a little corny and simply ask her, "What are we?" She chuckled and said we were really wonderful friends, but she wanted to be more. I saw this as a cue to ask her if she wanted to be my girlfriend. She quickly agreed, with no hesitation. It was a wonderful feeling. The long-distance challenge. Obviously, the long-distance aspect was challenging. She was a model traveling the world, while I was here doing my regular work. I had a long-distance relationship when I was younger, and I despised it. It was difficult to maintain that connection, to feel like you were truly a part of each other's lives. But this was different. This was Veronica, and she was already so important to me that I was willing to go to any length to make it work. So I booked a flight to Brussels to see her. She was going to be there for a few weeks working on a project, so I decided it was the perfect time to see her and get a taste of her culture. The trip that changed everything. The trip was just stunning. Brussels was beautiful, of course, but being there with Veronica was incredible. It seemed like a dream come true. It taught me that I shouldn't give up on love because of a single negative experience, that there were still excellent people out there, people worth the effort. She even brought me to one of her photo shoots. I got to watch her work, see her in her element, cheer her on from the sidelines, and take some of my own photos. It was so great to watch her doing what she loved, and it made me feel even more connected to her, as if I were truly a part of her life. The Instagram mishap. So I was in Brussels, having the time of my life with Veronica. I took a lot of photos during the photo shoot and decided to share a few of them on Instagram. I didn't upload them to my main feed, though. Instead, I shared them on my close friend story, expecting just a limited group of individuals to view them. Here's the thing. I completely forgot about my ex, Chloe, who was still on my close friends list. I rarely use Instagram, so I didn't think to block her there. I had blocked her everywhere else, but not Instagram. A big mistake. I received a message from her just a few hours after posting the photos. Remember, we hadn't spoken in almost a year by this point. The message stated, "Who's that? Why are you playing groupie?" A laughing emoji appears next. I quietly responded, "That's my girlfriend." I said nothing else. She did not respond right away. I could see the little typing sign emerge and disappear several times over the following 10 minutes, as if she was writing something, deleting it, and then writing something new. Finally, she only sent a snarky message. Sure. The final goodbye. That's when I decided to try it. I informed her that she didn't have to trust me. Then I said, "If you thought you were out of my league, then Veronica is out of this world." I also questioned her. "How's your man from back then doing?" I knew it would sting. She read the message, but did not respond. And then I blocked her on Instagram. I realize it was probably petty of me to say those things. But really? I believed she earned it. And I did not want her to have any further access to my life. Any more opportunities to get under my skin? Even yet, I'll admit that I was curious about her reaction. I'll admit it. Happy ever after? And that, my friends, concludes the story. It's been an exciting voyage, to say the least. But I can honestly tell that I am happier than I have ever been. Veronica and I have been dating happily ever since our vacation to Brussels. And I won't lie, I'm thinking about proposing before the end of the year. Don't tell her, however. Veronica is a true blessing in my life. She is kind, she's funny, she is intelligent, she's stunning, both inside and out. And she makes me feel like the luckiest man in the world. I am really relieved that things did not work out with Chloe, because if they had, I would not have met Veronica. I understand that some people may criticize me. Could respond, "Oh, he's just with her because she's a model." Thus, long distance never works. But I don't care. I refuse to let anyone's criticism spoil my relationship with Veronica. She is great, and I'm quite thrilled. If things don't work out, you may come back here and tell me I told you so. But God knows, I don't see me penning another piece here. So, that's it. That is my story. It's a story of treachery, heartbreak, and eventually finding love and happiness in the most unexpected places. Thank you for listening. Reading, I suppose. My brother demanded $50,000 from me for his broken relationship after his fiancée confessed she loved me. My brother Matt, who is 1 year older than me, was engaged to Kate, his ex-fiancée. They seemed like a good match, and it appeared that they would have a wonderful life together. However, things didn't go as planned, and their relationship ended in large part due to me. Before you pass judgment, I need to describe what actually happened. Matt and I have always been close, and we even attended the same college, where Matt met Kate. They struck it off fast and began dating seriously. Kate spent a lot of time with Matt and me in our college apartment. It didn't take long until she and I became pals. Initially, I was pleased to see how much she cared for my brother, and I admired her as his girlfriend. That's how I've always seen her, as Matt's girl, with the potential to join our family eventually. But, over time, I started to notice things about Kate that made me uneasy. She was frequently overly nice with me in ways that did not seem quite acceptable. I dismissed it at first, assuming it was her way of bonding with me as a potential sister-in-law. However, numerous ex-girlfriends of mine would bring up Kate in conversation. They told me how uncomfortable she made them feel when they came to visit me. According to them, Kate would act possessive of me around them, asking a lot of questions, which made no sense given that she was with Matt and not me. I never paid much attention to these statements, supposing they were exaggerated or simply didn't want to believe them. But as more individuals brought it up, I realized there could be something to it. I once dated a girl named Sarah, and everything went well between us. However, she abruptly ended our relationship. I was caught off guard and had no idea what had gone wrong. I eventually discovered the truth. Kate had ruined our relationship. When I brought Sarah over to our apartment, Kate would continuously mock her, put her down, and even bully her behind my back. Sarah later informed me that Kate made her feel unwelcome and insignificant, as if she did not belong in my life. That was not all. Kate went so far as to lie to Sarah, claiming that I was cheating on her with other people. That was completely false, and the worst part was that Sarah believed her without speaking with me first. It ached to know Kate had purposefully wrecked our relationship. When I questioned Kate, she acknowledged lying but showed no remorse. Instead, she excused her actions by claiming that she didn't think Sarah was right for me and was attempting to protect me from a relationship she didn't believe was good enough. She presented it as if she was doing me a favor, but it did not feel that way. It seemed like an invasion, as if she had crossed a line she wasn't supposed to cross. This was not an isolated instance. Another time, I was dating a girl named Emily and things were getting serious. During Christmas, I decided to bring her home for the first time to meet my family. Matt brought Kate along, as he normally did. I had high hopes for the holiday, thinking it would be an opportunity for Emily to connect with everyone. Instead, it became a nightmare. Kate made Emily feel unwelcome from the beginning. She would isolate her from family gatherings, making her feel like an outcast while pretending she didn't notice. Emily later told me that she thought Kate despised her and treated me with jealousy. She followed me about all day, never allowing Emily or myself any space or solitude. Eventually, Emily couldn't handle it any longer, and we split up. These experiences made me feel stuck. I wasn't sure if Kate had feelings for me because she had never expressed them. I also didn't know how to handle this without producing a schism between my brother and me or inciting extra family turmoil. But, at the same time, I couldn't ignore how Kate's actions affected my life and relationships. It was evident that something was wrong, and it was only a matter of time before things broke down. Then came my birthday. Kate handed me a gold chain with the letter K on it. It looked quite pricey. At first, I wasn't sure how to react. Giving me a necklace with her initials on it seemed weird, even inappropriate. This was not the type of gift you'd anticipate from your brother's fiancée. It seemed more like something couples would exchange. I nervously quipped that she must have confused the receiver, as the necklace appeared to be a gift for my brother Matt rather than me. Kate's face flushed with shame, and she explained how she had personalized the necklace particularly for me. She said she wanted me to wear it so I wouldn't get approached by every girl on the street. I made a nasty expression at her comment, and she must have seen it because she fell into tears and fled out of the room without saying anything. The entire situation felt awkward and uncomfortable, and I had no idea what to do. Later, I summoned the confidence to tell my brother about my concerns, hoping he'd understand why Kate's gift had upset me. But, to my amazement, he ignored it completely. He pretended it wasn't a huge deal for Kate to give me anything like that, telling me that Kate loved me like family and I shouldn't overthink things. When I brought up Kate's previous occurrences and strange conduct, my brother replied that she was simply a highly protective person and that her behavior meant nothing else. To avoid unnecessary drama, I decided to drop the topic with him. He was clearly delusional. But, following the incident, I made a concerted attempt to distance myself from Kate. I was nice and respectful whenever I was around her, but I avoided spending time alone with her or conversing with her for longer than necessary. I assumed that providing that distance would help create clear boundaries and that she would finally leave me alone. When my brother and Kate graduated, I expected to spend less time with Kate, but that did not happen. Kate began phoning and texting me practically daily. Even when I ignored her calls and responded briefly to her texts, she didn't seem to receive the message. Her persistence perplexed me, and I couldn't understand why Mom continued to seek so much attention from me when her priority should have been my brother. Then Daisy entered my life. I met her at a party through common friends, and as soon as we started talking, I realized she was unique. Daisy is the love of my life, and I'm so grateful we met. Kate's behavior at family functions followed the same old, unpleasant pattern every time she met Daisy. She would try to bully Daisy in the same manner she had bullied my ex-partners. But this time, something was different. I was older, more self-aware, and far less tolerant of her shenanigans. Whenever Kate crossed a line, I stood up for Daisy and warned her to back off. But I also have to admit that Daisy does not require my protection. She is strong, confident, and refuses to accept disrespect. One event stood out in particular. Kate chose a seafood restaurant for our family meal despite knowing Daisy was terribly sensitive to shellfish. She obviously wants Daisy to sit out, expecting she would feel ostracized and embarrassed. When I discovered what was going on, I absolutely refused to attend the dinner. Daisy did not remain silent either. She informed everyone that Kate had purposefully chosen a place where she would be unable to eat. Kate attempted to play innocent, stating she had no idea Daisy's allergy was such a major deal. When it didn't work, she became rude, insulting Daisy by claiming that only weak people had such allergies and accusing her of faking them for attention. That was the breaking moment. My parents recognized Kate's callous behavior and called her out on it. I also insisted Kate apologize to Daisy on the spot. She seemed outraged at me for siding with Daisy, as if she expected me not to support my own spouse. She whispered an unconvincing apology. In the end, my dad, Daisy, and I went out to another restaurant while Kate and my brother ate at the seafood restaurant. Daisy and I carefully avoided Kate following this incident. Fortunately, my parents were on the same page. They saw Kate's odd conduct and did not pressure me to involve her in my plans. They understood and supported my decisions, making things easier for me. My brother Matt was the only person who remained to support Kate. He would regularly approach me and plead her case. He told me how Kate was hurt that I wasn't spending more time with her, and how Daisy had pushed a wedge between us. He'd reminisce about the good old days, attempting to persuade me to visit him and Kate more often so the three of us could hang out like we used to. But I had no desire to turn back the clock. I made it obvious to Matt that Daisy was a vital part of my life right now, and she was not leaving. I told him that if Kate couldn't accept Daisy or recognize her role in my life, there was no place for me in their small group. I wasn't going to place Kate's sentiments over my partner's well-being, or jeopardize the life I was creating with Daisy. It was a difficult conversation, but it needed to be had. My brother and I developed a strained connection over time. When my brother got engaged to Kate, he invited me and Daisy to an engagement party with the rest of the family. I wasn't looking forward to seeing Kate again, but for my brother's sake, I decided to set my sentiments aside for one night. Little did I know, that night would be a disaster that none of us would ever forget. Kate stared at me from the time we arrived. She approached me and offered me a lengthy, prolonged hug, which made me uneasy. I observed that she was drinking extensively all night. She was noisy, emotional, and obsessively focused on me and Daisy. She continued to flirt with me, stroking my arm needlessly and making improper remarks. It was awkward, to say the least. I did my best to avoid her without raising a disturbance, but my attempts to separate myself just made her angrier. Matt stood up to make a toast to commemorate their engagement. Kate pulled the microphone from his hand in the middle of his address, as the entire crowd watched. Kate began a rambling and disjointed confession. She told everyone present that she had been living a lie for years. She appeared inebriated, and her speech was slurred. She admitted in front of our entire family and friends that she had always been in love with me, not Matt. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to me. My brother's face became pale, his expression a mix of shock and sadness. I could feel my pulse pounding in my chest as the horror of what she was saying set in. Kate, unconcerned about the ruckus she was causing, resumed her inebriated confession. She explained that she had tolerated remaining with Matt all these years because it was the only way she could be close to me. Kate went on to express her jealousy of Daisy, claiming that she was the reason I had stopped spending time with her. Then, to everyone's amazement, she begged me to leave Daisy. She stated she wanted us to run away together and have a wonderful life as a couple. The desperate tone in her voice was frightening. The room was stuck in startled quiet, except for Kate's drunken tears. Fortunately, Kate's sister, who was also attending the party, stepped in. She hurriedly pulled Kate away from the microphone and attempted to settle the situation, but Kate was not finished yet. She continued to wail and scream as her sister took her out of the room, shouting things at me like, "You're the love of my life, and don't let her take you from me." I wasn't sure where to look or what to say. My brother stood there, absolutely crushed, as our family and friends watched, shocked and disbelieving. I was appalled and ashamed by what had occurred. The consequences of this occurrence were terrible. Matt was devastated by Kate's public confession and betrayal and ended their engagement immediately. He severed all links with her and refused to see her again after that night. While I completely supported his decision to terminate things with Kate, I didn't expect him to cut me off as well. Matt refused to speak with me after that, no matter how hard I tried. He ignored my calls and messages, and he did not respond even when our parents tried to interfere. He stopped attending family gatherings, barely communicated with anyone, and provided no updates on his life. He has had almost no communication with any of us in the past 5 years. He was even absent on the most important day of my life, my wedding to Daisy. My parents occasionally receive a few updates from him, but that's about it. We have no idea why he cut us off so totally, but we understand his need for space, even if it breaks our hearts. That is why, when my phone rang this week and I saw Matt's name on the screen, I was taken aback. I hadn't heard from him in years, and I couldn't believe he was reaching out now. When I answered the phone, the first few moments were awkward. We hadn't spoken in a long time, and it was hard to know where to begin. But I was just glad that my older brother had finally contacted me. I missed him more than I knew. Matt informed me he was doing okay and eventually revealed why he was reaching out. He informed me that he was getting married in a few months. The news surprised me, but I was truly thrilled for him. After everything he'd been through, it felt like a new beginning in his life. I congratulated him cordially and expressed how pleased I was to hear the news. Curious, I inquired whether he planned to invite our parents, Daisy, and me to the wedding. It had been a long time since we'd all been together, and I saw this as an ideal opportunity for reconciliation. Matt confirmed that he was actually inviting us, which reassured me. It seemed like a bridge was finally being repaired. But then he said something that really took me off guard. He simply stated that, while I had been asked to his wedding, I could not come empty-handed. At first, I chuckled, believing he was making a light-hearted joke about wedding presents. I promised him that I would get him and his fiancée a wonderful gift. But Matt quickly clarified that wasn't what he meant. He went on to claim that what he really wanted from me was $50,000. I froze, taken by surprise. $50,000 for a wedding gift? For a second, I suspected he was still joking, but the severity in his voice dispelled any doubt. I urged him to clarify, to see if I had misunderstood, but Matt insisted. He informed me that this was something I owed him after breaking his trust years before. He argued that paying him this money was the only way to mend our friendship. I pressed him further, confused and shocked, to attempt to figure out what he was saying. What trust had I broken? How had I harmed him? That's when Matt mentioned Kate. He described in great detail how his ex-fiancée proclaimed her love for me at their engagement party. He told me how ashamed and deceived he felt that night, standing in front of his family and friends while his life fell apart. Matt blamed me for his disgrace and emotional agony. He claimed that I should have known Kate's feelings all along and done anything to avoid her disclosure. He criticized me for not setting stricter limits with her and for failing to recognize the warning signs sooner. Matt told me that the day Kate professed her love to me, he experienced a significant emotional and social loss. He said that the incident harmed his reputation, broke his confidence, and left him emotionally wounded. In his mind, the $50,000 was more than just a wedding present. It was compensation for the agony and humiliation he felt I had caused him. He saw it as an opportunity for me to take responsibility and make things right. Obviously, I informed Matt that I couldn't do what he asked. I informed him that he was insane for ever suggesting something like this. But Matt persisted in giving me a few days to rethink, implying that if I did not pay him the money, our relationship would be gone forever. Honestly, this feels like an ultimatum, and it has left me angry and very saddened. My wife believes my brother has lost his mind, but some of my cousins agree with Matt. They believe I should at least consider compromise and compensating him, as he has suffered greatly as a result of my actions. Okay, Reddit, here's an update. Matt's demand has stunned my parents just as much as it has me. When I told them what he had said, they couldn't believe that after years of silence and no attempts to communicate, Matt had simply come out to demand $50,000 from me. They are upset on my behalf, especially given the emotional toll the issue with Kate took on me and Daisy. My folks are fully on my side. We are now preparing a proper sit-down with Matt to resolve these concerns once and for all. The idea is to figure out what's going on with him and grasp his motives. We want to know if this $50,000 demand is truly what he believes will resolve our differences, or if something deeper is fueling his hatred. I'm also hoping that this discussion will allow Matt to see things from my perspective. I want him to understand that I was never the cause of what happened between him and Kate, and that blaming me is not the answer to his sorrow. To everyone who is wondering if I flirted with Kate or somehow led her on, let me be very clear. I was never drawn to her from the start. I respected her because she was important to Matt. Any feelings she had for me were totally her own. I never gave her any cause to believe I had anything more than platonic respect for her. Kate repeatedly crossed boundaries, despite my attempts to remove myself. She drove away several ex-girlfriends of mine by lying, bullying, and being bossy. She became envious and hateful when Daisy entered my life, and she made it her purpose to mistreat her whenever possible. Matt wasn't immune to her actions either. He noticed how uncomfortable she made me and how antagonistic she was to Daisy and my ex-partners, but he never discussed it with Kate. He didn't confront her or try to improve the situation. That stings also because I believe he knew deep down that what she was doing was wrong, but he decided to look the other way rather than confront her. It's as if he expected me to simply tolerate her antics for the sake of peace, no matter how much stress they imposed on me. Also, what kind of grown woman gets drunk and professes her emotions for her fiancé's brother at their engagement party? That moment was both mortifying and awful. She showed no respect for her relationship with Matt, for me, or for Daisy. I'm pleased Matt and Kate are no longer together because I believe this inappropriate dynamic would have persisted indefinitely. Update 2. It has been a month since my last update. Last week, after much back and forth, my parents, Daisy, and I finally met with Matt. He had made numerous reasons not to meet us, dragging his feet and avoiding any meaningful talk. My parents, however, remained strong. They insisted that we clear the air and strive to reconstruct what was destroyed. Initially, the meeting was difficult. Matt was defensive, and he began by admitting that he had been nursing a grudge against me all along. He stated that Kate's behavior caught him off guard, which contributed to his estrangement from me. He also began accusing me of having an affair with Kate on the side, implying that there might be more to the story than I or Kate had revealed. The charge stunned me, and I told him unequivocally that I would never do anything like that to him. I had always respected the bounds of his relationship with Kate, even when she was acting inappropriately. I wasn't about to let him accuse me of anything so ridiculous without a fight. Daisy also spoke out for me. She explained to Matt that Kate's activities had harmed the entire family, not just him, and that we had all been touched by her behavior. She reminded Matt of all the times he had picked Kate over me, despite her toxic behavior, and told him that he should have seen this coming much sooner than I did. Daisy told him bluntly that what he was doing to me was emotional manipulation, and that he shouldn't punish me for what had happened when I, too, was a victim like him. He needed to move on from his past. Daisy's powerful, clear voice drew Matt in and made him listen. I also informed Matt how many times I'd tried to contact him over the years. I emphasized that I could have discussed these issues with him years ago. I didn't shut him out. He cut us off without explanation. This is when Matt informed me that he was too humiliated to face me back then, that everything had been so overwhelming for him, and that he believed cutting us off was the best move for his mental health. While I understood his desire for space at the time, I couldn't figure out why, after all these years, he was asking me for money. That's when Matt revealed the true reason. He stated that the $50,000 he was requesting represented the amount of money he had spent on Kate over the years, including trips, presents, and any other costs incurred throughout their relationship. He believed that because Kate fell in love with me and I was the reason their relationship ended, I owed him the money as reparation. It was as if he was attempting to rationalize the absurdity of the situation by presenting it as a debt I needed to repay. I sat there in full shock as Matt continued to rationalize his ludicrous request. I told Matt straight up that he was only looking for ways to vent his rage on me. His focus should have been on Kate, the person who made those decisions and caused all of the anguish, not on me. If he wanted recompense, he should have asked her to pay rather than me. I was not the one who behaved inappropriately. I was not the one who lied or crossed boundaries. Kate was the one who made the issue, but I was getting blamed for it. Matt seemed to be grabbing at straws, blaming everyone save the person who had genuinely mistreated him. My mother was also unable to keep back. She informed Matt that asking me for money was extremely inappropriate and that he should stop acting like a crazy person. My father agreed with her. My brother turned on my parents and began accusing them of always favoring me. "You both should stay out of this matter. You always support him no matter what," he cried. Kate left me for him, and you two are taking his side. He's clearly the golden child. You both always favor him no matter what. My parents, taken by surprise by his behavior, attempted to calm him down. My father spoke first, his voice firm despite the tension in the room. Matt, that's not true. We've always loved you both the same, and we've always supported you through everything. We've never picked sides, and we never will. It's simply that asking your brother for money would not make things better between you two, especially when he hasn't done anything to you. Matt's face twisted with rage, and he shot back at me. I blame you for Kate leaving me, and I will continue to do so. If I don't pay him, he has nothing else to say to me. He also informed my parents that because they had chosen my side, he was done with them. I'll never speak to any of you again. I will not let any of you meet my wife or future children. You're all dead to me starting today. He stormed out of the room, leaving us all stunned in silence. My parents tried to call after him, but it was futile. Matt hasn't contacted us since, and I've been attempting to reach him, but he appears to have blocked me. Update 3. It's been 4 months since Matt stopped talking to us, and I've stopped trying to reach out to him. It was difficult at first, and I kept wondering if I could have said something differently, if there was anything else I could have done to save our relationship, but after all this time, I've accepted that I can't change what happened, and I can't force someone to talk to me if they're not ready. My parents miss Matt, of course, and love him, but they've accepted Matt's decision. If he ever wishes to contact them, they'll be there, but for now, they've stopped pushing it. I've gotten a few DMs from people asking if Matt was trying to get me to pay him money for his wedding expenses, rather than it being about Kate. To be honest, I'm not sure what Matt's true intentions were. If it was genuinely about him needing financial help for his wedding or some other situation, I might have been more willing to discuss it and see if there was a way to help, but that wasn't the case. He made it clear that it was about me somehow. That is something I just can't wrap my head around. At the end of the day, the money wasn't the issue. It was Matt's misplaced anger and complete lack of understanding about what actually happened. I don't think Matt was thinking clearly, and I've accepted that I can't change his mind. Daisy and I are doing well, and I am grateful every day to have such a strong woman by my side. She is now pregnant, and we are excited to become parents soon. My wife became distant and obsessed with her career. I discovered her affair when I found evidence of her planning a future with another man. 48 hours later, she had nothing, and the electrician she underestimated had the power cut, and now she is begging. Hey everyone, before we jump into today's video, I need your help. We've noticed the channel is losing some traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can support us. It's quick, free, and it helps us keep bringing you awesome content. Your support means the world. Let's keep this channel growing together. Thanks so much. Now, let's start the video. What's up, Reddit? Never thought I'd be one of those guys posting their relationship drama online, but here we are. I'm going to lay out the whole show that's been my life these past few months. Buckle up. I'm Alex, 34, male. I've been an electrician since I was 19. Started as an apprentice, made money, worked my way up to journeyman, then master electrician. 5 years ago, I started my own business. Nothing fancy. Just me and 2 other guys wiring up houses and doing commercial jobs around town. I make decent money now, enough to be comfortable without being rich. Me and Jessica, 31, female, met at my buddy Dave's housewarming party 6 years ago. She was his girlfriend's friend from college. Not going to lie, the first thing I noticed was her hourglass body, but what actually got me hooked was how she laughed at my dumb jokes, like genuinely laughing, not that fake polite giggle most chicks do when they're just being nice. We hit it off right away. She was working at this marketing firm downtown, handling social media accounts for local businesses. She was smart as hell, always had something interesting to say, not like those boring dates where you're desperately trying to keep the conversation going. Our first date was at this dive bar that has the best wings in town. She showed up in jeans and a t-shirt. I knew right then I was in trouble. 3 years of dating, 3 years married. We built what I thought was a pretty decent life together. I was busting my ass getting my electrical business going, sometimes working 14-hour days, crawling through attics in the middle of summer or wiring new constructions in the freezing cold. But it was worth it. We bought a modest 3-bedroom in a decent neighborhood, nothing fancy, but it was ours. Well, mostly mine since I put down most of the down payment, but whatever. In the beginning, Jessica seemed to genuinely appreciate what I did. She'd have dinner ready when I got home from a long job, and listen to me about the general contractor who nearly got himself electrocuted because he couldn't wait for me to kill the power. She'd brag to her friends about how her man could fix anything, and used to wear my old work shirts to bed because they smelled like me. Never complained about my calloused hands or the fact that some days, I came home so tired I'd fall asleep on the couch before dinner. Weekends were simple but good. We'd work on house projects together. She actually got pretty decent with a paintbrush and could hold her own with basic power tools. We'd have friends over for BBQs, binge watch shows, try new restaurants, normal couple stuff. Took a vacation once a year. Nothing extravagant, usually a beach somewhere within driving distance, but we had fun. But I'm going to be real. There were probably signs that things weren't as perfect as I thought. When you're grinding every day trying to build something, you don't always see what's right in front of your face. Honestly, I've never been the most observant guy when it comes to emotional stuff. My dad was old school, fix things, provide, protect. Talking about feelings wasn't exactly part of the training manual. Things were good for the first couple of years of marriage. We talked about kids but agreed to wait until my business was more stable and she got to a better position at her company. We had a decent little savings building up, I was landing bigger contracts, she got a promotion, everything was on track. Her family liked me well enough. Her dad appreciated that I worked with my hands and built something from nothing. Her mom was always a bit snooty, typical suburban Karen who thought her daughter would have landed a doctor or lawyer, but I won her over by fixing everything in their house whenever we visited. Nothing builds goodwill with the in-laws like solving the plumbing problem that's been driving them nuts for months. My family loved her. My mom was just happy I found a girl who could put up with me. My dad thought she was a little too into social media and brand names, but he kept that to himself mostly. My younger brother thought she was hot, the little shit, but respected our relationship. We had a good group of friends too, a mix of my construction buddies and her marketing co-workers. Regular game nights, summer cookouts, fantasy football league that got way too competitive. Normal. A good life. If you'd asked me then, I would have said we were solid, not perfect. We had the normal fights about dumb stuff like dishes in the sink or me tracking mud into the house. She'd get annoyed when I'd forget some event with her friends. I'd get irritated when she'd spend too much money on clothes or makeup. But nothing major. No red flags, at least, none that I saw. Man, typing all this out, it's like watching the beginning of a horror movie where everything seems fine, but you know the serial killer is about to jump out. Except in my case, the monster was wearing Victoria's Secret and sleeping next to me every night. The first sign something was changing was probably about 8 months ago. That's when Jessica started talking more and more about this new guy at work. Mike. Mike with his MBA from some fancy school. Mike with his amazing ideas for the company. Mike who was going places? Should have paid more attention when my wife couldn't go 5 minutes without mentioning another dude's name. But like I said, I was focused on growing my business, landing contracts, managing my small crew. Didn't realize I should have been focusing on what was happening right under my own roof. But then it became Mike this, Mike that. Mike thinks we should approach the Johnson account differently. Mike went to Cancun last year and said we should go. Mike says my ideas have real potential. Pretty soon, I'm hearing about Mike's breakfast choices and workout routine, like I give a shit that Mike does CrossFit and eats avocado toast. Around this time, Jessica started coming home late from work. It started with team happy hours that were supposedly mandatory for team building once a week. Then it became twice, then 3 times a week. She'd roll in at 8 or 9 p.m., slightly buzzed, smelling like a mix of bar and perfume. When I'd ask about her day, she'd get this distant look, like she was mentally somewhere else. She started making these little comments about how her college friends were doing so much with their lives. One just bought a vacation home in Colorado, another got promoted to VP at some tech company, always with this weird undertone, like somehow our life wasn't measuring up. Mike says I have real management potential. He thinks I should be aiming higher, she'd say, scrolling through Instagram while I tried to tell her about landing a big contract for a new office building downtown. Like my success meant nothing because I wasn't wearing a suit to work. Then came the appearance changes. She started dressing differently for work, clothes I'd never seen before, more makeup, a new hairstyle, new perfume that probably cost more than my work boots. She started going to get her nails done every week instead of every few months for special occasions. The gym was next. Suddenly, my wife, who used to groan about walking the dog around the block, was hitting the gym at 6 a.m., before work at some fancy new place downtown with classes, smoothies, and personal trainers. $200 a month compared to the perfectly good $30 a month place 5 minutes from our house. She was coming home later and later, always showering at the gym after her workout, so she'd arrive home freshly showered, makeup perfect, hair done, at 8 or 9 p.m. Because that's totally normal after a sweaty gym session, right? I'm not the jealous type. I've never been the guy who checks his girl's phone or tracks her location. I always figured trust is either there or it isn't, and if it isn't, the relationship is already over. But I'm also not stupid. I started noticing she was always on her phone but would turn the screen away when I came near. I caught her texting late at night with the brightness turned all the way down. She would take calls and suddenly need to step outside for better reception, at our house, which has never had reception problems. One night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to use the toilet, and she wasn't in bed. I found her in the kitchen, furiously texting someone. When she saw me, she nearly dropped her phone and quickly said she couldn't sleep and was checking work emails at 2 a.m. Sure. Money changes too. We always had separate accounts for our own spending money, plus a joint account for bills and savings. I started noticing larger than normal withdrawals from the joint account into her personal account. When I asked, she'd say something vague about needing to help her sister or investing in a work thing. Credit card statements showed charges at restaurants on nights she was supposedly at girls' night or working late. Expensive clothing stores when she claimed she was just browsing. Hotel bar charges in the middle of a work day. The final straw was Valentine's Day. I'm not usually big on that commercial holiday, but I made reservations at this nice steakhouse she'd been wanting to try. Ordered flowers to be delivered to her office. Even bought her this silver bracelet she'd been hinting about. I texted her around noon to make sure she'd be home in time for our 7 p.m. reservation. No response. I called at 5 a.m., straight to voicemail. By 6:30, still nothing. I ended up sitting on the couch in nice clothes with flowers wilting on the table and a cold bracelet box in my pocket. She finally strolled in at 11 p.m., clearly drunk, saying there was a work crisis and her phone died. She didn't even notice the flowers or my dress clothes, just went straight to bed. The next morning, she acted like nothing happened. When I brought it up, she got defensive, saying I was overreacting and making her feel guilty about having to work late. That's when I knew for sure something was up. The Jessica I married would have at least felt bad about missing Valentine's Day, would have apologized, tried to make it up to me. This new Jessica just seemed annoyed that I expected her time and attention at all. I'm a pretty straightforward guy. My first instinct was to just confront her, ask if she was cheating, and have it out. But something stopped me. Maybe pride, maybe self-preservation. Instead, I decided to pay attention. Really pay attention. I started keeping track of patterns. Every Tuesday and Thursday, late meetings. Every other Saturday, girls' brunch that somehow lasted until dinner. Always came home with her hair done but no shopping bags from these supposed shopping trips. I checked our cell phone records online, multiple calls and texts to the same number, always at times when she was working late or at the gym. A number that wasn't saved in our family phone plan contact list. One day, while she was in the shower, I did something I never thought I'd do. I checked her phone. It was locked with a new passcode. Since when did she need to lock her phone from me? We used to know each other's passcodes, not because we were checking on each other, but just for convenience. Then the work events started. Company parties, client dinners, team outings, that I was suddenly not invited to. It's just for employees, or it would be boring for you. The Jessica I married used to love showing me off to her coworkers, introducing me as her sexy electrician husband. I'm not the most observant guy with relationship stuff, but even I couldn't ignore what was happening. My wife was pulling away, building a separate life that I wasn't part of. The question was, what was I going to do about it? As I was deciding what to do, the universe decided to hand me a piece of real evidence. I was fixing our leaky bathroom sink when I dropped my wrench, and it knocked over Jessica's makeup bag that was sitting on the counter. While picking up the scattered lipsticks and whatnot, I found a hotel keycard tucked in the side pocket, not from any vacation we'd been on. This one was from the Marriott downtown, walking distance from her office. Weird thing to keep as a souvenir unless it had some special meaning, right? I put it back exactly where I found it and finished fixing the sink like nothing happened, but that keycard kept eating at me. That night, after she fell asleep, I did a deep dive into our finances. Jessica always handled the bills and budgeting, not because I couldn't do it, but she was pickier about that stuff, and I was happy to let her deal with it. I logged into our joint accounts and started going through recent statements. Found large withdrawals to her personal account over the last 3 months. We're talking about $500 here, $700 there, money that was supposed to be for our future, our savings, our life together. Credit card statements showed shopping charges at stores way above our usual budget. Dinner charges on nights she told me she was eating with the girls at restaurants that were definitely not the casual places her friends usually picked. Charges at high-end lingerie stores for stuff I'd never seen her wear. Then I spotted it. A hotel charge from the same Marriott downtown from 3 weeks earlier. Just a bar charge, not a room, But still, she hadn't mentioned being at any hotel bar. When I cross-referenced with our text messages from the day, she told me she was working late on a big presentation. My buddy Trent works in IT security. We've been friends since high school. I'm not proud of it, but I called him up and asked if he could help me access Jessica's email. I told him my suspicions. He was hesitant at first, but he'd been through a bad divorce himself after his ex cheated, so he understood where I was coming from. He helped me set up a simple keylogger on our home computer, just a basic program that would capture her passwords the next time she logged in. Shady? Absolutely. Legal? Probably not. But at that point, I didn't care. I needed to know what the hell was going on. 2 days later, I had her email password. There it was. Message after message with this Mike guy. Weekend plans, complaints about me, how I was stuck in my underdog mindset while Mike was going places, how she was settling by staying with me, how she deserved more luxury in her life than I could provide. The same Mike who I now knew was her direct supervisor, who had just gotten promoted to regional director at her company. The same Mike who, according to his Facebook profile, that I now stalked like a psycho, was married with a 2-year-old and another kid on the way. There were hotel confirmations, screenshots of apartment listings they were looking at together, messages planning their future after she left me, all while she was sleeping next to me every night, eating the dinners I cooked, and living in the house my work paid for. One email from Mike read, "Just a few more months, and my bonus comes through. Then we can both leave our dead-end situations and start fresh. Just be patient and keep things normal at home." I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. 6 years together, 4 years of marriage, all a lie, or at least it had become one. I sat in my truck for an hour that night, parked outside our house, just thinking. Rage, betrayal, everything washing over me. Part of me wanted to storm in, pack her stuff, and throw it on the lawn. Part of me wanted to find this Mike and introduce his face to the pavement. Part of me wanted to just get drunk and set something on fire. But I didn't do any of that. I'm not that guy. Never been the type to lose control, even when every part of me wanted to. My dad always said, when you're angry, that's exactly when you need to think clearest. Old man was right about that at least. Instead, I started making plans. If Jessica and Mike were plotting their exit strategy, I needed to be 2 steps ahead. I wasn't going to be the chump left holding the bag when they decided to pull the trigger on their little escape plan. First, I set up a consultation with a divorce lawyer, a guy I'll call Richard, who my buddy used when his wife cheated. Supposedly a real shark. I forwarded all the emails I'd found, the financial records, everything. He confirmed what I already suspected. I had more than enough for an at-fault divorce on the grounds of adultery. But Richard suggested something smarter than just confronting her outright. If you show your hand now, she'll just get defensive and start hiding assets, he said. Better to be strategic about this. Gather more concrete evidence, photos or video, if possible, to document any unusual spending or asset transfers to secure your own finances before making any moves. And most importantly, act normal while doing all of this. The element of surprise is your biggest advantage right now. Once you confront her, the game changes completely. A game, that's what my marriage had become. A game of chess where I needed to anticipate her moves and counter them before she even made them. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I almost electrocuted myself because I was distracted, thinking about Jessica and Mike planning their new life together while I was busting my ass providing for us. My apprentice, Tommy, actually had to step in and remind me to test the circuit. Kid saved me from a nasty shock. Embarrassing. That night, when Jessica came home late as usual, I forced myself to act normal. I asked about her day, listened to her lies about a stressful client meeting, and even managed to kiss her goodnight without throwing up in my mouth. While she slept, I started making lists on my phone. Assets to protect, accounts to separate, people who needed to know what was happening, and people who didn't. A timeline for how this would all go down. The next morning, I texted her that I might have to go out of town for a big electrical job, a commercial building in Phoenix that needed a complete rewiring. I'd probably be gone for about 2 weeks. I asked if she'd be okay holding down the fort alone. Her response was so enthusiastic it was almost comical. "That's great, babe. Such a good opportunity for you. I'll be fine here. Don't worry about me." I bet you will be, I thought. I bet you will be. The trap was set. Now I just needed to put the rest of my plan in motion. I made a big show of packing, loading my truck with tools, kissing her goodbye. I even stopped by my parents' place on the way out so they'd think I was really leaving. Told them not to mention anything to Jessica if they talked to her. I said I wanted to surprise her with a gift from the money I'd make. Mom thought that was sweet, if she only knew. Once I was clear, I circled back to town and crashed at my buddy Tony's empty rental property about 15 minutes from my house. He's been through his own divorce nightmare, so he got it. I needed eyes on my house, so one of my friends, Kevin, who installs security systems, hooked me up with some discreet outdoor cameras I could monitor from my phone. We set them up when Jessica was at work, one watching the driveway, another on the front door. Nothing inside the house. I'm not that kind of creep, and honestly, didn't want to see what might happen in my own bedroom. The first day was quiet. Jessica came home, ordered food, watched Netflix, sent me some miss you texts that I answered with equally fake enthusiasm. Second day, around 7 p.m., a black Audi pulled up. Out steps Mr. Regional Director himself. Tall, gym body, expensive watch. Catching the streetlight, I could see he brought wine. They stayed until 3 a.m. I got it all on video, the arrival, the way they kissed at the door. Definitely not their first time. How comfortable he looked walking into my house with an overnight bag like he owned the place. Same happened 3 more times that week. Once they left together in the morning, she called in sick while they spent the day, who knows where. They ate dinner on my deck, drank my expensive whiskey I'd been saving. They even took my boat out that I busted my ass to buy. While watching this show, I wasn't just sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I called my dad first, showed him everything. He was pissed but focused. "What's the plan, son?" he asked. "Need to protect what I've built," I told him. The next few days were a blur of preparation. With Richard, my lawyer, we secured my business since it was already an LLC in my name only. I set up new bank accounts, transferred my work equipment to the business name, changed beneficiaries on everything, and stored important documents and irreplaceable stuff off-site. Most importantly, I had papers drawn up giving my dad temporary power of attorney over my business and moved half our savings to my new account, leaving her exactly half, everything above board and documented through my lawyer. By day 10, I had everything I needed: videos, emails, financial records, and a solid legal strategy. Just one more chess move before confrontation. I anonymously sent all the evidence to Mike's pregnant wife. She deserved to know before making life-altering decisions, just like I wished someone had done for me. With that final piece in place, I was ready to head home a day early from my business trip and watch Jessica's face when she saw me. So, I drove home a day early from my Phoenix job, ready for the big confrontation. I had this whole speech prepared in my head, kind of expecting to catch Jessica and Mike in the act, maybe get some more video evidence. But life's full of surprises, ain't it? I pulled into the driveway and noticed something off right away. Her car wasn't there. Weird, since my security cam showed it parked there just 3 hours earlier. Figured maybe she went grocery shopping or something. I walked in, and the house felt empty. You know that feeling when a place that should feel like home suddenly doesn't? The air was different, quieter. I called out her name, nothing. I checked the kitchen, the living room, then headed to our bedroom. And that's when it hit me. Her side of the closet was completely cleared out. Dresser drawers empty. Bathroom counter missing all her expensive creams and makeup. On the bed was a note, folded neatly on my pillow like this was some romantic movie. "Alex, I can't do this anymore. I've moved on with someone who matches my ambitions and can give me the life I deserve. I'll have my lawyer contact you about the divorce. Don't try to find me, Jessica." Cold, right? 6 years together, 4 years of marriage, and that's it. 8 lines on a piece of paper, not even a full page. I sat on the edge of the bed, note in hand, feeling nothing. No rage, no heartbreak. Just this weird emptiness, like I was looking at the aftermath of something that had been dead for months, but I just hadn't admitted it yet. I headed to the living room and opened my laptop, pulled up the security footage from earlier that day. There it was. Jessica and Mike loading suitcases and boxes into his Audi around noon. She was laughing as he struggled with a heavy bag, both of them looking excited, like kids sneaking out past curfew. I spent the next few hours making lists: bank accounts, credit cards, passwords, utilities, all the practical stuff that needs handling when your wife decides to vanish. I changed the locks, changed every password she might know, and called Richard, my divorce lawyer buddy, to get the ball rolling. While checking our accounts, I noticed something interesting. She'd cleared out her personal checking account but hadn't touched our joint savings. Either she forgot in her rush to start her fancy new life, or she was planning to come back for it once things settled. Then it hit me, the safe in my home office. I opened it, and yep, all her important documents were still there: birth certificate, passport, social security card, everything you need to function as an adult in this country. She'd been in such a hurry to bail that she'd completely forgotten the basics. Stupid. I picked up my phone to text her about it but stopped. Richard's advice came back to me. Don't engage. Don't engage until we have everything in order. Let her make the first mistakes. Instead, I called my dad, explained the situation. He came over quickly. We sat on the deck talking while I transferred half our savings to a new account in my name only, leaving her half in the joint account. I'm not a thief, but I'm not a sucker either. Dad stayed over that night. Good thing too, because around 3 a.m., my phone started blowing up, text after text from Jessica. Just realized I left some important things. Can we arrange a time for me to pick them up? Alex, please respond. This is childish. They're my documents. I need my passport for a new job opportunity. I shut off my phone and went back to sleep. Let her sit with her poor planning for a while. The next day was weirdly normal. I went to work, wired a new construction site, made small talk with my crew. Nobody knew my life had just imploded, and I didn't feel like sharing. I checked my phone at lunch, 27 missed calls, voicemails ranging from sugary sweet to threatening legal action. Mike had even called twice, trying to sound all authoritative about personal property law. I just texted Jessica once. All communication through lawyers from now on. Then I blocked both their numbers and finished my sandwich. 48 hours after Jessica's great escape, I was in the garage reorganizing my tools. What can I say? It's therapeutic. When I heard someone pounding on the front door, I checked my new security app, and there she was, looking considerably less put together than when she left. I laughed my ass off and took my sweet time answering. Found her on the porch, mascara smeared, hair a mess, wearing what looked like yesterday's clothes. You changed the locks? First words out of her mouth, all indignant, like I'd done something wrong. Yep. Didn't invite her in. Just stood in the doorway. I need my things, Alex. My documents. I can't do anything without them. Should have thought about that before you cleared out while I was working. Her face did this thing where she was trying to look sad, but also trying to look attractive while looking sad. It's a weird expression that used to work on me. Not anymore. Can I please come in and get my passport at least? I have a job interview tomorrow. Nope, all items will be exchanged through lawyers. I've already contacted mine. That's when she switched tactics. She started crying, shoulders shaking, the works. Please, I made a mistake. Mike things aren't what I thought. I just need my documents. Not my problem. You can't legally keep my identification documents. Her voice rising to that shrill tone. Actually, I can. I'll secure them until proper legal exchanges are arranged. They're safe. They'll be returned through appropriate channels. She tried to push past me into the house. I just stepped to the side, blocking the door with my arm. Jessica, you made your choice. You left. This isn't your home anymore. It's my house too. My name is on the mortgage. Might want to check that again. The mortgage is in my name only. The house was purchased with my pre-marriage savings as the down payment, and since you abandoned the residence without notice, you've complicated your claim considerably. Thank you, Richard, for that legal script. Although I felt she didn't quite get what I said, she felt it, because her face showed the exact moment she realized I wasn't the pushover she thought. Where am I supposed to go? Mike's place is complicated. Trouble in paradise already? That was fast. She glared at me. His wife found out somehow, and showed up at his apartment screaming. Had all these emails and videos? Did you have something to do with that? I just shrugged. Sounds like karma to me. I have nowhere to go, Alex. Let me stay here until I figure things out. Just for a few days. I'll sleep on the couch. No. You're being cruel. Full waterworks now. After everything we've been through, it would be leaving someone with a note after 4 years of marriage. Cruel would be screwing your boss in our bed while I was working my ass off providing for us. Cruel would be planning to clean out our accounts once his bonus came through. Her eyes went wide. How did you? I know everything, Jessica. Every email, every plan, every complaint about my lack of, While you were falling for his lease car and maxed out credit cards, she crumpled onto the porch steps, sobbing for real this time, not for me, but for her perfect exit strategy falling apart. I almost felt bad. Almost. I'll have Richard contact your lawyer about document exchange. You should go now. I closed the door, watched through the security cam as she sat there crying for another 20 minutes before finally calling her sister to pick her up. Later that night, my phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. This isn't over. You had no right to ruin everything. I forwarded it to Richard with one comment. More evidence for the file. I spent the next couple of weeks focusing on work and getting my life together. Had a massive rewiring job for a restaurant downtown that kept me busy. Plus, Richard was putting together our divorce strategy. And yeah, it's been 3 weeks since she showed up crying on the porch. The document exchange finally happened, supervised by both our lawyers at Richard's office. Jessica showed up looking rough. Dark circles under her eyes, wearing clothes I recognized from 2 seasons ago. Guess the fancy shopping sprees were over? She tried to corner me before the meeting. We need to talk privately, Alex. Nothing to say that can't be said in front of the lawyers. Richard was a beast. Had everything organized, documented, ready for signature. Jessica's lawyer looked annoyed the whole time, probably because she kept interrupting him to make emotional appeals directly to me. I made a horrible mistake, she said at one point, reaching for my hand across the table. We could work through this. I moved my hand away. We're here to exchange documents, not reconcile. Her lawyer finally had to tell her to stop because she was making things worse. That seemed to wake her up to the reality of the situation. As we were wrapping up, I found out through Richard that Mike's situation had imploded spectacularly. His pregnant wife, Emma, had filed for divorce with evidence of multiple affairs, not just with Jessica. The company fired both Mike and Jessica for violating policy about manager-employee relationships. He was facing possible legal action from the company for using business trips to conduct his affairs. Jessica had been staying with her sister but wore out her welcome after a week of crying and drama. I also heard that she tried moving in with Mike, but that lasted all of 3 days before reality set in. 2 unemployed people with mounting legal bills in his expensive apartment that turns out he could barely afford when he was employed. Meanwhile, my life's been improving. The business is doing better than ever. Landed 2 major commercial contracts that will keep us busy all year. Bought a new truck, not to show off, but because I actually needed one for work. The divorce is moving quickly. Since Jessica left voluntarily, leaving a written note about moving on with someone else, and there's solid evidence of her affair, it's pretty straightforward. Richard thinks we'll be done in record time. Jessica still tries reaching out occasionally, texts from new numbers about how she misses what we had and made the biggest mistake of her life. I don't respond. Nothing left to say. Last I heard, she moved back in with her parents in Ohio. And I'm pretty sure that Mike's sleeping on his brother's couch and working at DoorDash to make child support payments. Their grand romance lasted less than a month. In the real world, some of my friends ask if I regret how I handled everything. If I was too harsh or calculated. I tell them the same thing. When someone shows you who they really are, believe them. And when they're planning to screw you over, there's no shame in protecting what you've built. My old man told me something that stuck. In electrical work, you always plan for the worst-case scenario because it only takes one mistake to kill you. Turns out that applies to marriages too. Life's not perfect now, but it's real. And it's mine. Met that chick at the job site the other day. Been grabbing coffee after work a couple of times a week, and I'm already developing feelings for her. Nothing serious yet, but there's something about a woman who can thread a pipe and talk circuit breakers that just works for me. She laughs at my dumb jokes. Lisa thought she's the only woman on earth who laughs at my jokes, and she doesn't look at her phone every 5 seconds when we're together. Crazy how you don't realize what you're missing until you actually have it. No regrets. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk, Reddit. You guys helped more than you know. Edit. Holy thanks for the gold. To answer the most common question, no, I won't take Jessica back. Not even if she changes some wires. Once crossed, can't be fixed. I found out my daughter wasn't mine, and that my wife had an affair with my brother for 8 years. They stole $200,000 and planned to run away. I'm writing because I still can't believe what occurred. It all began like any other month. My buddies, Howard, Jeremy, Kyle, David, John, and I, George, have known each other since we were children. We're all in our late 30s and early 40s now. We aim to meet up once a month at my beach property. It's nothing fancy, just a comfy 2-story home that's a little weathered, but it smells like the beach, which I adore. We have an old surfboard hanging on the wall in the living room. We were all into surfing back in the day. Anyway, we all have our belongings. Howard is Mr. Organized, and everything has to be just right. He will mend any picture frame that is even a millimeter off. Jeremy, he is the joker. His jokes can be a little bit harsh at times, but he's a wonderful guy at heart. He has a scar on his arm from a fight he got into years ago, but he never talks about it. Kyle is the quiet one. He's an architect who creates stunning buildings. According to my understanding, He had a difficult upbringing, yet he grew up to be okay. David is ex-military and doesn't say much about his time in duty, but you can tell he's seen a lot. He is constructed like a brick wall. John always seemed to have it all. He's a successful lawyer who always dresses nicely and drives a luxury automobile. You know the type. Our get-togethers are rather predictable. We have an old playlist of music from our college years that we always play. Howard is in control of the grill, it's his nice grill, and no one else is permitted to use it. He is quite picky about his grilling. We normally just hang around, eat, drink some beer, and catch up. Howard was particularly worked up this month. He takes out his phone and shows us a photo of his son, Alan. In the picture, Alan is scowling and appears to be very angry. Howard claims the school principal called him. Apparently, Alan was behaving up, being impolite, not listening to teachers, and his grades were sliding. Howard was beside himself. He continued screaming, "I don't even know who this kid is anymore." He was truly devastated and enraged. We all tried to give counsel, the normal kids go through phases type of thing. Then Jeremy, being Jeremy, cracked a joke. He glanced directly at Howard and said something like, "Maybe he's not yours, man." It was a bad joke, especially given Howard's displeasure. I believe we all squirmed slightly, but it was exacerbated by the fact that he shouted it straight to Howard. Kyle then asked, in his typical quiet tone, "Why don't you all just get a DNA test? Clear the air." He stated it nonchalantly, as if he were recommending we order pizza. Initially, we all laughed it off. It appeared silly, but the more we joked about it, the more we thought, well, why not? The next day, there we were, 6 mature men stepping into a paternity testing clinic. I had to explain to the receptionist why everyone needed tests. It was very embarrassing. I attempted to make light of it, but she just gave me a blank expression. To make matters worse, Howard's brother, Harold, and his 2 nephews were with us. The boys continued to ask questions. "Why are we here, Uncle George? What are they going to do?" It was embarrassing. And, of course, with all of our families present, it evolved into a hugely awkward scene. People were clearly staring. We all took the swabs, paid the cost, and agreed to meet at John's apartment the next week to receive the findings. John's place is the polar opposite of my beach house. It's everything modern, minimalist, and spotless, almost too beautiful, as if nobody lives there. We sat around, attempting to make light talk, but everyone was plainly on edge. Howard took his findings first, as he was the one who initiated everything. He'd been putting on a brave face, but we all knew he was extremely concerned about Alan. The joke Jeremy told had gone under his skin more than he cared to admit. He ripped open the packet, and I watched his expression change from one of fear to one of sheer relief. 99.99%, he exhaled, leaning back into his chair. Alan was his. He even smiled a little, raking his hands through his hair and muttering about how he was going to ground that youngster for a month for causing him such stress. The other findings were as expected, but we kept looking at John, waiting for him to say something. He was unusually quiet, and he was clearly drinking more than he normally did. He was still standing there, and when he finally said, "Jenna isn't mine?" he pushed the paper across the table, his hand shaking so violently that he nearly knocked over his beverage. What made things worse was how John just stood there, staring at nothing, as if he was trying to make sense of figures that couldn't be real. He kept whispering, 25.0%, like a broken record. In some ways, everything went downhill from there. Howard, in shock, knocked over a glass, which smashed on the floor. Jeremy, who had made the initial joke, appeared to want the earth to swallow him whole. Kyle simply closed his eyes, as if he were trying to block everything out. David looked like he was about to punch something. And me? I felt a surge of sickness, relief that my children were mine, and anguish for John. It was simply dreadful. The whole affair seemed strange. We sat for hours. The aftermath was a mess. John's wife, Alicia, went on the offense first. She stormed into John's office. I wasn't there, but I heard about it via John. She was yelling at him, calling him a liar, and making a big deal in front of his coworkers. It was very embarrassing for him. Then she attempted to persuade my wife, Maria, to her side. She came over to our house crying, attempting to create a story about John misinterpreting everything and how it was all a big mistake. However, Maria is quite sharp. She saw through Alicia's ruse quite immediately. Alicia often changed her story, contradicting herself. Maria later told me that she had gotten a horrible sense from her. Alicia's next tactic was to phone Kyle late at night. She was sobbing and virtually asking him to help her, claiming John was ruining her life. Kyle, being the nice soul he is, listened to her for a time, but made no promises. He informed me about it the next day, and we were all beginning to see how manipulative Alicia was. The reality emerged gradually at first. Alicia stated that her romance with John's brother, Stephen, was a one-time occurrence, a moment of weakness. John naturally did not believe her. He performed some research, possibly even engaged a private investigator. He wouldn't tell for certain. He discovered that the relationship was far longer and more involved than Alicia had previously admitted. The ultimate encounter occurred at their home. I was not present, but John informed us about it afterward. Alicia eventually admitted everything. The romance began before their wedding and had continued on and off for years. She also stated that Stephen had major financial issues, and she had been covertly providing him money, John's money. And things got worse. It was more than simply a casual flirtation. They had been meeting in hotels while John worked late, believing he was providing for his family. They even used John's automobile occasionally. They celebrated Jenna's birthday like a couple, snapping photos and pretending to be joyful. Days before John's family gathering, Stephen had been sending Jenna costly gifts that John could never afford, all purchased with money that had been essentially stolen from him. It appeared that he was attempting to buy Jenna's adoration. Is this the lowest blow of all? She would tell John she was working late when, in fact, she was out with Stephen. The financial side of things was completely out of control. These family loans that Alicia had been handing Stephen were massive. He'd squandered his money on gambling, lousy investments, and frivolous purchases like a nice watch and sports vehicle. He stated that these were business costs. Alicia had even forged John's signature on a few loan paperwork. They made bogus invoices and receipts to hide their tracks. John discovered emails between them in which they discussed leaving their husbands and running away together. Everything was laid out in black and white. When everything started spilling out, Alicia began hurriedly phoning everyone, attempting to mitigate the damage. She called me, my wife, and even contacted my parents. It was pathetic. The entire event culminated during Jenna's birthday celebration. It was a spectacular event at a nice restaurant. Everyone was pretending to be joyful. Stephen was present, acting smug and touchy-feely with Alicia. It made John obviously angry. He kept clenching and unclenching his hands while standing near the exit, as if waiting for Stephen to flee. Then, during the toasts, Stephen mustered the courage to stand up and thank John for being such a wonderful brother and provider. He understood it was all a deception. He handed Jenna a very expensive gift, most likely purchased using John's money. He also began bragging to some of the other guests about his own financial triumphs, making John look awful by contrast. That was the breaking moment. John stepped up, took the DNA test results from his pocket, and displayed them for everybody to see. He stated unequivocally, 25.0% probability. He then proceeded to deliver this brief, furious speech, detailing everything, Alicia and Stephen's affair, the falsehoods, and the stolen money. He even showed everyone printed out images of their emails and photos from when they were planning their future together. He made certain that everyone knew about the watch, the car, the extravagant parties, and the fictitious business trip to a tropical island. John's mother-in-law gasped and fainted. His father-in-law attempted to punch John, but fortunately, some other guests pulled him back. Stephen attempted to sneak out the back, but John's father, who, like David, is an ex-military, saw him and knocked him down. It was not pretty. Some individuals attempted to assist, while others simply stood there, mouths agape, watching the entire incident happen. The police were summoned, but they did not take any action. They said it was a domestic disagreement. I later learned that someone had recorded the entire thing on their phone and posted it online. It was not any of us. The consequences were quick and terrible. John's dad was outraged. He refused to speak with Stephen and proceeded to Stephen's flat, where his wife also lived. He grabbed all of Stephen's stuff and put them outside the apartment owned by Stephen and John's father. He subsequently wrote a note to the entire family, stating that he no longer regarded Stephen as son. He did, however, talk with John. He informed him he was disappointed with how things turned out, but he still loved him. Stephen's wife, Kelly, had a different narrative. She did more than just yell, she took action. She promptly filed for divorce and locked all of their joint accounts, barring Stephen from receiving any additional funds. She retained a lawyer and did not stop there. She went to John's house, confronted Alicia, yelled at her, and even smacked her in the face while pulling large chunks of her hair off. I do not condone violence, but I cannot say I blamed her. Kelly eventually began treatment to try to overcome the trauma. John, on the other hand, withdrew. He went to one of his beach houses, not mine, but it wasn't as comfortable for him as it had been previously. It seemed like a prison. He would not answer the phone. He would not see anyone. He ordered meals online and stared at the ocean for hours. He later informed me that he had dreams about the DNA test and the overall affair. He really considered selling the property and committing suicide somewhere in a distant wilderness, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Too many memories. He began drinking extensively to numb the ache. He stopped shaving and changing his clothes. He simply gave up. Meanwhile, Alicia and Stephen were residing at John's house. Apparently, Stephen moved in after getting booted out of his residence. They acted as if nothing had happened. They were seen going on shopping sprees, purchasing pricey clothing and accessories. They were even plotting their escape, working out how to get away from the disaster they had created. It was horrible. They ordered pricey takeout every night while John struggled to pay his debts. They had noisy parties, which bothered the neighbors. Alicia even began remodeling Jenna's room despite knowing she might have to leave at any time. And Stephen, the jackass, began parking his automobiles in John's driveway. John started experiencing panic attacks. Just seeing Alicia and Stephen together triggered them. He stopped caring for himself. He wasn't showering or eating properly. One day, he accidentally smashed a framed photo of Jenna. He wounded his palm badly on the broken glass, but he didn't appear to notice. That's when we, his pals, realized we needed to act. We held a meeting at my residence. Howard brought all of the bank statements and, with John's assistance, the fake documents. He didn't simply show us the documents, he hurled them on the table, scattering them around. He was furious. Jeremy claimed he wanted to bash Stephen up. David, given his military background, even joked about making them disappear. I believe he was joking anyway. Kyle, who is usually so cool and controlled, was visibly angry. We spent hours discussing, fighting, and attempting to figure out what to do. We argued the legality and morality of it all. Howard completed some research, including landlord-tenant legislation and eviction procedures. He came up with an idea. Jeremy would be the muscle, so to speak. David devised a backup plan in case something went wrong. We even developed a code word, pineapple, to indicate that the job had been completed. I was just sitting there, Pikachu-faced, listening to everything. The next step was to get John out of the way and avoid unintentionally turning up until we finished what we were going to do. We didn't simply invite him over for a cookout since it would have been too suspicious. Kyle feigned to seek John's legal counsel on a serious property matter. Given John's occupation, it was a valid reason. We kept John engaged with food and alcohol while also keeping the conversation going, distracting him from what was truly going on. Meanwhile, the rest of us visited John's residence. The confrontation was fierce. Alicia instantly began playing the victim, crying and claiming we had no right to be there. Stephen attempted to seem strong, but you could see fear in his eyes. We took pictures and films of everything, documenting the chaos and the fancy stuff they purchased with John's money. We discovered additional evidence, including images of them on secret travels and documentation indicating that they intended to buy a property together. We didn't just neatly pack their possessions when we were clearing them out. We hurled them out the window, resulting in a massive pile of garments, shoes, and whatever else we could find. Jeremy was raving at Stephen, calling him every term in the book and threatening him if he ever approached John or Jenna again. I discovered a stockpile of valuable items that Alicia had been hiding. I flung it at her feet, saying, "Here's your blood money." Alicia began weeping hysterically, yelling, and threatening to call the police. Jeremy stepped in and gently explained her that the house was exclusively in John's name, that they had signed a prenuptial agreement before getting married, and that she had no legal right to be there. Howard finally got in Stephen's face, forcing him up against the garage door and calling him a lowlife. Kyle and John waited at my beach house. I sent him the word pineapple. Finally, he informed John that it was time to return him to his true home. Kyle described John as a jumble of emotions, including rage, relief, anxiety, and remorse. He was driving wildly, speeding, slowing, and then speeding up again. He continued to murmur to himself, revisiting the last 8 years of his life in his thoughts, attempting to make sense of it all. He was scared of what this could do to Jenna. When they arrived at the house, it was quite the sight. Alicia and Stephen's belongings, including clothing, furniture, and golf equipment, were strewn around the front lawn. The neighbors were outside, watching the entire event. It felt like a yard sale from hell. Alicia stood there, red-faced and enraged, yelling at John. She was blaming him for everything, claiming he was wrecking her life and was a horrible guy. Stephen stood behind her, gazing down at the ground, as if humiliated. He didn't say anything. John did not even recognize them. He strolled right by them, as if they were invisible. He went into the home. It was disturbingly silent. Of course, the furniture remained, but everything else, All the small personal touches that made it their home had vanished. It was like coming into a set model home, not the one he'd shared with his family for years. He moved from room to room, slowly taking everything in. The emptiness was the worst part. He told me later that was when it hit him. They were genuinely gone. While the turmoil erupted at John's house that day, Jenna was safe at her best friend's house for a playdate. Her friend's mother was one of the few parents at Jenna's school who saw through Alicia's act and was always sympathetic to John. She had planned this playdate knowing what was going to happen at the house, because we had told her about it. She returned perplexed. John needed to explain everything. "Is Uncle Stephen my true father?" she asked. John felt nauseous. Then she asked, "Don't you love me anymore?" He broke down, telling her that nothing could ever change his feelings for her. But then Alicia returned, seized Jenna by force, and we couldn't stop her. John spent the first night alone. The next day, he told us he had ended up sitting on Jenna's bed, marveling at her toys and drawings. It was one of the most challenging things he'd ever done. He spent the following few weeks in his daughter's room, and it was a blur. John wasn't doing well. He had both good and bad days. I believe that seeing a therapist helped him. He attempted to keep himself busy by focusing on his work. He began playing his guitar again, which he hadn't done in years. He even went surfing a few times, hoping to relive part of his former life. We, his pals, supported him every step of the way. We frequently checked on him, made sure he was eating, and hauled him out of the home when necessary. The biggest worry that troubled John, the one he couldn't shake, was, what does Jenna think of me now? He was consumed by the dread that she blamed him, that she believed he had abandoned her. He kept wondering, does she believe I abandoned her? Will she ever forgive me for what occurred? He couldn't ask her directly just yet. He had missed her school dance presentation, which she had been practicing for months. He felt bad about it, but he didn't know how to confront her or explain why he hadn't been there. The guilt was crushing. He simply wanted to cuddle his little baby and tell her everything was fine, but he wasn't sure whether it was. He wasn't sure if he'd be okay. However, John could not have fought this fight alone. None of us could have handled something like this on our own, and it wasn't only the guys who rallied around John. Our spouses were also great. They observed how much John was hurting and stepped up big time. They didn't just say they were sorry, they did something. They confronted Alicia immediately. They made it clear to her that they understood exactly what she had done and would not allow her get away with it. They posed a formidable challenge. They also cared for John. They put together a care box for him, complete with his favorite snacks, novels, and a handwritten note from each of them expressing their support. They took turns fixing him dinner, ensuring that he ate something other than takeaway. They made sure he wasn't alone by inviting him to family gatherings and movie nights, anything to lift his spirits. They treated him like family because that is who he was. I don't think John expected this kind of support, and it made a significant difference. It demonstrated that he was not alone in this fight. We, his pals, had also been quietly preparing. We had been combining our money since we knew John would need an excellent counsel. We had done our research and located someone who specialized in high-conflict divorce and custody situations. This lawyer was known for winning and obtaining outcomes. We presented John with a retainer fee, explaining that we were all in this together. John hesitated at first. He was frightened of making matters worse for Jenna. He was frightened of losing her entirely. He kept saying, "What if I fight this and lose? What if she ends up hating me even more?" We understood his concerns, but we refused to give up. We reminded him that being a father was about love, being present for your child, and providing a secure and nurturing environment. We told him that he needed to choose to be Jenna's father every day, no matter what. We persuaded him that he deserved to be in her life, and she deserved to be with him. Eventually, John consented. He was still afraid, but also determined. He was prepared to fight for Jenna. He wanted the judge to understand the truth about Alicia and Stephen, including their falsehoods, manipulation, and greed. He wished to protect Jenna from them. The divorce procedure was a nightmare for John. The lawyer we hired predicted it would take 6 to 8 months, but it ended up taking about 18 months. Alicia battled him every step of the way. She opposed everything, including the asset distribution and custody arrangements, and even attempted to claim that the house was partially hers. It was not. John acquired it from his grandma before they got married. She dragged out every single meeting, misscheduled appointments, and repeatedly requested paperwork extensions. Every time we thought it was nearly done, Alicia threw another wrench in the works. She sought to imply John was an unfit parent because he worked too much. Rich, coming from someone who has been sneaking around with his sibling. She even attempted to use his drinking against him, despite the fact that he had only recently begun drinking frequently after learning of her betrayal. But when John's lawyer showed all of the fake documents to the court, things became serious quickly. Alicia falsified John's signature on at least 10 distinct loan documents totaling more than $200,000. The judge saw this as more than just a divorce issue. It was outright fraud. They discovered evidence that she had been moving money to Stephen for years, using fictitious business invoices to conceal their activities. The district attorney became involved after John's lawyer provided the material. Alicia eventually faced criminal accusations for fraud and forgery. She attempted to imply that Stephen had pressed her into it. She ultimately agreed to a plea deal that included 3 years of probation, obligatory financial counseling, and repayment of every dime she had stolen. The judge also limited her visitation rights with Jenna to every other weekend, during daylight hours. There were no overnight stays or trips out of state for Jenna, and all visits were overseen by a court-appointed guardian. It was harsh, yet considering what she'd done, she got off easy. Stephen had less luck with the court system than Alicia. When the proof of financial fraud was revealed, he was charged with faking documents and stealing John's money, just like she was. But the judge didn't buy his excuses. Stephen was sentenced to 2 years in jail, while Alicia received probation. He, like Alicia, had to repay all they'd stolen, but being in jail prevented him from doing so immediately away. Stephen and Alicia's relationship came apart dramatically when they no longer had John's money to play with and were instead arrested. Alicia began blaming Stephen for everything, claiming he had deceived her. Stephen couldn't take being broke. They had a massive fight in court, yelling about how they had ruined each other's lives. After 16 months of misery, John finally got divorced. We went out to celebrate on the day it was finalized. John did not say anything that night. He just sat there, looking fatigued and relieved. It was over. He might now begin rebuilding his life. Jenna, that's the bit that tears my heart the most, was struggling with things for a while. Who would not? A therapist helped her comprehend that Stephen was her biological father, but John was still her father. John told me about a conversation they had where Jenna questioned if she could still call him dad. He claimed he cried for an hour after that. She didn't want much to do with Stephen, which astonished everyone but John. She rapidly realized that Stephen had contributed to the harm of her father, the only real father she had ever known. Stephen tried to give her expensive gifts during supervised visits, but she refused them. Smart youngster. She told the court-appointed supervisor that she did not want to spend any time with Stephen at all. Life gradually returned to a new normal. We had one more picnic at my beach property, which served as a sort of celebration. John thanked us for all we had done. He made a self-deprecating joke, indicating that he was finally recuperating. He was playing with the youngsters, throwing them in the air and making them giggle. It was evident how much he enjoyed being a father. He looked at us and said, "You guys are my family." And he meant it. We were more than just friends. We were brothers, pulled together by this strange, incredible event. If there is a moral to the story, it is that good friends will be there for you no matter what happens. Even if your life collapses, they will be there to assist you pick up the pieces. My wife hired a trainer to lose weight. Now, she has filed for divorce and started flaunting her new life online, even starting an OnlyFans account. Hello everyone, before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's quick, free, and allows us to continue bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. What's up everybody? It's Dave here. Buckle up, because my life recently became a whirlwind. I'm 34, a typical warehouse manager living in Columbus. My life was not glamorous, but it was consistent. I had an excellent career, a great home, and was married to Carla. We had been dating for 5 years, married for 3, and I believed we had a good thing going. Sure, we weren't the romantic pair from TV, but we made it work. Bills were paid, we had date evenings, and the occasional disagreement was simply typical married stuff, or so I thought. Carla decided to embark on a major fitness adventure approximately 6 months ago. It came out of nowhere, but I was already on board. She joined an elite gym downtown that resembled more of a spa than a gym. She hired a personal trainer, Justin, and soon began discussing meal prep, macros, and detox programs. I did not mind. In fact, I encouraged her. Everyone should feel good about themselves, right? Plus, I believed it was simply a phase, similar to her brief knitting passion or her interest in tarot cards. At first, I even pitched in to assist her. I began taking on more of the housework, such as dishes, clothes, and groceries, so she could devote more time to her workouts. I figured that was a way to show her I cared. However, things began to change gradually, and not in a positive way. Carla's ego grew in proportion to her loss of weight. She got fascinated with her reflection, spending hours in front of the mirror perfecting her gym attire or photographing the perfect progress shot for Instagram. She wasn't doing it just for herself. She wanted an audience. I remember once suggesting that we see a movie together. It was Friday night, and I figured we could unwind like old times. She scoffed. "Dave, I don't have time to sit around, I have goals to crush." "Goals? What goals?" I inquired. We weren't discussing running a marathon or conquering Mount Everest. She was simply lifting weights and drinking green sludge. But I just shrugged it off. Perhaps I was being unreasonable. Then came the morning, which began like any other. I was half asleep, nursing my coffee before heading to work, while Carla was drinking her normal kale spinach catastrophe smoothie. She was dressed in her exercise clothes and swiping through her phone as if her life depended on it. She unexpectedly says, "I deserve more in life." I glanced up, still sleepy. "Huh? More of what?" She set down her smoothie and glanced at me, very serious. "My marriage is holding me back, Dave. I'm filing for divorce." I promise, I assumed it was a joke. I even laughed, thinking she was joking with me, but she wasn't. Her expression was stone cold. "I've outgrown this," she replied, as if I were an old piece of furniture she was about to discard. "You wouldn't understand," she explained. I sat there, fully unprepared. My wife, the lady I'd spent years with, casually dropped this on me like it was no big deal. I tried to digest her words, but all I could feel was a mix of amazement and wrath rising in my chest. "What do you mean you've outgrown this?" "Outgrown what?" I questioned you. She sighed, as if I were a child with too many questions. "Dave, I've been working on myself, trying to be the best version of me. And frankly, this life doesn't match my potential anymore. I want more than this house, this routine, this you." Her remark struck me. She did not even sugarcoat it. She saw me as part of the problem. Our existence together was no longer good enough for her. She grabbed her workout bag and walked out the door without saying goodbye. I sat there, staring at the half-empty glass of green sludge she'd left behind, wondering what the heck had happened. The day at work was a blur. I went through the motions, but my thoughts were focused on Carla. Was this real? Was she really abandoning me? We had had disputes previously, but divorce? It was so sudden and premeditated, and the way she said it, as if she'd been practicing this speech for weeks, made it plain she'd already made up her mind. Over the next few days, the flaws in our marriage became more clear. She hardly spoke to me unless it was to divide the house or set up mediation. She began staying out late, claiming she was at the gym or with friends. Her phone was glued to her hand, and her Instagram was flooded with selfies and messages like, "New chapter, who this?" and "Living my best life." Each post was a punch in the face, a reminder that she'd already moved on mentally, even though the paperwork hadn't been signed. One night, while looking through my own social media, I saw she had deleted every photograph of us, wedding photos and anniversary messages. It was as if I had been removed from her life totally. Meanwhile, her new photos were flooded with likes and comments from people praising her. "You're glowing. Such an inspiration." It made me sick. None of these individuals realized who Carla really was or what she was putting me through. Another night, I overheard her on the phone as I was preparing for work. She was in the kitchen, speaking to someone in that phony, syrupy tone she used when she wanted something. "Yeah, I just feel so free now," she explained. "I'm finally doing what makes me happy." She paused and giggled. "He doesn't even get it. He's stuck in the past." That was when it hit me. Carla wasn't simply leaving me, she was reinventing herself, and I was the anchor she was letting go. But here's the thing, I'm not the type of man to just roll over and accept it. She expected to steamroll me and go away with everything, but she was in for an unpleasant awakening. This was simply the beginning, and Carla might expect a fight. But wait, things get worse. One afternoon, I'm having lunch at a bistro near work. I was minding my own business, looking through my phone, when I overheard these two guys at the next table. They're talking about a fitness model they discovered online. I didn't pay much attention till one of them said her name, Carla. My stomach sank. They were giggling as they discussed how she had some premium content to promote. At first, I thought, no way, not Carla. But then one of them pulled up her Instagram on his phone. It was my Carla. They discussed how she had begun teasing an OnlyFans account by placing links in her bio, such as for the real workouts. My blood boiled. This was not merely a fitness phase. She was turning her newfound freedom into a full-fledged thirst trap for money. When I arrived home, I confronted her. She was seated on the couch, scrolling through her phone as if nothing had occurred. "Carla," I asked, attempting to remain calm. "What the hell is this OnlyFans thing I'm hearing about?" She looked up, unaffected. "It's my body, Dave, my choice, and it's none of your business anymore." I couldn't believe she had the nerve. "None of my business? We're still married. You're out here selling yourself on the internet while I'm trying to hold our lives together." She rolled her eyes, as if I were some ancient relic who didn't get it. "I'm not selling myself, it's content creation. Plenty of people do it. Besides, it's not like you're paying my bills anymore." That's when it struck me. Carla wanted more than just a divorce. She wanted a new life. A life in which she was the star, the main character, and I was simply an extra she had written off. She was neither embarrassed nor remorseful. If anything, she felt proud, as if she had finally discovered her real calling as an internet spectacle. Her actions continued to grow over the next few weeks. She began dressing as if she were auditioning for a reality show, with tight clothes, sky-high heels, and makeup applied like icing. Every time she walked out the door, she appeared to be heading to a red carpet event rather than the grocery store. The titles got worse. "Living My Truth, No More Holding Back." And the one that made me want to toss my phone: "She's not a wife anymore, she's a force of nature." The arrogance. While Carla was out playing superstar, I was left to deal with the consequences: lawyers, paperwork, and so on. Carla, however, was not as untouchable as she had believed. My lawyer, Steve, an absolute gem, had been doing some investigation. It turns out she has been seeing a gold digger, but with a gym membership. I believe you can guess who I'm talking about. Stay tuned, everyone. Things are going to become messy. I will provide an update as soon as possible. Update 1, what's up again, Reddit? It's Dave, your favorite soon-to-be divorced dude, and I have a front row seat to my ex's drama-fueled glow-up disaster. If you've been following along, you know that my wife, Carla, decided she was too good for this life, abandoned me, and has been parading around town like a fitness celebrity. But first, let's talk about Justin, the man who has been fueling this entire catastrophe. Yes, her personal trainer. Really unique, right? The moment I heard his name, I realized it wasn't simply another trainer-client connection. Justin was the type of guy you'd expect to see on a reality dating show. Shredded, spray-tanned, and about the size of a puddle. He was all charisma, biceps, and smirks, as if he had wandered out of a horrible rom-com. Carla was very open about their relationship. One day, she strode into the home after her workout, virtually glowing. "Justin says I'm the strongest I've ever been," she boasted, without looking at me. "Yeah, Carla. I'm sure Justin also told you he's never trained anyone like you before, because that's his script." A few weeks later, she stopped pretending it was just an exercise. She began mentioning his name in everyday conversations. "Justin's taking me to this new vegan restaurant. And Justin said this protein powder is life-changing." Meanwhile, I'm standing there like, do I look concerned? Carla wasn't simply dropping names. She was parading him as if he were the prize. Word spread quickly. Friends began contacting me with sightings of Carla and Justin throughout town. They were holding hands, laughing, and behaving like the Instagram couple of the year. Carla did not even bother to hide it. She came home one night, as brash as ever, and said, "Just so you know, Justin and I are dating now. I think it's time you accepted that." "Oh, I accepted it, all right," I said. Accepted that my wife had turned into a full-blown caricature of entitlement. She'd already psychologically divorced me, so what did it matter if she added a public affair to her resume? The more I discovered about Justin, the hotter my blood became. He wasn't your typical gym bro. This individual had a past. My lawyer, Steve, who deserves a freaking medal at this point, did some research and discovered that Justin had pulled this stunt previously, twice actually. He had a pattern. Find a married woman, shower her with compliments and affirmation, and then urge her to leave her spouse. When the dust settled and the money stopped coming, he'd disappear like Houdini. Justin was a professional home wrecker. It was not love, it was a hustle. He pumped these ladies up, made them believe they were invincible, and rode their wave until it was no longer convenient. And Carla? She was the ideal mark. She sought attention and approval, just like a fish craves water. Justin had her wrapped around his finger, and she didn't realize it. The worst part was his smug attitude about it. I heard from mutual acquaintances that Justin was already discussing their major plans. He reportedly told someone, "Once the divorce is finalized, Carla and I are going to build an empire." Empire? Dude, you are a trainer, Not a tech mogul. But, certainly, dream big. Justin was banking not just on Carla's money, but also on mine. Carla demanded half of my funds, spousal support, and even tried to take the house. She imagined she could stroll into court, play the victim, and walk out with a golden ticket to her and Justin's new life. Little did she know, my lawyer had receipts, and I wasn't going to give up. Let me paint a picture of Carla and Justin as a couple. Imagine a guy who only owns tank shirts standing next to a lady who suddenly believes she is a Kardashian. They were all over social media, posing in front of nice cars, not their own, and tagging themselves at costly restaurants. I'm guessing Carla was paying the tab. It was as if they were screaming, "Look at us, we're winning." But anyone with half a brain could tell they were overcompensating. Their partnership was not without flaws, however. Justin's over-the-top personality began to conflict with Carla's developing diva mentality. One night, I heard Mom on the phone in the kitchen, shouting with someone. "I don't care what your exes said about you, Justin. You're with me now, and I deserve better than your baggage." I didn't catch the rest, but it was enough to convince me that their little fantasy wasn't as flawless as they wanted everyone to believe. As much as it irritated me, there was something strangely fulfilling about seeing Carla go all in on Justin. She'd put everything on this guy, believing he was the key to a better life, and it was only a matter of time before the house of cards collapsed. My lawyer and I were making certain of that. Carla's confidence dipped after mediation. She entered the room acting like Beyoncé and exited looking like a deer in headlights. It was beautiful. Justin, her ever-loyal hype guy, did not even attempt to console her. He simply sulked behind her, scrolling through his phone. That was my first indication that their small empire was not as strong as Carla had led everyone to believe. But let's go back a little bit. Mediation was not only a setback for Carla, it was a calamity. She expected to come in, cry a little, and go with the house, half my savings, and spousal support. Carla's counsel portrayed her as an underappreciated wife who gave up all for my mediocre goals. Do you have mediocre dreams? I'd been working my ass off at this warehouse job for years. Steve, my lawyer, was prepared. He provided spreadsheets, screenshots, and even credit card stubs to back up my claims. Carla had been depleting our joint account for months before she filed for divorce. We're talking luxury spa days, expensive outfits, and $200 dinners while I'm eating leftovers and attempting to find out what went wrong. Steve made sure the court saw every dime she squandered. Then came Justin's skeletons. His previous romances, his habit of sweet-talking married women, and how he always bailed when the money didn't flow as planned. What about the cherry on top? Steve discovered messages from one of Justin's exes urging Carla to be cautious. Of course, Carla refused to listen. She felt she was unique. Justin's smirk was also gone. In fact, he appeared uneasy. He probably saw his little scheme was crumbling in real time. Carla attempted to defend him, stating, "Justin isn't like that anymore." However, the evidence was stacked against them. The judge didn't buy their act. By the end of the session, it was evident Carla wasn't going to walk away with the riches she expected. Justin? He appeared to be already plotting his exit route. Carla began acting out after the mediation session. She wasn't as arrogant anymore. She continued to post uplifting rubbish on Instagram, but the captions became frantic. Instead of living my best life, Carla said things like, "Growth isn't always easy, but it's worth it. Keep reminding yourself of this." Justin, on the other hand, revealed his true colors. He was still present, but not in the way Carla described. He began skipping their public appearances, no more hand-holding at posh restaurants or couple goals gym photos. Word spread that he was already flirting with one of his other clients, a younger woman who did not come with Carla's baggage. Typical. Carla was late getting home one night. I was still living in the house with her at the time, as I couldn't legally kick her out. She stumbled in, looking completely exhausted. I didn't say anything, I simply sat there on the couch, observing her. She placed her fancy bag on the counter and sighed dramatically, as if she wanted me to ask what was wrong. But I was not playing that game. I just went inside my room. Carla tried to act normal the next morning. She went around the kitchen preparing one of her kale smoothies, but her typical smugness had vanished. "Justin's been busy with his clients," she announced unexpectedly. I did not respond. I knew she wanted me to bite and ask about him, but I wasn't giving her what she wanted. A week later, the real drama began. Steve called me. Carla apparently filed some last-minute paperwork in an attempt to claim additional assets. She demanded emotional compensation for the stress I had given her during our marriage. Yes, you read it correctly. Carla believed she might acquire more money by blaming me for her midlife crisis. I couldn't believe their arrogance. Steve, being the legend that he is, was already ready for this crap. He filed a countersuit, demonstrating how Carla had depleted our funds and emotionally manipulated the situation to her advantage. He even used her Instagram posts as evidence. The subtitles alone were great, proving that she wasn't some stressed-out victim, but rather a self-absorbed diva living her best life at my cost. Around this point, Justin officially quit. He stopped showing up to their gym sessions, stopped returning her calls, and even blocked her on Instagram. Yes, it's blocked. Carla was losing it. I could hear her pacing around the house, calling him repeatedly. "Justin, call me back. We need to talk." She sounded desperate, and it was actually satisfying. Finally, one of her companions spilled the tea. Justin had moved on to another client, someone younger, flashier, and, more crucially, not involved in a difficult divorce. Carla was devastated. She tried to keep things cool by posting cryptic comments like, "Sometimes people aren't who they seem," and, "You can't build an empire with someone who's playing games." But everyone understood what had transpired. Her ideal man had bailed the moment things became tough. This is when Carla's entitlement began to shatter. She has stopped attending the gym. Her once glamorous ensembles were replaced by sweatshirts and unkempt hairstyles. She even stopped posting on Instagram for a spell, which was really surprising. It was as if her entire identity was linked to Justin and the vision of their new life. Without him, she had no idea what to do. One evening, she attempted to speak with me. "Dave," she started, standing in the living room doorway, "I think we need to reevaluate everything. This divorce, it's been hard on both of us." I gazed at her, waiting for the punchline. "What are you getting at, Carla?" She sighed heavily, as if she were the victim here. "I just think maybe we rushed into all of this. I mean, we had good times, didn't we?" I nearly laughed. "Carla, you filed for divorce. You told me I was holding you back, remember? Now that Justin's gone, you're having second thoughts? Unbelievable." She tried to play the compassion game by mentioning how lonely she was and how much she had given for this marriage, but I wasn't buying it. "Carla," I interrupted, "you made your bed. Now lie in it." Carla's tiny fantasy world was collapsing, and I didn't have to raise a finger. Karma was doing all of the work. That's all for now, Reddit. I'll keep you posted after the final court ruling, and trust me, you won't want to miss it. Update 2. Hey, Reddit. Dave is back. You've stayed with me this long, so prepare for the grand slam of this whole disaster. If you've been following along, Carla, my ex-wife, believed she could go to court, take everything, and begin her new life with Justin, her personal trainer. But karma came calling, and we're now in the home stretch. Let me explain how the courtroom drama unfolded and why Carla probably wishes she hadn't gone in there. Court day eventually arrived. Carla stepped in, but not with the usual diva strut I'd come to expect. No fancy blazer, no cocky grin, just her and her lawyer, marching into detention with the confidence of 2 children. She must have realized things weren't going to go her way. The energy was off, and I honestly enjoyed every moment of it. On the other side, I was with my lawyer, Steve. He arrived prepared, carrying a thick binder that could have served as a doorstop. I was not nervous at this time. I had nothing to lose. Carla had already thrown all of her punches, and I was still standing. Today was about ensuring that I not only survived, but also won. Carla's lawyer began by presenting her emotional compensation claim, which I mentioned earlier, portraying a picture of Carla as a patient wife who had been emotionally exhausted by my lack of support for her personal development. Apparently, my failure to support her fitness journey, also known as her affair with Justin, was a sort of neglect. Steve, my lawyer, let her lawyer speak for a long, enabling them to dig their own hole. Then it was our turn. Steve began by meticulously demolishing their argument. He demonstrated that I had not only supported Carla, but had gone above and above on her so-called fitness journey. He provided evidence that I had taken over home tasks, modified my work schedule, and even pushed her to pursue her ambitions. He read aloud text conversations in which I offered to make her healthy meals, encouraged her gym sessions, and even suggested we join couples fitness classes to deepen our bond. Then Steve dropped the bombshell. Carla's emotional compensation claim was not only unfounded, it was a clear attempt to conceal her own emotional carelessness. He showed emails and texts in which Carla openly mocked me to her friends, calling me dull and dead weight. He also had screenshots of her gushing about Justin and referring to me as her backup plan. The final nail in Carla's coffin came when Steve addressed the financial side of her claim. He showed us our bank statements, revealing how Carla had diverted thousands of dollars from our joint account to fund her lavish lifestyle. Carla's lawyer attempted to argue, but Steve refused to give up. He disclosed the ultimate piece of evidence, Carla's journal entry, which Steve had subpoenaed. Carla had written about her master plan to leave me, get whatever she could out of this marriage, and use the settlement money to start a new life with Justin. When the judge read that, his expression was one of complete amazement. The courtroom was dead silent as the judge flipped through the documents, his stern look becoming more intense with each page. Carla sat next to her lawyer, looking agitated, her polished nails nervously pounding on the table. Her confidence, which she had displayed so brazenly during mediation, had vanished into thin air. I sat across from her with my lawyer, Steve, feeling a mixture of expectation and joy. This was it. The moment Carla's tale would crumble. The judge began by considering Carla's emotional compensation claim. Mrs. Patterson, he continued, his voice steady yet forceful. Your request for emotional compensation lacks any substantive evidence. He stopped, allowing the words to sink in before continuing. While emotional anguish is a relevant component in some situations, this court expects concrete and demonstrative evidence. Your claims are based on subjective sentiments rather than facts. He focused his attention on Steve's counter-arguments. He detailed phone conversations, bank accounts, and Instagram posts that depicted a far different picture than Carla and her lawyer had attempted to present. Mr. Patterson, the judge continued, speaking to me for the first time. You've shown a clear and consistent pattern of support for your wife throughout the marriage. The evidence presented indicates no signs of emotional maltreatment. In reality, it indicates the reverse. You went above and beyond to meet her requirements and expectations. Carla's lawyer attempted to interject, but stumbled over an objection that the evidence was taken out of context. The judge silenced him with a raised hand. The context is clear, counselor. Let him move on. The judge next went to the financial element of the issue. He painstakingly examined the evidence Steve had supplied. Mrs. Patterson, the magistrate said in a stern voice, you withdrew over $223,000 from your joint accounts in the period leading up to this divorce filing. These funds were not used for household expenses or shared needs. Instead, they were spent on luxury items, high-end dining, and personal indulgences. The court finds this behavior irresponsible and in direct violation of your marital financial obligations. Carla shivered in her seat, her face flushed deeply crimson. Her counsel attempted to downplay the expenditure, stating that it was part of her coping technique during a tough period. The judge wasn't impressed. Coping mechanisms do not justify financial recklessness, he stated emphatically. Then I came home. Carla had boldly asserted her right to half of it, stating she had contributed emotionally, if not financially, to its upkeep. Steve was prepared for this. He presented paperwork proving that I had paid the mortgage in full, maintained the property, and even handled renovations, all while Carla contributed nothing. The judge did not mince words. The house will remain the property of Mr. Patterson, his announcement stated. Mrs. Patterson, you have no financial claim to it based on the evidence presented. Carla's jaw dropped. Her lawyer whispered something into her ear, but she waved him away, too astonished to answer. The judge was not done. Furthermore, he went on. Due to the unauthorized use of marital funds, Mrs. Patterson is ordered to reimburse Mr. Patterson in the amount of $23,750. You could have heard a pin drop. Carla's lawyer sagged in his chair, clearly defeated. Carla appeared to have lost her breath. Her carefully constructed narrative had fallen spectacularly, leaving her with only the repercussions of her actions. The decision was final, no appeals or loopholes. The judge closed his folder and announced, "This court is adjourned." I relaxed back in my chair, a sense of relief sweeping over me. Justice had been served, and I felt free to breathe for the first time in months. The anxiety in the air as we left the courtroom was apparent. Carla's lawyer was already packing his suitcase and avoiding eye contact with everyone. Carla walked following him, her head lowered. For someone who had entered this process with the confidence of a reality TV star, she suddenly appeared completely defeated. Steve rubbed my back as we walked out. "We did it," he added with a slight smile. I nodded, appreciating his work. He had not only supported me, but also revealed the truth about Carla's manipulating ways. As I left the courthouse, I couldn't help but look back at Carla. She remained standing there, staring blankly at the floor. For a fleeting moment, I felt a twinge of sympathy, but it immediately disappeared. She had caused this pandemonium, and now she had to face the repercussions. Over the next few days, the consequences of the decision became abundantly clear. Carla was told to leave the residence within 30 days, and I made sure to enforce it. She tried to stall, stating she needed more time to organize her affairs, but I wouldn't budge. I informed her that she'd had plenty of time to prepare while she was busy bragging about her affair with Justin. But reluctantly, she packed her belongings and moved out. It was surprisingly pleasant to watch her leave on that final day. She piled her luxury bags into an ancient automobile, which one of her friends had reportedly loaned her, and drove away without saying goodbye. The house, which had before been filled with tension and hostility, felt unexpectedly tranquil. Carla's financial position deteriorated dramatically. She was left to fend for herself because she no longer had access to my income or the marital funds she had been draining. She attempted to sell some of her fancy clothes and handbags, but it was insufficient to repay the sum she owed me. Word spread that she was borrowing money from friends, who were rapidly bored of hearing her sob stories. Justin, however, has completely vanished. He didn't respond to her calls or messages. Carla unexpectedly arrived at the residence one night, roughly 2 weeks after the verdict. I opened the door to see her standing there, her once perfect beauty replaced by unkempt hair and haggard eyes. She looked like she hadn't slept for days. "Dave," she replied gently, her voice cracking. "Can we talk?" I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. "What do you want, Carla?" I inquired. She hesitated and wrung her hands. I wanted to say I'm sorry for everything. I made mistakes, big ones. I let Justin manipulate me. I got caught up in this fantasy, and I ruined everything." Her comments seemed scripted, but the despair in her eyes was genuine. She didn't come to apologize out of true remorse. She was here because she had no other options. "I don't know what you expect me to say," I said, my tone calm but forceful. "You made your choices. You chose Justin. You chose to try and take everything from me, and now you're dealing with the fallout." Tears welled in her eyes. "I just can't. We at least be civil? Maybe start over?" "I have nothing, Dave. I'm lost." I looked at her for a time, feeling nothing but resolve. "Carla, I gave you everything, my support, my trust, my love, and you threw it all away. You don't get to come back now and ask for a second chance. That's not how this works." She fell down sobbing on my porch, but I didn't move. After a time, I returned inside and shut the door, leaving her alone with her regrets. Since then, I've moved on. Carla, according to what I've heard, is still battling to get back on her feet. She's destroyed bridges, lost friends, and is now facing the consequences of her own actions. Sometimes karma doesn't just knock. It kicks down the door. Carla was left with only the repercussions of her deeds. My sister-in-law's husband revealed that she had cheated and that her daughter was not his biological child during the welcome party for the new family member. After years of attempting to grow our family, my husband Brian, 40, and I, 39, recently adopted a 10-year-old girl named Stee. She is truly amazing, full of inquiry, kindness, and a quiet strength that inspires me. The entire process was difficult and emotional, but from the moment we met her, we knew she was the missing piece. We were excited to provide her with a caring home and grateful to have her in our lives. To officially welcome her, we hosted a small party for close family and friends. We were ecstatic, and because this was such a significant occasion for our family, we wanted to make the day extra special for Stee. We went all out with decorations, balloons, banners, and more, even ordering a cake with her name on it. We wanted to make sure Stee felt appreciated, accepted, and loved. We invited our entire family, including my sister-in-law Betty, 35, her daughter Violet, 7, and her husband Zane, 35, who is also my cousin. Betty is well known for indulging Violet so much that she is referred to as the family princess. Betty has always been very attached to Violet, lavishing her with care and making sure she is the star of family gatherings. She enjoys bragging about Violet's accomplishments, no matter how modest, and frequently advises that Violet be the focal point of our gatherings. Betty frequently becomes visibly sad when Violet is not the focus of attention, so we've all learned to show Violet some extra love to keep Betty happy. When I told Betty about our adoption and Stee's welcoming celebration, she was quite annoyed. Instead of praising us, she said something like, "So Violet won't be the only family princess now," before abruptly changing the subject. It was a bizarre response, but I assumed it was just jealousy that will pass. However, over the next 2 weeks, Betty began making small remarks that made me anxious. She'd say things like, "It'll be difficult for Violet to share the spotlight," or, "Not every kid knows how to be around a real princess." It felt like she was implying that Stee didn't quite measure up to Violet. I decided to let it go, figuring Betty just needed time to adjust to the fact that Violet was no longer the only grandchild. I considered holding a more low-key celebration, but I ultimately decided it was more important to make Stee feel unique and included. Finally, the big day arrived, and everything was just perfect. The decorations were stunning, and our home was filled with family and friends eager to meet Stee. Brian and I were overjoyed to see her so happy and relaxed around everyone. It felt like a fresh start for us all. When Betty, Zane, and Violet arrived, I instantly noticed Betty's awkwardness. She forced a grin, avoided eye contact, and stared at the decor with disappointment. In contrast, Zane was ecstatic to meet his niece. Despite Betty's unusual behavior, I attempted to maintain a pleasant attitude and focus on ensuring Stai's enjoyment. Betty's actions grew more noticeable as the celebration progressed. Whenever someone complimented Stai, she'd respond with something about Violet. For example, if someone admired Stai's politeness, Betty would respond by reminding everyone how nice Violet had always been. If someone complimented Stai's clothing, Betty would proudly proclaim that Violet had been dressing like a little princess since she was a newborn. It was unrelenting. She would not allow Stai to have her moment in the spotlight. The worst part was when I noticed Betty gathered with a few others in a corner. I could hear fragments of their conversation, and it was evident she was talking about us. Betty was saying things like, "Some folks just do not know how to raise a true princess," and "it takes a special kind of parent to really nurture a child." It hurt to think that Betty would go to such lengths to undermine our efforts to make Stai feel loved and included. Just as I was about to face her, something unexpected occurred. Zane, who had been relatively quiet all night, suddenly rose up and requested everyone's attention. I was taken aback. I expected he'd make a toast or say something good about Stai. Instead, he released a bombshell that had everyone dumbfounded. Zane delivered devastating news in a calm but strong tone. He revealed that he had learned Betty had cheated on him years before with one of his buddies. After considerable investigation, he discovered that Violet is not his biological daughter. He added that he had just recently accepted this and had been suffering with it for some time, but after witnessing Betty's behavior at the party, he felt compelled to speak up. He said that he was going to file for divorce and split, but he would still be there for Violet if she wanted him in her life. The room became utterly silent. Betty's face turned pale, and she was left speechless. She stood there motionless, as if she didn't understand what had happened. After a moment, she turned and fled out of the room, her face a mix of amazement and panic. Zane quickly followed, leaving everyone stunned. The rest of the party went silent, but we were able to refocus on Stai and enjoy the night. I felt a sense of comfort as I saw her grin, blissfully unaware of the familial drama that had just occurred. Despite everything, she had a terrific day, and it felt like our little family was finally coming together in the way I had always wanted. Betty has not contacted anyone since that night, and the family is torn over what happened. Some believe Zane did the right thing by standing up for himself and confronting Betty, particularly given her actions at the party. Others believe he should have kept it more private. A few family members have even indicated that I should not have had such a large welcoming party, given Betty's view of Violet as the family princess. They suggest that my actions may have prompted Betty's outburst and the subsequent family conflict. This entire affair has left me feeling torn. On the one hand, I planned the celebration to honor Stai and express her affection. On the other hand, I can't help but wonder whether I should have anticipated Betty's reaction and been more mindful of her feelings for Violet. I'm conflicted because I don't believe I should have to tone down a celebration for Stai simply to make someone else feel better. Stai deserves all of the joy, and we will not apologize for it. However, Brian and I have stated unequivocally that we will not fund her legal bills or anything else, and we intend to stay to that position. Now we're attempting to figure out how to deal with Betty's demands. Part of me wants to explain why we aren't paying and establish hard boundaries. Betty's marital problems are not our responsibility, and it is inappropriate for her to blame us. But another part of me believes it would be best to ignore her and concentrate on our family, allowing Betty to solve her own mess. Our top priority is Stai's pleasure. Hello everyone, I'm here with another update on what's been happening since my last post. Things have definitely picked up. Stai is doing wonderful and adjusting well at home, but I've noticed she's been a little quieter lately, which has me concerned. Zane recently reached out to us. He has been trying to digest everything that has transpired, but he wanted us to know he has our back and is concerned about Stai. That meant a lot, especially given the havoc Betty had created. Betty then escalated the situation by openly accusing Zane of being a poor father on social media, claiming he was leaving Violet during this difficult time. It was startling and only added gasoline to the family conflict. Many people defended Zane, which was encouraging, but it also demonstrates how far Betty has fallen. She even felt compelled to encourage both Zane and Stai. Brian and I decided to step in. We talked to Zane and agreed that he should take measures to clear the air concerning Violet and Betty. He deserves to tell his story and shield his kid from the consequences of Betty's conduct. In the midst of all this upheaval, it tears my heart to see Stai retreat. She is beginning to believe it is her fault, that if she had not entered our lives, Betty and Zane would not be experiencing these difficulties. It is difficult to watch her struggle with such intense emotions. Brian and I are doing our best to tell her that none of this is her fault and that our feelings for her remain unchanged. As we work through this difficult circumstance, I sincerely hope Betty understands the repercussions of her actions. For the time being, our first concern is Stee's health and ensuring that she feels safe and loved in our house. For the time being, our first concern is Stee's health and ensuring that she feels safe and loved in our house. Post 3. It's been approximately 4 months since my last post, and it appears that Betty is still dealing with her drama, as things are just growing worse by the day. So, remember how she accused Zane of being a bad dad? Yeah, about that. She stated he was leaving Violet during this hard moment. It was completely ludicrous, especially given she was the one who dropped Violet off at his apartment and then abandoned her. Yes, Betty just left Violet on Zane's doorway and vanished. Betty went completely offline for a few days after leaving Violet with Zane. Everyone was naturally concerned about what she would do next. Zane was panicking, nervous and frantic as he tried to contact her and find out where she had gone. He was concerned about her mental health and what it meant for Violet, who was still adjusting to everything that had transpired. Betty reappeared unexpectedly. Kind of. She sent an SMS that shocked us all. She was on vacation with the man she had an affair with and claimed she had run out of money. She asked Zane for money to help pay her trip, stating that she was having a good time but needed some financial assistance. We couldn't believe it. The audacity. It was astonishing that she had the audacity to beg for money while she was enjoying pleasure. Zane was furious when he read the message. He couldn't understand how she could forsake their child and then ask for money for a trip. It simply demonstrated how careless and inconsiderate she was towards her family. When Zane mentioned her message, it was clear she was in denial. She tried to act the victim, saying things like, "We don't understand how difficult this is for her." It was silly. She'd made her decisions, and now she's distorting the story to portray herself as the martyr. Zane didn't hold back. He informed her she was being selfish and irresponsible, and urged her to prioritize Violet's well-being before her own desires. He also indicated that he was speaking with a lawyer concerning custody and child support. This was a significant step for him, and he realized he needed to make a stance. The more they talked about it, the clearer it became that he needed to create boundaries to guarantee Violet had a stable environment going forward. Zane made it plain that he was not going to let Betty's erratic conduct interfere with Violet's life anymore. It was difficult for him, though. He wanted to give Betty a chance at being a decent parent, but her actions showed she was uninterested. She seemed more concerned with her own image and wants than with Violet's needs. On the other hand, Zane adored Violet and would go to any length for her, but he felt pressured by his family to consider Betty's views. He realized he couldn't put Violet's safety at risk merely to keep things running well with Betty or anyone else. During a family meeting, Zane was able to open out about his situation. He explained how difficult it was to accept everything and how he was attempting to be the father Violet needed. The chat provided some clarity for the family, and they began to comprehend how serious the situation was with everything going on. It felt like we were all bracing for the next big shock. Betty's unpredictable behavior put everyone on edge, and we couldn't help but wonder how far she would go to maintain the upper hand in the situation. Zane ultimately decided to proceed with the custody process. He thought it was the greatest option to provide Violet a stable home away from the havoc Betty was causing in their life. It was a difficult decision for him, but he knew it needed to be made. As we worked to disentangle this complicated family drama, it became evident that Betty was fully responsible for her conduct. She was the one who caused the problem and made the decisions that led us here. While we all hoped she would eventually realize her faults and seek assistance, we couldn't allow her to dictate how we moved ahead as a family. Stee has been a lot quieter since the family drama started. She appeared enthusiastic about her new life at first, but the tension with Betty and the pandemonium surrounding Zane had a bad effect on her. She fears she may have caused the problems between Zane and Betty. It kills my heart to see her like this. We have tried to convince her that none of this is her fault and that our feelings for her have not altered. We want her to feel safe and comfortable despite the commotion around her. Hopefully, Betty will come to her senses and stop subjecting the entire family to her drama. Update 4. Hi everyone, I haven't posted in a long time. I'm back with another update, and things have taken a severe turn. It's been a roller coaster, but I'm relieved to say that Zane has officially earned custody of Violet after everything he's been through with Betty. This feels like a tremendous win for him and, more crucially, Violet. I won't get into the legal technicalities because, frankly, I don't understand anything, but the main point is that Zane has Violet's custody. Let's look into what's going on with Betty. She has been losing control since the ruling. Instead of taking a step back and reflecting on her decisions, she has embraced the victim mindset. It's actually quite bizarre to behold. She has been shouting on social media about how unfair the court was and how Zane manipulated everything to take Violet away from her. It's as if she's in her own little world, with her as the main character, and it's just insane. She has even attempted to rally family members behind her cause, believing that if she can get enough support, everything is possible. Spoiler alert, it did not work at all. Most of us have just chosen to ignore her. Please, we are over her drama and do not want to be dragged back into it. It feels wonderful to have taken that decision as a family. One especially embarrassing moment occurred when Betty showed up uninvited to a family gathering. She barged in and demanded to speak with Zane. The tension rose as she began ranting about how unfairly she was being handled. Instead of getting caught up in her craziness, Zane politely requested her to leave. It was a watershed moment for him, and the rest of us stood with him, supporting him. Betty's behavior has remained relatively consistent since then. She lashes out, seeks sympathy, and then withdraws into her own mess. Each time she does this, she distances herself further from her family. We can all see the pattern. She thrives on attention and drama, but we are no longer providing her with either. Zane has remained focused on Violet and her needs. He understands that engaging in theatrics will throw all he is striving to construct for their daughter off balance. Instead, he has worked tirelessly to establish a caring and supportive environment for Violet, which is exactly what she requires after everything that has occurred. Betty's attempts to elicit a rise out of Zane have completely failed. She has been sending urgent texts and blogging about how cruelly she has been treated, but it is clear that her family has opted to simply ignore her. It's almost comical to watch her collapse while we focus on creating a safe atmosphere for Violet. Violet is doing quite well considering everything that has occurred. Zane is ensuring that her needs are addressed and that she feels safe at home. The contrast between Betty's chaotic existence and the steadiness Zane provides is remarkable. It's wonderful to see Violet thrive in her new surroundings. Betty's downward spiral has led her to isolate herself even further. She has lost connection with friends and relatives who are tired of her drama, and it is difficult to see someone you once cared about struggle in a similar way. But we all know she needs to accept responsibility for her actions, and we will not allow her mayhem to interrupt our lives any longer. So that's the current position. Zane now has custody of Violet, and as Betty continues to lose it, we are all focused on providing a loving and stable environment for her kid. Sadie is finally feeling better following her custody struggle with Betty. Sadie was at first unhappy and concerned that she was causing issues for the family, but now that Zane has custody of Violet and things have cooled down, she feels more secure. We have worked hard to provide a caring and joyful atmosphere for her. She is becoming more interested in family activities and talking up about her emotions. It is wonderful to see her smile and hear her joy again. Sty has also stepped up as Violet's big sister, helping her feel more connected to the family. Their friendship is growing deeper, and it's wonderful to see them support each other every day. Sty is learning that it's all right to be happy even when things are difficult. We are committed to ensuring she feels loved and happy, and it is evident that she is beginning to accept her new existence. Update 5. Hello everyone, it's been 6 months since the last update, and I'm here with another one, hopefully the last. Okay, let us get right into it. Betty was extremely distressed over the custody judgment. She was venting on social media, hoping for sympathy from anyone who would listen. It was clear she was struggling with losing custody in her upcoming divorce from Zane. Then, out of the blue, she contacted us and requested a meeting. We were all hesitant at first, given what had happened. Meeting her felt like a horrible idea, but after discussing it as a family, we decided to give her a chance. We thought it was critical to hear her perspective. Zane agreed to meet her, but made it plain he would not be drawn back into her chaos. We chose a cafe for the meeting. Betty immediately got in once we sat down. She began talking about how she couldn't bear the notion of losing her daughter. She continued saying she was going to change, that she was committed to being a better mother, and that she recognized how her actions had affected Violet. During the conversation, Betty became upset and shed some tears. She spoke of loneliness and how everything had pushed her to her limits. She continually stated that she did not want to lose either Violet or Zane. Zane was upfront with her, stating that he could no longer trust her. He highlighted that Violet's well-being was his #1 priority. She tried to persuade him they could work things out, but it was evident he had already made up his mind. He thought that the only way to protect himself and Violet was to move forward with the divorce. That is when it struck her. She had not only lost custody of her daughter, but also her final chance to save her marriage. Betty's voice grew noticeably quieter following our meeting. It seems that the truth of her situation was now setting in. The weight of her decisions weighed hard on her, and while it was a difficult revelation to swallow, I hoped it would inspire her to make serious changes. I wanted to believe she could stand up for Violet, but there was still distrust among us. Only time would tell if this new perspective was a passing fad or if she was actually committed to making an impact. In the following weeks, we noticed some changes in Betty. She began reaching out more, inquiring about Violet and expressing a desire to become more active. Zane, however wary, decided to give her some room to demonstrate her seriousness. He wasn't ready to accept her back into their lives right away, but he recognized that Violet deserved to have her mother around if Betty was truly committed to making great changes. We were all apprehensive, but we also had a glimmer of optimism that Betty was genuinely attempting to change her life. Violet, for her part, appeared a little bewildered. She periodically inquired about her mother and how she was doing. Zane answered intelligently, making sure to confirm Violet's feelings without setting her expectations too high. Zane once sat down with Violet and had an open chat about her mother. He said that Betty was working on making improvements, but they might take some time to become obvious. Violet missed her mother despite everything that had happened, and it hurt my heart to see her struggle with this. As the weeks passed, we noticed some positive changes in Betty. She started attending to therapy and tried to put her life back on track. She even contacted several family members in an attempt to restore the relationship she had separated herself from. While she impressed me, I couldn't help but feel suspicious. Zane, on the other hand, was primarily concerned with providing Violet with a stable home. He was really stepping up as a father, spending meaningful time with her and ensuring she felt loved and safe. They began a new pattern consisting of family dinners, game evenings, and weekend outings. It was wonderful to see Violet begin to relax and appreciate the good things in life again. Her current circumstance was vastly different from the chaos of the past, and it gave us all hope. However, Betty's path was not without difficulties. There were instances when she reverted to her old habits. She once sent Zane an irregular text in which she expressed her dissatisfaction with their visitation plans. It seemed like a step backward, and Zane had to tell her that he was doing his best to balance her needs and Violet's. When that happened, we could see Zane's stress level rise again. He was working hard to improve Violet's circumstances, and Betty's actions appeared to be undermining that stability. He took a step back, reminding himself not to get caught up in her drama and instead focus on what was best for their kid. Despite the ups and downs, Zane remained steadfast in his devotion. Violet's well-being remains his number one priority. I admire his determination and how he has reclaimed control of their life after so much turmoil. It has not been easy for him, but he has shown great strength. Violet appears to be adjusting fairly well. Sure, she still worries about her mother, but she's learning that it's good to have fun even when things are bad. It's so lovely to see her laughing and playing again. We are all doing our best to create good memories with her, and it is clear that she is responding favorably. Betty's adventure, on the other hand, is a little more exciting. Some days, she demonstrates genuine potential, such as when she contacts Violet to inquire about her welfare. It appears like she is attempting to move her focus away from her own problems and toward her kid, which is a positive indicator. Still, we all know she has a long way to go before she can be a reliable presence in Violet's life. Betty recently indicated a desire to be more connected with Violet, and she appeared sincere about it. It marked a significant departure from her previous behavior, in which she frequently prioritized her personal wants. Zane is still being cautious, but has agreed to allow her some visitation time, based on her commitment to make meaningful changes. Betty appears to be making an honest effort, and it's difficult not to be optimistic about her future change. I want to believe she can be the mother Violet requires and deserves, but we're all trying to keep our expectations under control. And what about Stee? She's doing fantastic. She's an amazing angel. She has been there for Violet during this time, and everyone in the family adores her. Excluded from Christmas for being a plumber, I cut off my sister's law school money. Now she's begging, and I'm better off without her. Okay, so I've been sitting on this story for a long, trying to figure out where to even begin describing this disaster. I suppose I should introduce myself first. I'm 32, unmarried, and own my own plumbing business. Yeah, I know, it's not the most glamorous job, according to certain people, including my family. But, to be honest, I make a lot of money and enjoy my job. There's something rewarding about fixing difficulties and assisting others, even if it occasionally requires dealing with their literalism. LOL. Amanda, my 26-year-old sister, is currently attending law school, which I have been paying for. Yeah, you read that correctly. I've been paying her full tuition since she started. Her lover was a hotshot doctor at the local hospital, a real piece of work. But we will get to him later. So this is where things went awry. About a week before Christmas, I received this call from my mother. Now, you have to realize something about my mother. She never calls just to speak or check on me. It's always because she wants something or there's a family issue that needs to be resolved, usually involving money, to be honest. However, this call was different. She begins with a strange, hesitant tone, as if she is about to tell you that your dog has died. Then she lays the bombshell on me. I'm not invited to Christmas this year. Just like that. There is no notice, discussion, or anything. At first, I assumed I misheard her, as if she had said they were altering the date or something. But, nah. She goes on to say that it might be best if I sit this one out because they want to keep things comfortable for everyone. I'm sitting there, thinking, what the actual, one, since this is so unexpected. We've always celebrated Christmas together, even while I was working long hours to get my business off the ground. Sure, my family has always been odd about my job. They enjoy the money I make, but God forbid they tell anyone what their son and brother does for a living. So I pressed her on it, asking, what's the real reason? She began hedging and hawing, talking in circles about professional looks and everyone's comfort, but she refused to give me a clear answer. It wasn't until later that day that I learned the true cause, from my cousin Sarah. She'd overheard Amanda discussing it with our mother earlier that week. Apparently, my lovely sister had informed our parents that having me for Christmas would be awkward because I did not fit in with her and her boyfriend's professional standing. Allow that to soak in for a minute. My own sister, who I've been helping through Vermont Law School, was ashamed to have me for Christmas because I'm only a plumber. She was concerned about how her fancy doctor partner would react to having to sit at the same table as someone who worked with their hands for a career. The more I thought about it, the more things fell into place, like how Amanda never invited me to any of her law school events, despite the fact that I was paying for her to attend, or how she always changed the subject when her friends asked what her brother did for a living, or how she never introduced me to her boyfriend, despite the fact that they'd been dating for nearly a year. Do you know what the worst part was? My parents agreed with her. They truly believed it was okay to exclude their own son from Christmas because his employment would make their beloved daughter's boyfriend uncomfortable. The same son who has been providing for the family since he was 18. The same son who built his own successful firm from the beginning. The same son who has been paying for their golden child's law school education without complaint. My mother tried to sugarcoat it with phrases like, well, honey, you know how these professional circles are. And maybe, next year, when you've developed your career more. What the boss does that even mean? I own my own business. I have staff. I earn 6 figures performing honest work. But apparently it isn't evolved enough because I don't wear a suit and tie to work. I spent the entire day stewing over this information, growing increasingly irritated. Not the heated, angry type of pissed off, but rather a cool, calm knowledge that my family, particularly my sister, had been exploiting me while being ashamed of me the entire time. That's when I decided it was enough. If I was too embarrassed to bring to Christmas dinner, my money would be too embarrassing to spend for law school. What kind of message would it send to my sister's fancy beau if he discovered her law degree was paid for by a gas-passing plumber? But hold on, this is only the beginning. The real, what iTales show began when I made the decision to take action. And let me tell you, karma is especially when it comes with the accompanying student loan burden. So, after learning that I was barred from celebrating Christmas because my blue-collar profession would insult my sister's boyfriend's delicate sensibilities, I was in a strange state of mind. You know that feeling when you're so enraged that you suddenly become strangely calm? That is where I was at. I spent the entire night reading over previous text messages and discussions with Amanda. And holy, guys, the signs were everywhere. I was simply too blind, or perhaps foolish to see them. For example, last spring, she had a graduation party to celebrate finishing her first year of law school. I had truly paid for the entire year, but I didn't receive an invitation. When I approached her about it, she lied about it being a minor issue in her study group. Later, I learned from Facebook that it was a large party at a posh downtown restaurant. Then there was the time when she required a new laptop for class. Despite the fact that I am very knowledgeable about computers, she asked me to simply transfer the money to her account rather than accompany her to choose it. Nowadays, it's almost a requirement. Even in plumbing, we use tablets and specialized software to provide job bids and schedule appointments. She said that she was too busy to go shopping together. But now I'm quite sure she didn't want to be seen with her plumber brother in the Apple store. Looking back, it's sort of funny in a sad way. For example, whenever she needed money, which was often, she would text her humiliating blue-collar brother. But when it came to acknowledging my presence in her fancy new life, the radio is silent. I decided to dig. The benefits of having a cousin who is still on the family group chat. LOL. Amanda had been preparing for the Christmas exclusion for weeks. She told our parents that her boyfriend, Craig, yes, his name is Craig, was from a very prestigious family, and she was concerned about making a good impression. Apparently, having a plumber sibling may harm her professional prospects, or some elitist, like that. Want to know the true kicker? My cousin Sarah, bless her messy, drama-loving heart, forwarded me screenshots of Amanda's remarks from the family chat. She had actually written, and I'm quoting this directly, "I just don't want Craig to think our family isn't, educated. It could affect how his family sees me, and they have so many connections in the legal world." Educated? Educated. I wanted to respond and inform her that the reason she's getting an education is because her uneducated plumber brother pays $43,000 per year in school. But I held back. I was beginning to formulate a strategy, and sometimes you have to play the long game. As I thought about it, I realized it wasn't only about Christmas. This was about years of my family, particularly Amanda, treating me as a filthy little secret. They were pleased to accept my dirty plumber money, but God forbid they acknowledge how I earned it. Here's a fascinating truth about plumbing that most people don't know. We have to study extensively. For example, years of apprenticeship, license examinations, and ongoing education to stay current with new legislation and technologies. I probably spent more time researching water systems and construction codes than Amanda did studying tort law. But because I work with my hands, they treat me like an idiot who couldn't make it in the real professional world. The reality is, I selected plumbing because I am skilled at it and saw an opportunity. I began working as an apprentice right out of high school, learned everything I could, obtained my licenses, and eventually launched my own firm. I currently have 3 vehicles on the road, 2 full-time staff, and more work than I can handle. But to my family, I am still the embarrassing brother who fixes toilets. I kept thinking about all the times I went late at work or did additional work to make sure I could pay Amanda's tuition. All those times I postponed purchasing new items for myself or contributing more to my retirement account because family came first. Meanwhile, she was actively attempting to conceal my existence from her new lover and his family. That's when my cousin threw another bomb at me. Craig's family did not appear to be overly concerned with such matters. His uncle, a successful contractor, built their family house. Amanda had simply assumed they would look down on me since that is how she sees me. I sat with all of this information for a few days, monitoring the family group chat via Sarah. They'd removed me from it weeks ago, ostensibly to minimize any discomfort surrounding Christmas arrangements. Amanda was going on and on about how pleased she was to host Craig for Christmas dinner, how his family had ties at all of the city's large law firms, and how this could be her opportunity to earn a summer position through his contacts. No one stood up for me the entire time, not my parents, nor any of my other relatives. Nobody remarked, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't exclude the guy who's been supporting Amanda through school." Everyone was just pleased about Amanda getting a prestigious internship through her boyfriend's family. That's when I realized exactly what I needed to do. If they wanted to pretend they didn't have a plumber in the family, I'd help them make that lie a reality, beginning with Amanda's tuition payments. So, after stewing over all this nonsense for a few days, I decided it was time to make my move. But here's the thing. I didn't want to write a furious text or anything. I wanted to do it in such a manner that they couldn't distort my words or make me look like the evil person, which is, incidentally, my family's favorite hobby. I waited until I knew Amanda's next tuition payment was coming due. It was due in about 2 weeks, and she was always really worried around this time. Normally, she'd start dropping subtle hints about remembering the payment deadline, like, "Oh, the school's been sending reminder emails," or something. What about this time? The radio is silent. She must have assumed that the payment would simply come, as it always did, even after they had barred me from attending Christmas. Quick side note, I had been paying my tuition payments straight to the institution using their online portal. Amanda had set it up herself when she first started, and she provided me all of the login information, which was really convenient since she considered me as her personal ATM. Right? Anyway, I got into the portal and noticed my upcoming payment. $21,500 for the spring semester. That's when I realized how much money I'd been putting at her studies while she was actively attempting to conceal my existence from her boyfriend. Do you know how many toilets you need to fix to generate that much money? Answer: a lot more than most people realize. So I phoned Amanda. I didn't text her, I called because I wanted to hear her voice when I dropped the bomb. She picked up on the third ring, sounded angry, as if I was interrupting something essential. "Hey," she remarked in that tone that shouts, "Make it quick, I'm kind of in the middle of something." "Oh, sorry," I replied, attempting to sound nonchalant. Just wanted to talk about your tuition payment. It's due soon, right? Her voice changed instantly. Suddenly, she became all lovely and interested. Oh yeah, thanks for remembering. It's due on the 15th. You're still okay to cover it, right? Actually, I replied. I've been thinking about what you told Mom and Dad about Christmas, about how having a plumber brother might embarrass you in front of Craig and his family. There was complete stillness on her end. You could almost hear her brain short-circuiting as she attempted to figure out how to spin this. That's not who told you that, she eventually exclaimed. Does it matter? I inquired. Is it true or not? More silence. Then she sought to enter damage control mode. Listen, you don't understand. Craig's family, they're really particular about these things. His father's a judge. His mother's on all these charity boards. I just thought it would be better if you pretended your brother doesn't exist. I completed for her. Because he's just a lowly plumber. That's not fair, she complained. I never said that. I need them to take me seriously if I want to have a future in law. You know how these circles work. I couldn't help laughing. Actually, I don't know how these circles work. I'm just a plumber, remember? But you know what I do know? The exact amount I've paid for your law school so far. Want me to break it down for you? She began to say something, but I continued going. First year cost $43,000. Second year, first semester cost $21,500. Plus all the other costs, your laptop, textbooks, and that special study program you simply had to have. According to my calculations, that's around $770,000 thus far. Everything was paid for by your embarrassing plumber brother. Why are you acting like this? She moaned. You know how important this is for my future. Craig's family has connections at all the top firms, and having a plumber brother would ruin that. I inquired. Even though that plumber brother is the only reason you're in law school in the first place. You promised to help me, she replied. You said you'd support my dreams. That's when I said it. Yeah, I did, when you were proud to call me your brother. But if I'm too embarrassed to have Christmas dinner, then I guess my money should be too embarrassing to pay for your tuition. You guys, the screech that came out of her mouth sounded like a pterodactyl's tail being stepped on. You can't do that, she shouted. The payment is due in 2 weeks. What am I supposed to do? I don't know, I responded, feeling strangely peaceful. Maybe ask Craig. I'm sure his fancy doctor salary could cover it. Or is my dirty plumber money the only kind you're willing to touch? She began crying, full-on dramatic sobbing. Please, she asked. I'll tell Mom and Dad I was wrong. You can come to Christmas. Just please don't do this to me. No, I replied. I don't want to come to Christmas. I don't want to embarrass you in front of Craig and his family. In fact, I don't want anything to do with any of you anymore. Consider this my last payment to the family that's ashamed of me. I hung up while she was still crying and begging and immediately banned her phone number. I poured myself a drink and braced myself for the impending storm. After that, everything began. My mom came first. She called around 5 times in a row before I eventually answered. The moment I responded, she launched into guilt trips, which are her specialty. She was crying about how I was wrecking the family and Amanda's future due to a silly misunderstanding. Silly misunderstanding? I asked. She literally told you she was ashamed of what I do for a living. The same job that's been paying her tuition. She didn't mean it like that, Mom explained. You know how Amanda is. She just gets caught up in trying to impress people sometimes. She looks up to you. I almost choked on my drink. She basically barred me from Christmas because she was humiliated by me. How the hell is that looking up to me? Then Mom took a different approach. Consider what this will do to her relationship with Craig. His family might greatly benefit her career. Oh, so you want to talk about Craig? I interrupted her off. It's funny how important he and his family are, yet your own son isn't even good enough to sit at the Christmas table. She started blubbering about how that wasn't what we meant and how I was taking everything too personally, which is a typical mom move, trying to make me feel like I'm overreacting when they're the ones being nasty. When my father called, he went straight for the angry approach, which was unsurprising, and he started ranting about how I was being selfish and vengeful, calling me a little one for endangering Amanda's education. Isn't that Father of the Year material? Let me get this straight, I told him. I'm a little mainamwadan for not wanting to spend thousands of dollars on someone who is ashamed of me. Make it make sense, Dad. We raised you to be better than this, he hissed. Family supports family, I replied. Really? Is that what you intended when you agreed to exclude me from Christmas? Was that a supportive family? He tried to explain himself by claiming that sometimes we had to make sacrifices for the better welfare of the family, which apparently included kissing Craig's ass in the hopes that he would boost Amanda's career. But what really struck me was that no one apologized for how they treated me during any of these calls. Instead, it was all about how I was bad for sticking up for myself, how I was being petty and vengeful, and how I was letting my pride get in the way of family. Then came the flying monkeys. My aunt called to tell me how disappointed she was in my behavior, my uncle texted, saying I needed to man up and be the bigger person, and even my cousin Sarah, who told me about Amanda's lies, messaged me, saying maybe I was taking things too far. But you know what? None of them offered to help pay Amanda's tuition themselves. The best part? Amanda actually went and told Craig what was going on, and I guess she thought he'd offer to help with the tuition instead. According to Sarah, who's still keeping me updated, Craig got really quiet and started asking questions, like, why hadn't Amanda ever mentioned she had a brother? Why didn't she introduce them? Why did her brother pay for her law school in the first place? Craig couldn't understand why Amanda would keep her brother's existence hidden just because he was a plumber. It turned out that his uncle, the one who built their family home, started as a plumber before becoming a contractor, and Craig had actually worked summers with him in high school. When Amanda tried to explain her reasoning, she just dug herself deeper. She started talking about professional appearances and social circles, and Craig got more and more upset, saying he couldn't believe she'd hide and disrespect her own brother, who'd been supporting her education, just for some perceived social status. Craig told her the next day that he wanted time to think about their relationship because her actions revealed a side of her personality that he didn't like. Who knew he had principles? Meanwhile, my parents were constantly blowing up my phone. Mom alternated between crying and begging, Dad between cursing and threatening. Amanda kept calling from other numbers after I blocked hers, and I ultimately turned off my phone for a few days. It was all about how I was ruining everything by not just shutting up and paying like a good little ATM, but I was done being their ATM. If standing up for myself made me the bad guy in their eyes, so be it. It was better than being their doormat. After a few days, Craig came over to Amanda's apartment. She probably thought he was there to make up, but no, he broke up with her. He said he couldn't be with someone who would treat their own brother that way, especially someone who had supported them so much. He said it made him question her values and who she truly was. Amanda lost her internet and contacted me crying and shouting from yet another new number. She's had more burner phones than a drug dealer at this point. She said I'd wrecked everything, that Craig broke up with her because of me, that her life was falling apart, and it was all my fault. I laughed and replied, "No, sis. Craig ended his relationship with you after discovering your true identity. I just stopped helping you hide it." She threatened to tell everyone that I had sexually assaulted her in high school, that she would report my business to the Better Business Bureau for fraud, and that everyone would know what a terrible brother I was. "Go ahead," I told her. "Tell everyone your brother is a monster because he checks notes, paid for your education while you tried to conceal his existence. See how that works out for you." Then she went back to begging, crying about how she couldn't afford law school without me, how she'd have to drop out, how she'd lose all of her friends, and how her life would end. "Guess you should have thought about that before you decided I was too embarrassing to acknowledge," I responded. Then I disconnected. After Craig dumped her, Amanda had a complete mental breakdown, according to Sarah. She began showing up at our parents' house at random hours, crying about how her life had ended. She had apparently told all her law school friends that her boyfriend was going to help her with tuition, so when he dumped her instead, she was completely screwed. The deadline for the tuition payment was approaching, and she still hadn't figured out what to do. She tried applying for emergency loans, but guess what? Those take time to process, and she left it way too late. Plus, she'd need a cosigner, and our parents' credit is a mess. I wonder why they keep trying to live beyond their means. Sarah texted me. 911, Amanda just posted on Facebook that she's heading to your shop to make you face what you're doing to her. She appears unstable? I barely had time to warn my guys before she blasted through the door like a tornado in designer clothes, hair all messy, mascara running, full crazy ex-girlfriend energy, except she was my sister. "How could you do this to me?" She screamed in front of my entire staff and about 3 customers, "I'm your sister. You're meant to look after me." I attempted to encourage her to go outside or at least lower her voice, but she seemed determined to cause a disturbance. "You are ruining my life," she screamed, "all because your delicate feelings were harmed. You are so selfish." One of my clients, a sweet old lady who had been with us for years, stood up. "Young lady," she asked, "is this the brother who has been paying for your education?" Amanda turned around as if she'd been smacked. "That's none of your business." Well, the elderly lady added, you just made it everyone's business by storming in here shouting. And, based on what I've heard, you excluded your brother from Christmas because you were ashamed of his profession, but you still expect him to pay for your education. That's known as biting the hand that feeds you, in my hometown. The look on Amanda's face, she genuinely didn't know how to handle someone calling her out on her BS who wasn't family, but she recovered fast and shifted to crying, like full-blown theatrical sobbing. You don't understand, she cried. He is doing this to punish me. He's attempting to harm my future because he's envious of my achievement. I couldn't help laughing. What success, Amanda? The success of convincing your partner to dump you? The success of maybe having to drop out of law school? The success of embarrassing yourself in front of my staff and customers? At the very least, I'm making an effort to establish myself. She shot out, not just playing with pipes all day like some. She had to stop herself, perhaps realizing she was about to degrade plumbing in front of a group of plumbers. My senior employee, Mike, went up, and heck, a large fellow who's been with me since I started the business, said, "Ma'am," in a dead serious tone, "I think you should leave now. For the past 5 years, your brother's pipe playing has provided for my family's needs. It paid for my children's braces and my wife's automobile, and it appears to have paid for your law school as well. So maybe offer some respect." Amanda looked around and realized she wasn't receiving the reaction she had hoped for. Everyone was staring at her as if she were insane, which, to be honest, she was. She tried one more time. "Okay, I'll tell everyone what type of brother you really are. I'll post about it all over social media." "Go ahead," I urged. "Make sure you mention the bit where you had me banned from Christmas because you were embarrassed by my employment but still expected me to pay your tuition. I'm sure that will bring you a lot of sympathy." She stormed off after that, but not before knocking down our sign and clipboard and kicking a display of business cards off the counter. "Very mature, sis?" The elderly customer approached me after Amanda left, stroked my arm, and said, "You know, my late husband was a plumber. Put all 3 of our children through college. They never once expressed embarrassment about what he performed for a living." Then Mom looked me straight in the eyes and said, "You're doing the right thing, honey. Sometimes family members have to learn the hard way that respect is a two-way street." After that scene, I had to sit down with my staff and explain the situation, and they were remarkably nice about it. Mike even remarked that his family's Thanksgiving drama was boring in contrast. So after the whole explosion at my business, Amanda decided to go nuclear. She started calling every single member of our extended family, telling them this sob story about how her cruel brother was attempting to ruin her future out of spite. But here's the thing about family drama. Everyone loves to get involved, but no one wants to actually assist. The first one was Aunt Karen. Yes, that's her name, and yes, she lives up to it. Who got me all wound up about family obligations and how I was selfish. This is the same aunt who borrowed $5,000 from me 3 years ago for emergency dental work and never paid it back. The conversation went as follows. "How could you do this to your sister?" she demanded. "She's striving to improve herself." "Funny," I responded. "I do not recall you agreeing to assist pay for her law school. You still owe me for your teeth, by the way." There is no more sound. That's different," she sputtered. "How dare you bring it up?" "Is it different?" I inquired. "Because, from where I stand, this entire family enjoys talking about helping each other until it comes time to actually help. Then suddenly, everyone goes quiet." She hung up on me after that. I guess the reality hurts more than those teeth did. Then there was Uncle Steve, my father's brother. He's this wannabe big shot who's always boasting about his investment portfolio but never has money when the restaurant bill arrives, and he tried to lecture me about family investments. "Think of it as an investment in your sister's future," he told me. "When she's a successful lawyer, she'll be able to help you." I laughed so hard at it. "Can you help me?" She couldn't even bear to have me for Christmas dinner because I'm a plumber. "But, okay, tell me more about how she'll help me once she's successful." "Well," he said, "maybe you could help her finish school, and she could pay you back." "Great idea," I remarked. "Why don't you lend her the money then? You're always raving about your fantastic investments. Here's an opportunity to invest in my family." He suddenly had to leave. It's amazing how this keeps happening. The best part was that no one who called to guilt trip me offered to really help Amanda themselves. They all had opinions on what I should do with my money, but their own wallets remained firmly closed. I'm done with her, and I'll keep you all posted if anything occurs. Final update, my sister had me excluded from Christmas because I'm only a plumber, so I took away her law school funds. Hey everyone, I figured I'd post one last update because so many people have been messaging me asking what happened. I heard from a mutual friend that my sister showed up at her ex-boyfriend's house uninvited and tried to talk to Craig's parents. She told them this whole sob story about how she was about to lose everything and needed help, but she didn't mention hiding me because I'm a plumber. Craig was obviously present and gave them the complete truth, but his father, the judge, appeared to glance at her and say, "Young lady, if you're trying to be a lawyer, you should know that attempting to manipulate people by telling half-truths is not a good start to your career." In the end, she had to drop out of law school because she couldn't get private loans without a cosigner, and no one in the family was willing to cosign after what happened. When Grandma got involved and told them they should be ashamed of themselves, even my parents stopped asking for my help. Amanda is now working as a paralegal at a small law company. According to Sarah, she claims it is only temporary until she can return to law school, but we all know that is unlikely. As for me, business is stronger than ever, and I've actually grown to 2 more trucks and employed 4 new workers. I still meet up with Craig and his uncle Mike for beers on occasion, and it turns out we get along really well when there's no family turmoil involved. My parents tried to reconcile around Thanksgiving, but only because they needed help with their mortgage. I declined and told them that maybe they should ask their successful lawyer daughter for help. Oh wait, funny thing is, I actually feel better now that everything's out in the open. No more pretending, no more being the family ATM, no more walking on eggshells about my job, just me, my successful business, and my actual friends who don't give a can what I do for a living. Thank you for your support, Reddit. Sometimes you need strangers on the internet to confirm you're not insane for standing up for yourself. Edit. Holy, this blew out. Thanks for all the accolades, and to everyone who DM'd me about needing a plumber in my region. Sorry, I'm trying to remain anonymous here. Edit 2. To everyone who says I ruined my sister's life, she did it herself. I simply stopped paying it.